C1101 Unwelcome Request. Xiao Han did not dare to speak in the midst of Xuanche's chattering, and just stood aside and waited quietly. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would dig a few more shovels in other places. By then, it would be completely over. How is it possible? This doesn't make sense at all. At this time, the low voice continued, and Xuanche's vertical pupils were full of doubts. He whispered to himself, "Is it really just because of the shovel? But this is not right. When I used it, I clearly did not improve the grade of the energy crystal. And this is just a fairy shovel. Logically speaking, a shovel of this level should not have such a function. Even if the shovel he used just now is a divine weapon, it is only the lowest level divine weapon, and it doesn't even have the function of recognizing the master. How can it have this ability to turn decay into magic?" Xianxi thought for a long time, but still didn't understand this. What exactly is going on? He then looked at the 3 ninth-level crystals in front of him and whispered, "Ninth-level crystals? There are still 3 of them? Crystals of this grade are extremely rare even in ancient times. Only dragon veins with 9th-level spiritual sources can produce such crystals in small quantities. In ancient times, only the Siberius Empire had such a dragon vein. It's a pity that when it was promoted to the divine vein, it attracted the covetousness of the abyss demons. Otherwise, the Dragon King Azatas the Great could also take this step forward." Fuck, Siberius Empire, Azatas the Great. Is this an ancient secret? Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the muttering of the black snake. He even wanted to ask immediately where the former Siberius Empire was. 9th-level dragon veins are really exciting. If you can find 1 or 2 9th-level energy crystals with the blessing of 100 times the reward, you can instantly become an 11th-level one. There is a difference of 4 levels between level 7 and level 11. Once this grade of energy crystal is placed in the Iceblade Magic Tower in Magic Cloud City, it is estimated that the Iceblade Storm will continue to rage for several months, and it may not even consume all the energy inside. Moreover, he also heard that crystals of that grade have the ability to automatically absorb free energy in the air. This is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. As long as it is placed there, it can automatically recharge. Fuck. I have to check the information when I get back. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han suddenly realized that the black snake had stopped talking and the huge vertical pupil was still staring at him, so he quickly said, "Sir, do you have any questions? I have already completed the task you asked me to seal the Abyss Blood Emperor last time." "Yes, I know," the black snake replied in a low voice, and immediately said, "I left a trace of spiritual consciousness in you. As long as the venom I gave you is used, the spiritual consciousness will be activated. I didn't expect that you not only caught the Abyss Blood Emperor, but also set up the 3 spirits bloodthirsty formation. With this formation, the little guy is dead. But where did you get your bloodthirsty stone? This kind of thing is extremely rare even in ancient times, otherwise how could the little guy of the Blood Clan survive until now?" I don't remember." This time, Xiao Han didn't dare to brag anymore. If the black snake asked him to dig a few more, he would be finished. But he still thought of a reason to prevaricate. "There is an ancient battlefield in Stormwind City. I not only picked up artifacts there, but also 2 space rings. And in one of the blood-colored space rings, there are 10 such blood-sucking stones. In addition to the blood-sucking stones, hundreds of blood-sucking stones with lower grades than the blood-sucking stones were also found." "Blood-colored ring?" Xianxi frowned and whispered, "This thing can only be found in the depths of the Blood Sea. Could it be that the old blood ghost died in the ancient battlefield? But this is not right." When he saw that the situation was not good, the old man had already run away. "Old blood ghost," Xiao Han muttered secretly in his heart. His expression was a little confused. He just made up a lot of nonsense, but he didn't expect that Xianxi would have such a guess, although he didn't know who the so-called old blood ghost was. But since it mentioned the Blood Sea, it must be a powerful person of the Blood Clan, whose strength is far higher than that of the Abyss Blood Emperor. In ancient times, besides the demonic disaster, what else happened in this world? Listening to this news that he had never heard of before, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly and he whispered to himself, "It seems that I really need to check the information in this regard after I go back. The history of this world seems to be very complicated. Only by knowing this world well enough can we get more useful information from it and obtain more resources. And this perfect world, with the existing technology, many things are simply inexplicable. Just the embodiment symbol is a very serious bug logically. After this beast tide is over, I have to ask Kyoto what is going on with this game." Thinking so in his heart, although Bayan of Yuhai City has not sent him a message, Xiao Han does not want to delay any longer. Seeing that she is still thinking, he has to interrupt and say, "My lord, the task you gave me has been completed, you see." He. Look at my memory. I would have forgotten it if you didn't say it." Hearing this reminder, she said in a deep voice, "No matter who you ask, to do something you must pay some reward. You completed the mission perfectly this time. As for the reward, I can give you two choices." "What choice?" When mentioning the reward, Xiao Han immediately flashed with excitement, and she didn't show off and said directly, "The first reward is that I have a local-level demon sealing master skill book here. If you choose this reward, you will have to hand over all the crystal stones you just dug up." "So?" Xiao Han paused and asked seriously, "If you don't want the earth level skill book, those crystals are the second choice. Can I take them all away?" "Yeah." She nodded, confirming this guess. But Xiao Han's face suddenly froze, and while a trace of excitement flashed across his face, there was also a flash of hesitation. After learning the skills of sealing and dragon capturing hand, he was extremely greedy for the skills of the magic sealing master. But according to the current situation, energy crystals are more suitable for Jingen. After all, with 40,000 to 50,000 level 7 energy crystals, not only can the level 7 Ice Blade Magic Tower be used unscrupulously, but it can also allow the evolvers in Jingon City to have enough resources for cultivation. In such an apocalyptic world, no matter how strong he is, it is not safe. The evolution speed of mutant beasts is always faster than that of humans. Therefore, cultivating more and stronger evolvers is also an extremely important thing. Hey, the Magic Sealing Master's skill book.
Sia han säghed som evhat depressedly.
Even though Xiao Han was very greedy for the skill book over there, he could only say helplessly, "I want the energy crystal." The monsters from the underground abyss have begun to slowly revive. I want to take these energy crystals back and cultivate more advanced warriors, advanced generals, and even gods of war. Haha, what a surprise. She chuckled and continued, "I thought you would choose the Demon Sealing Master Skill Book. After all, this skill book can greatly improve your strength. But since you have made such a choice, I can't say anything more, but I have an unkind request here. I don't know if you can agree. #C1102 Soul Sealing Technique. An unkind request?" Hearing what she said, Xiao Han murmured softly, and at the same time a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Last time I accepted a mission here, not only did I get a god-level cultivation method, but after completing the mission I also got tens of thousands of 7th-level energy crystals. Now another mission should appear. Although the tasks received here are very difficult, if they cannot be completed, the punishment will be severe. But once completed, the rewards can be extremely exciting. God-level training techniques can not only greatly improve the efficiency of training, but also make it easier for him to advance to level 6 or even level 7 in the future. The 7th level energy crystals just obtained can also greatly improve Jing strength in the next period of time. Even if we encounter a tide of beasts again in the future, we won't be as helpless as now. Hey! Thinking of the people in Jingon who were being sent away, Xiao Han secretly laughed excitedly, and then immediately said, "Sir, just tell me what it is. If I can help, I won't refuse." "That's good." "Xian," she said softly and continued, "Actually, it's not that difficult. Can you lend me the mining shovel you brought this time for a while? To study?" Borrowing the mining shovel again? Xiao Han was a little confused. Considering that she never left this place, he could probably understand what this Holy Spirit level boss wanted to do. The dragon vein underfoot should be very important to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been asked to help improve the spiritual source, and he would have borrowed the mining shovel 3 times or twice. But even if this mining shovel is lent to it, it will still be useless. After all, there is number 100-fold reward. This is just an artifact and has no effect on improving the level of the crystal. It doesn't matter if you lend it out. But if he comes here next time and asks him to dig out crystals to prove something, that will be the end of the world. What to do? Frowning and thinking secretly, Xiao Han didn't want what he just experienced to happen again in a while. If that was the case, his little heart couldn't bear it. I was able to get away with it today simply because my mind was spinning so fast and I happened to find that little bump on the ground. But next time, will luck be so good? Why, don't you want to? When he was hesitating in his heart, "Xian," she said in a deep voice, "I know, this is a bit difficult, but this thing is really important to me. If you are willing, I can exchange this Xian-level demon sealing master skill book." As the words fell, a black skill book appeared out of thin air in front of him, and there were 3 familiar white Chinese characters on the cover. Sealing technique. Looking at the skill book that suddenly appeared in front of him, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "Damn it! It turned out to be a sealing technique." Although he has learned this skill, he still has a strong desire for this skill book. Of course, it is impossible to learn the same skill book twice in the game. But in the void space of the void ring, there are far more than one artifact level manifestation talisman used to manifest skills. If it were to manifest itself, it would only take 1 sealing spell to turn the 7th level mutant beast into scum. By then, let alone just 3 level 7 mutant beasts, he could easily handle it, even if the number increased 10-fold. Sealing technique. After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han looked at the black skill book in front of him with some greed, his face full of confusion. It's easy to hand over the Dragon Soul Golden Shovel, but after all, it doesn't have the magical ability to improve the level of the crystal. This time, she came over and was already suspicious. If he covets the skill book now and hands it over, once she finds out that he has been cheated in the future, he will not be able to bear the consequences. Being targeted by a Holy Spirit level boss, he had no power to resist. You don't even need to take action, just a simple thought may be able to kill him instantly. The pressure that suddenly fell on me 10 minutes ago is still fresh in my memory. If I don't agree, it shouldn't take action directly. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han did not dare to refuse, so he could only slowly hand over the Dragon Soul Midas shovel in his hand, and at the same time said, "Since you need it, take it. I was just thinking, why?" As he spoke, he was still thinking about ways to solve such troubles. Then his eyes narrowed and he thought to himself, "That's not right. My Dragon Soul Golden Touch shovel can originally improve the grade of the ore." Suddenly thinking that this artifact had a Midas touch, he immediately felt confident and quickly continued, "Why can these 2 mining shovels improve the grade of crystal stones when I used them? But when you used it, it didn't produce any improvement effect. Logically speaking, you should be able to do it too." "Yes. So I am also very confused." "Xian," she said and continued to ask, "Now, have you thought of the reason?" "Some guesses, but nothing certain." At this time, Xiao Han did not dare to say anything. Before Xianxi could continue to ask questions, he directly explained, I was wondering if you were using it the wrong way. Wrong method. Seeing the doubt in Xuanche's eyes, he quickly pointed at the dragon Soul Midas shovel and continued, This is a divine mining shovel which has built-in skills. Only by inputting the energy in the body can the ability to increase the grade of the crystal be triggered. A divine artifact with built-in skills? Xianxi looked at the mining shovel, floating in front of him with some surprise. With a thought in his mind, a ray of black energy drilled into the mining shovel. Boom! Almost at the same time, the mining shovel also hit the ground hard. The next second, more than a dozen white energy crystals flew out at a very fast speed. Although they were very fast, Xiao Han still saw that the shape of the crystal had changed the moment it left the ground. Fuck! Is my luck so good? The first time Xianxi used it, he actually triggered the Midas special effect, which Xiao Han had never expected. But this result was also very good news for him, and he was secretly relieved. Strange. How come it only upgraded by one level? The crystal just flew out and flew back at a faster speed. Although there was a hint of joy in the voice of Xianxi, it was still not satisfied. Seeing this, Xiao Han wanted to explain a few words but thought about it and gave up. After all, this guy in front of him is an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. It is not easy to fool him today. If you say too much, it might go wrong, so let it fill in the blanks by itself. Hey! One level is one level. The depressed voice sounded in his ears. Xianxi obviously accepted this fact, and continued in a deep voice. It is already very good to be able to directly upgrade one level. Your mining shovel. Lend it to me for a while. This is your skill book. As the voice fell, the black skill book also floated towards him. When Xiao Han grabbed it with one hand, he immediately heard the system prompt. Ding, you get the sealing technique Shen level, triggering 100 times. Reward, you get the soul sealing technique, Earth level.
Dièse c'est 1103 Soul Sealing Technique, 2.
The sudden sound in his ears made Xiao Han suddenly stunned, and then he remembered that there was a 100-fold reward. At this time, the cover of the skill book in his hand instantly turned into a deep purple. This shocked him, and he immediately put it into his backpack. Luckily we weren't discovered. Seeing that Shen Snake was focusing all his attention on the dragon soul golden spade, Xiao Han couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he is discovered and the skill book is in his hands, he will be promoted to a level out of thin air which is hard to explain. Fortunately, he was fast enough, and Shen Zi's attention was not on his side. Okay. I still have something to do, you go back first. At this moment, a slightly deep voice sounded again, and then Xiao Han felt an unknown force acting on him. Then the body floated up and flew towards the Shengang rock wall. Click! When he got close to the stone wall, a large hole opened in the hard basalt stone, and he flew out uncontrollably. Boom! 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 As the stone wall behind him closed again, he could still hear heavy knocking sounds coming from inside. Once again, Xiao Han was actually a little confused after throwing away a mining shovel, but in terms of results, it's still very good. Hey! Level 7 energy crystal. With a thought in his mind, a crystal stone appeared in Xiao Han's hand, and he observed it with some excitement. There are at least 40,000 to 50,000 such crystals in the space ring on his hand. With these things as a backing, even if the 3 7th-level mutant beasts drive a tide of hundreds of billions of beasts to attack the city, there is no need to worry, because there are a total of 5 7th-level magic towers in Demon Cloud City. Once these magic towers release their skills at the same time, they will produce an extremely rare magic joint effect. The ice blades shot out from the sky will form a terrifying ice blade storm in a very short period of time, and its effective attack range has reached an exaggerated 10,000 meters. This kind of coverage is enough to cover the entire Demon Cloud City. Hey, I want to see how capable you are. Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han put away the 7th level energy crystal with his backhand, raised his hand and took out another book with a purple cover. But before I had time to check the introduction of the skill book, I heard an excited voice coming from below. Damn it! This is the storm sword of corpse, mountain and blood sea. What is that treasured equipment? Well, the 80-level treasures and equipment can be used now. But who is that phantom? Isn't this horse riding too generous? You don't even need such equipment. I don't know, but he shouldn't be from Yuhai City. Discussions came from below, and Xiao Han couldn't help but grin, but he had no intention of snatching back the treasure and equipment. With such equipment, if not 100 in his void space, there would be at least 80 or 90. And this was because he didn't deliberately pick up the equipment that was exposed when he was in Wushuang City and Winter City. Otherwise, even if there are spiritual weapons and equipment, at least dozens of pieces can be produced. Oh! He chuckled again, and a pair of blood-colored wings suddenly appeared from behind Xiao Han and flew straight to the cave opposite. At the same time, he also looked down at the purple skill book in his hand. Soul Sealing Technique, Earth Level Seal the energy and soul in the target's body, causing it to lose control of the body. It consumes 200,000 energy and 100,000 mental power points. It has a cooldown of 30 days. Cooling for 30 days, consuming 100,000 points of mental power? When Zhuan Ran saw such an introduction, Xiao Han was a little confused. He couldn't help but whisper, "It doesn't matter if the cooling time is as long as 30 days. What's going on with this consumption of mental energy and riding a horse?" With doubts, he immediately opened his properties panel. Some basic attributes such as strength, stamina, agility, energy, etc. come into view, but there is no such thing as mental power. It seems that there are still many restrictions on using such an awesome skill. After muttering softly, Xiao Han continued, "But I plan to manifest this skill. Anyway, even if I don't have mental power now, it doesn't matter. It's just that 100,000 points of mental power, I don't know what it means in reality. It seems that after we get out, we need to find 1 or 2 mutant beasts to test it immediately. After all, literally speaking, spiritual power should be the power of divine consciousness. And once this thing is used up, you should fall into coma directly. However, it is normal for such an awesome skill to have some restrictions when using it. Otherwise, once this skill is manifested, he will be invincible in the world. Hey, what a pity!" Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh, and continued to murmur softly, "It would be nice if the skill he got was just the sealing technique. Although this skill is stronger, it is not the most suitable for the current situation. However, with such a skill, it is still not strong." With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and he took out a manifestation talisman glowing with 7-color light, and at the same time, he conveniently attached it to the purple soul-sealing technique. As the book turned into a tattoo in his palm, he flapped his wings fiercely, and swam out quickly along the cave from which he came. Wow! All the players of the 4 Seas Association were cleared out, so there was no obstruction when they came out. In just over 10 minutes, he rushed out of the sea. Chirp! At this time, the purple flame dragon horse was also summoned, and it flew towards the direction of Yuhai City without even indicating the direction. Xiao Han sat on the horse's back and raised his hand to take out the golden dragon inner pill. Under the sunlight, dazzling golden light was also reflected from the golden inner elixir. The flying purple flame dragon suddenly stopped and said, "Master, can you give me this inner elixir?" You can speak now?" A somewhat immature male voice sounded in his ears, which made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, but he immediately said, "This inner elixir was originally intended for you. Once you absorb this inner elixir, you should be able to advance to the Emperor level. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to successfully break through. The purple flame dragon replied, and continued. But this is an emperor-level inner elixir, and it is not so easy to absorb. If you absorb it directly, it will probably take at least 1 or 2 years. But if you have the help of the Dragon Thunder Pool, it will speed up the absorption of the inner elixir, and it will only take about 1 or 2 months. Dragon Thunder Pool? Xiao Han whispered, and suddenly remembered the thunder pool deep in the sunset grassland where the thunder-winged Colt King once sacrificed himself. Last time, the purple flame thunder-winged horse also took a piece of the Emperor's inner pill. Because of the help of the Dragon Transformation Thunder Pool and the assistance of tens of thousands of thunder-winged horses, it took only a few hours to complete the evolution. Even now, the energy of the inner pill is probably not fully absorbed. Now, it does need the help of the Dragon Transformation Thunder Pool. Looking at the tattoo on his palm, Xiao Han thought to himself, I should be able to handle this mutant beast attack by myself. Let it upgrade to the Emperor level as soon as possible so that I can materialize it. Hey! I've wanted to go to the Magic City for a long time. I wonder what kind of reaction Xingkai, Peng Lei, and Qi Yuan will have when they see me riding a thunder dragon. Thinking so, Xiao Han instantly flicked out the inner pill in his hand. After seeing the purple flame dragon horse swallow it in one gulp, he smiled and said, Send me back to Yuhai City first. Since the thunder pool is helpful to you, you can go back by yourself after being teleported to Yunxiao City. You are also familiar with that place, so I shouldn't need to send you back. Qi, no, I know the way myself. The purple flame dragon horse neighed excitedly, and the flying speed instantly increased a few points. #C1104 Cannon Fodder Mutant Beast. Yunxiao City. Watching the purple flame dragon flying out of the city, Xiao Han slowly retracted his sight. In fact, if necessary, even if it was only an emperor-level purple flame dragonfly, it could be materialized immediately. But if he did so now, it would be a waste of the legendary pet materialization talisman. After all, it was a materialization talisman that could materialize an Emperor's Fate. Although the current purple flame dragonfly has the title of emperor level, it has not really been promoted. Even if it is materialized, it can only have a combat power of about level 7 at most. And such combat power is actually not very helpful to him. If he wants to completely change the status quo, he must at least have an Emperor-level pet so that after materializing, he will have at least level 8 combat power. With an 8th level Thunder Dragon, no one will be able to threaten him in the future. So now, he can only let the purple flame dragon fly leave. 1 or 2 months. This time is a bit long. Sighing a little depressed, Xiao Han moved his footsteps and walked quickly into the Yunxiao auction house opposite the teleportation hall. At this time, due to practical reasons, there were few players from the veteran guild in the city. But with a level 3 magic tower and more than 20 level 5 arrow towers, no blind guild dared to have any ideas about Yunxiao City. Yong! 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 Stepping on the slate paved with lapis lazuli, Xiao Han quickly crossed the front yard and walked into his own studio in the backyard. Looking at the time, more than 3 hours had passed unknowingly. Seeing that no one had contacted him yet, he said with a happy face, Bayan and Guohuai haven't contacted me yet. The situation outside should be good. Things in the game have been dealt with almost. Now it's time to log off and let those 3 ignorant level 7 mutant beasts know that Jing'an is not something they can easily control. Humph, I luckily let you escape last time, but I didn't expect you to dare to come back. Xiao Han snorted coldly with cold eyes, and while opening the control panel, he also materialized hundreds of level 7 energy crystals, and then went offline directly. As his consciousness slowly separated from the game, even though he hadn't opened his eyes, he heard bursts of noisy sounds coming. Ha! 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 Buzz! 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 Whoosh! 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 The chirping of birds, the roar of insects and beasts, and the piercing, whistling of arrows piercing the air kept drilling into his ears. Has the battle begun? After whispering, Xiao Han immediately opened his eyes, and at the same time, pushed open the lid of the black jade ice coffin and crawled out. Ah, are you offline? At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun heard the noise and immediately turned his head to look over and then hurriedly asked, Have all the things in the game been dealt with? Yeah. Xiao Han nodded without saying much about the things in the game but asked in a deep voice, What's the situation now? Have the mutant beasts started to attack the city? No, it's just a tentative attack. When it comes to business, Jiang Xiaoyun hurriedly said with a serious face. This attack is a little different from the previous mutant beast siege. Different? Xiao Han frowned slightly and hurriedly asked, What's different? I heard the battle outside. It seems it's fierce. It is indeed fierce, but they are all mutant beasts below level 2. Knowing that Xiao Han didn't understand the current situation, Jiang Xiaoyun hurriedly explained. According to records, whether it is Tiancheng, Modu, Liangzhou, or Tianshui thousands of miles away, whenever mutant beasts attack a city, there will be at least several level 6 mutant beasts in the first wave. In many cases, there is no tentative attack at all, but all mutant beasts are directly driven to attack the city. If the city can be broken, all mutant beasts will feast on it. Even if the city cannot be broken, the casualties of mutant beasts above level 4 will not be too high, so it can also be used as other already dead mutant beasts for food. But now it's a little different. Jiang Xiaoyun paused for a moment, and seeing that Xiao Han didn't interrupt, he continued, This time the mutant beasts that attacked the city were all mutant beasts below level 2. In the past 3 hours, the Ice Blade Magic Tower has been opened twice, and the low-level mutant beasts killed, including those flying insects, are at least more than 1 billion. Even the ground is covered with the corpses of mutant beasts, and the average height is even 2 or 3 meters. 1 billion. Xiao Han's eyes condensed and he whispered, and then immediately asked, They are all mutant beasts below level 2. Isn't there a above level 3? No, not one. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded solemnly, and immediately said, The control center of Demon Cloud City can detect the intensity of energy, so we can have a clear understanding of the mutant beasts attacking Demon Cloud City. The level 7 white fox outside the city seems to be planning to use these ordinary mutant beasts, which number up to 100 billion, as cannon fodder to consume all the arrows of the arrow tower and the energy of the magic tower. Playing with us? Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. He asked with a cold look in his eyes. We should still have a lot of materialization talismans for materializing arrows. Yes. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, Energy crystals are easy to deal with because there are tens of thousands of them, so the magic tower can attack recklessly. But arrows are a bit troublesome, although we can constantly materialize them from the game. But the speed of making arrows is far behind the speed of consumption. Fortunately, we still have 5 Ice Blade magic towers. Once all are opened, we can completely isolate all mutant beasts from outside so that we can also recover some of the arrows. But the energy crystals in the Ice Blade magic tower can only be released once at most, and the duration will not exceed 5 minutes. Heh, 5 minutes? Xiao Han chuckled, and then a thought moved in his mind, and one energy crystal after another emerged from his palm. Even ding-ding-dong-dong fell to the ground. Until then, he continued, I have a lot of level 7 energy crystals. Don't worry about consumption. Since that level 7 fox wants to compete with us in consumption, let's have some fun with it. The Ice Blade Magic Tower in the city will be opened for 2 hours. Temporarily, let people hurry up and clean up the mutant beast corpses in the city. This is seeing the energy crystals all over the ground, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but exclaimed, "Are all these energy crystals level 7? Even though she saw that these energy crystals were larger and more dazzling than the level 5 energy crystals that Xiao Han had taken out before, she still couldn't believe her eyes. Because of the mutant beasts, Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji and others have been trying their best to collect this kind of crystals during this period of time. Even if they offered a high price of one spiritual weapon in exchange for one, they still didn't get anything. But her husband casually took out more than 100. Looking at the seemingly mysterious man in front of her, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but flash a glimmer in her eyes, and her face became more gentle. However, Xiao Han did not notice this at this time and said hurriedly, "You can arrange these things yourself? I want to go out and take a look." #C1105 Practicing Soul Sealing Technique. Magic Cloud City. Pushing open the obsidian door of the administrative hall, a strong smell of blood immediately hit my face. The ground in front of me was covered with the corpses of various flying insects. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At this time, most of the arrow towers had been put aside due to the lack of arrows, but there are still ordinary soldiers on those high towers using their guns to shoot into the sky, and the magic towers continued to spit out blazing fireballs high into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. When it touches those flying insects, the fireball will explode immediately, and all flying insects within a radius of 100 meters will be instantly killed. At this time, a 7-level ice blade magic tower not far away was receiving the intensive care of the insect beast. The sky was full of flying insects, flying over desperately. Even if he is like a moth flying into a flame, he still wants to cause some damage to the 7th-level ice blade magic tower. Firestorm. At this moment there was a roar coming from the other side, and then a red light quickly rose and expanded to a range of 100 meters. Snap, snap, snap. The sudden soaring high temperature caused the flying insects all over the sky to be roasted in an instant. While they made a pop sound, there was also a smell of meat, accompanied by a burnt smell. Most of the flying insects that rushed towards the ice blade magic tower were wiped out in an instant. On the other side, someone also summoned wind blades to block flying insects from approaching the ice blade magic tower. Luo Lin and Song Chun. They are also at level 5, looking at the 2 5th-level evolvers holding the 5th-level energy crystal in one hand and killing flying insects all over the sky. Xiao Han said, with emotion, "With their current strength, it is very easy to protect a magic tower. There are no mutant beasts above level 4, and with these cannon fodder that are not even level 3, it is impossible for them to even get close." "Humph. You want to spend a lot of money?" Seeing that the sunlight in the sky had been completely blocked by the insect beasts, Xiao Han snorted with cold eyes, and then immediately said, "I want to see who can last longer." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice blade magic tower not far away immediately condensed dark blue ice blades. The next second, these ice blades began to spin at extremely high speeds. The sudden drop in temperature immediately blunted the attacks of flying insects. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the flying insect beasts that rushed near the ice blade demonic tower were swept away. What's going on? The sudden change made Song Chun, who was guarding the magic tower, stunned. While putting away the wind blade, he quickly said, "Why did the ice blade magic tower open again? Isn't it not time yet? Don't talk nonsense." Although Luo Lin was also curious, she immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowed a pill and continued, "Since the higher-ups did this, there must be a reason. I don't know when the next break will be. While there is still time, hurry up and recover those mutant beasts outside. The city are good at learning. This may be a protracted battle." After saying that, Luo Lin didn't say another word and immediately closed her eyes and recovered. Standing at the door of the administrative hall, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile as he listened to the voices coming from there. This time, he is no longer alone. With the small return pill and the big return pill that can increase the success rate of advancement, a group of level 4 and level 5 evolvers have emerged in Jingon. Although the high-end combat power is still lacking, it is already very good. So far. Call out. Call out. Call out. At this time, with all 5 Ice Blade magic towers opened, the combined magic effect appeared again in the sky above Demon Cloud City. Ice blades all over the sky were flying in the sky, and in just a few breaths, the blocked sunlight shone down again. The insect beasts killed by the ice blade also fell from the sky like raindrops. At this time, there were several figures flying towards me at a high speed in the distance. Before they even got close, they laughed loudly and said, "Ha! You are finally offline. I heard that you got some level 7 energy crystals from the game again?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded. Seeing Yanhong, Park Guochang, Fu Chengji and a few other flying evolvers coming over, he immediately said, "Go in first, the spar is inside." Although the Ice Blade magic tower is very powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. The remaining energy is only enough to last for 5 minutes at most. You send the energy crystal over first, and then come over and talk. "Okay. Let's talk about it later." Fu Qingji didn't hesitate, immediately pushed open the star-stone door and walked in. After a while, he walked out with more than 100 crystal stones in his clothes and said with a confused face, "Fuck. There are so many. Where did you get them? We have been trying our best to acquire level 7 energy crystals, but no one has been able to come up with this kind of crystal. Let's talk about this later." Xiao Han continued without explaining. "After sending the crystal to the magic tower, have someone clean up the corpse of the mutated beast." "Well, let's talk later." Fu Chengji understood the priority of the matter, and immediately gave each person 25 pills, and then split up and flew towards the Ice Blade demonic tower. Seeing everyone leaving, Xiao Han looked at his palm again and whispered softly, "The soul sealing technique, I wonder if it can seal the 7th level mutant beast. However, the conditions for using this skill are somewhat harsh, so before using it, you have to test it with some mutant beasts." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's mind immediately moved, and the tattoo on his palm immediately turned into a kind of true energy flowing in his body. At this time, he did not dare to be careless and immediately felt it carefully. After all, this skill is too precious. If it were other skills, even if he didn't learn it once, he could materialize it again, but if he didn't learn this skill, there would be no chance to start over. Fortunately, this skill is not complicated. Feeling the true energy wandering in the meridians, Xiao Han whispered and experienced it more carefully. The soul sealing technique is a more domineering skill than the sealing technique. Once you learn it, you can probably seal the 7th level mutant beast directly. With this killer, even if the 7th level fox ran to the Anjiang Grand Canyon and called the 7th level mutant wolf over, he could easily solve. And now there are tens of thousands of level 7 energy crystals. Jing'an is now sure to win. "Heh! You're really looking for death." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han carefully experienced the energy in his meridians, not missing any details. Time passed slowly, and he was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this time, Fu Chengji, who was the fastest, had returned. Seeing Xiao Han like this, he did not disturb him. After a while, Park Guochang, who was already level 5, also came back. He glanced at the figure on the ground and couldn't help but whispered, "General, what is Lord Xiao doing?" "I don't know." Fu Chengji shook his head gently and guessed softly, "Xiao Han is different from us. He is still a level 5 warrior." Looking at this now, it seems that he is practicing. Even when the mutant beasts attacked the city, he did not go offline immediately. It is estimated that he should have obtained some good benefits by completing the task of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Now, he should want to seize the time and convert that benefit into combat. Power. #C1106 Dealing with corpses. With abundant 7th level energy crystals, the 5 Ice Blade demonic towers can finally increase their power to the extreme without restraint. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice blades roared in the sky, and ordinary soldiers from all over the city also came out of their hiding places to clean up the insect corpses 3 meters thick on the ground. Before this, although the Ice Blade demonic tower had passed by several times, it only lasted for a few minutes, so there was no time to clean up the corpses. At this time, the cleanup had just begun, and all the soldiers were confused, because they found that there were too many corpses and Demon Cloud City had placed them here in a hurry. The body, which is 2 to 3 meters thick, even if it is cleaned up, it is not known where to move it. Let me go. What are you going to do? Do you want to throw it out from the city wall? There was no place to dispose of the corpse of the flying insect beast, and the cleanup work immediately stopped. After reporting it to Guohuai and Jiang, they had no way to solve it. Call out! Call out! Call out! The Ice Blade was still raking across the sky, and Demon Cloud City was considered safe now. The two met 100 meters away from the administrative hall with a depressed look on their faces. Seeing the insects and beasts all over the sky slowly retreating out of the city, Guohuai frowned deeply. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "The corpses of these insect beasts must be disposed of as soon as possible." Yes. A look of worry flashed across Jiang's face, and he continued, "Although we now have enough energy crystals, the number of mutant beasts that can be killed is less than 1% of the total. Now these corpses are piled up to 2 or 3 meters high. If this continues, hundreds of billions of mutated beasts will bury Demon Cloud City." "Hey, who says it's not the case?" Guohuai sighed and said with a depressed face, "I never thought that one day I would be troubled by too many corpses of mutated beasts. After all, these corpses all have considerable energy and can be refined into energy liquid. But there is nothing in Demon Cloud City. Even if you want to process, refine, and make it into energy liquid, you can't do it. Now, we can only throw it outside the city." "Hey, it's not that easy." Jiangxia also sighed and continued, "The city wall is only 20 meters high. How much can be thrown away? And there are so many mutant beasts outside the city. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. The risk of throwing them out is too high. This won't work, and that won't work either," Guohuai said, then continued, with a depressed look on his face, "Why don't you ask Brother Xiao to see if he has any solution? He is very powerful, but he is not omnipotent." Jiangxia retorted and said in a deep voice, "He has no way to use the manifestation talisman to manifest this corpse in reality into the game." "Hey, that's not necessarily the case." Guohuai smiled and said softly, "There is really no way for the corpses of these insect beasts to be embodied in the game. But Brother Xiao can refine space rings. There should be more than 20 mist glands we have collected during this period. If we make them into space rings, it can also reduce some pressure. And there are a lot of 7th level energy crystals now. Brother Xiao doesn't need to stay in reality all the time." "Space ring," Jiangxia whispered, nodded slightly and said, "This idea is feasible. After all, the bodies of these mutated beasts are all resources. It would be a pity to throw them away." While the two were talking, they slowly walked to the door of the administrative hall and looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this time, he just opened his eyes. Seeing the joy on Xiao Han's face, Guohuai's eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't wait to ask, "Looking at this, Brother Xiao's gains should be quite big." Seeing that it was Guohuai, Xiao Han did not deny it and said with a smile, "It is true that I have gained something. Is it just right to try my newly learned skills while the mutant beasts are attacking the city?" "Newly learned skills?" Guohuai was also a little moved when he thought of the skill last time that could burn blood and thus greatly improve combat effectiveness. But although he has also practiced martial arts, he has only just been promoted to a second-level warrior. Although there is true energy in the body, it does not greatly improve the strength. Xiao Han had learned 2 skills that could improve his combat effectiveness, but the energy in his body could only allow him to persist for half a minute. What kind of skills did you learn this time? He secretly said something in his heart, and he suddenly thought of the corpses in the city again and said quickly, "Brother Xiao, let's wait until we get out. There are too many corpses of mutated beasts in the city, and there is no way to deal with them. Can you take some time to refine some space rings? Otherwise, if the ice blade demonic tower continues to kill like this, the hundreds of billions of mutated beast corpses will even bury Demon Cloud City." Refining a space ring? Xiao Han glanced at Guohuai and asked directly, "What kind of space ring are you refining at this time? Even if it is refined, how many interspatial rings are needed to hold these hundreds of billions of mutated beasts?" "You can take as much as you can," Guohuai replied quickly and continued. "Otherwise, if this continues, the Ice Blade Demonic Tower may be buried by corpses." The magic tower was buried? Xiao Han turned his gaze to the city and saw that although many soldiers were carrying corpses, there was no way to reduce the number of corpses. After all, there were mutant beasts outside the city, and the corpses could not be transported out at all. If the magic tower was really buried, the Ice Blade magic tower would probably be directly destroyed even if it was powerful. Because once the resistance of the Ice Blade was too great, there was no way to form an Ice Blade storm covering the entire Magic Cloud City. This is a bit troublesome. Muttering softly, Xiao Han frowned deeply. After thinking for a while, he said, in a deep voice, "Refining space rings can indeed relieve this pressure. But this method can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Not to mention how many space rings are needed, how many manifestation talismans are needed just to materialize these space rings. What should we do?" Guohuai's face flashed with anxiety, and he immediately said, "With so many corpses, we must find a way to solve it. It does need to be solved." Xiao Han's mind moved, and immediately hundreds of level 7 energy crystals rolled down from his hands. Without waiting for everyone to ask questions, he said directly, "With these crystals, the mutant beasts can't think about they easily attacked the city. So there is no need to continue to teleport the people to Tianshui. I remember that when the Blood Shadow Warrior was killed, there were about 3,000 or 4,000 golden item materialization talismans. Use them to materialize the storage bag, and we will send all these corpses to Tianshui Lake." "Send to Tianshui City?" Jiang Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, happily, "This method is feasible. With these supplies, it is just right to improve the strength of Tianshui City." "Hehe. Then do it quickly." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I want to try the power of the skill, so I plan to go out. You should contact Kyoto now and ask them to help check. There are more level 6 mutant beasts in that direction."
Raute C1107 Lob nur Gian Skorpion.
Demon Cloud City, 10,000 meters high in the sky. An artificial satellite with a diameter of less than 2 meters pointed its lens at the city below and was transmitting the battle happening below to Tianshui City thousands of miles away. At this time, 3 tall figures stood on the wall of Tianshui City, quietly looking at the teleportation array in the city. This is a 3-level teleportation array. Every time the crystal light on it flashes, hundreds of people will be teleported over. Looking at the crowd over there, the figure standing on the far left frowned and said, "General, there is news from Kyoto that our local people have great opinions on these refugees from Jing'an. There have even been hundreds of cases of people being kicked out. They are not refugees." Shi Mingyuan said lightly and continued in a deep voice, 20 tons of food have been sent to Jing'an. These people are just here for temporary refuge. With Han Zhao's ability, he will take them back sooner or later. I have taken so many things from others, and my strength has been greatly improved. Now I just provide a place to stay. Isn't it no longer possible? Those who drive people away will have their supply reduced by 1/3 from now on. Got it. I'll go and give the order right away. Chun Wu nodded in response, hesitated for a moment and then immediately said, but behind this, there seems to be Wang Li's shadow. If we are so tough, will it make things worse? So what if we make a big fuss? Shi Mingyuan snorted coldly and continued. If we fight Wang Lei now for the sake of the people of Jing'an, maybe we can get 1 or 2 more pills like that from Han Xiao. In this apocalyptic world, everything else is empty, and improving strength is the most important thing. If the number of level 7 evolvers here doubles again, I will directly kill that selfish guy Wang Lei. Okay, I know what to do. Chun Wu was in a trance as he thought that he had finally broken through the bottleneck of the 6th level because of a Han Yen Shenyuan pill. Originally, according to his estimation, even if he obtained a level 7 beast core, the chance of a successful breakthrough would not exceed 30%. But now he has broken through easily. And now in Tianshui City, there are several such level 6 peak evolvers. If he could get such a pill by fighting with Wang Lei, it is estimated that not only the 6th level peak evolvers but also the 4th and 5th level evolvers would take action without hesitation. That guy is really amazing. After muttering something softly in his mouth, Chun Wu said nothing more, tapped the blue stone on the city wall with his toes, and jumped directly. At this time, Shi Mingyuan slowly raised his head, looked away from the teleportation array, looked towards the distant south, and asked softly, "What's the situation now in Jing'an?" "It's not so bad for now." Han Feng took out a tablet, swiped it a few times, and said with a smile, "The magic tower over there is really awesome. Once it is turned on, even flying mutant beasts are rarely able to escape. But half an hour ago, I communicated with Zhangzhe, the mutant beasts over. They haven't officially attacked the city yet. The mutant beasts attacking now are all cannon fodder mutant beasts below level 2. The 7th level fox seems to have learned a lot this time. It is estimated that this siege battle will not end in a short time." "That's good." A long-lost joy flashed across Shi Mingyuan's face, and he continued to say with a smile, "The longer the time drags on, the greater the benefits will be to Zhangzhe and Jing'an. It's a pity. The 3-level teleportation array below can only perform one-way teleportation. If I can also teleport there, I might have a chance to completely kill the 7th level mutant fox. Hey, it's a pity that it won't happen." Han Feng smiled excitedly and continued, "Even if you don't go over, the 7th level mutant fox can't escape. I'll contact Zhangzhe right away and ask Han Xiao to focus on taking care of the fox." "Focus on taking care of that fox?" Shi Mingyuan repeated in a low voice, looked back with some surprise and asked in a deep voice, "With Han Zhao's strength, it shouldn't be enough to catch that fox. Could it be that by killing the 9 netherworld python they discovered something great?" "Hey, you know you can't hide it from the general." Han Feng chuckled and continued, "The crisis in Jing'an should be completely resolved now. That guy Han Xiao has discovered a legendary pet manifestation talisman. Based on this level, it is possible to manifest an emperor-level pet, and he happens to have 2 dragons in his hands." "Holy shit! There are 2 dragons?" Even though he had experienced countless storms and waves, Shi Mingyuan couldn't help but cursed and said with a look of disbelief on his face, "How long has it been before he actually got 2 more dragons? I remember that he also has a purple flame thunder wing pony, which seems to be an emperor-level pet. If it were manifested, it would almost have a 7th level combat power." "Well, that's true." Han Feng nodded slightly and continued, "I really don't know how that kid got so many good things in such a short period of time. We have attached great importance to this game from the beginning, and even formed 100 special teams. But what is depressing is that the combined gains of all of them are not even as good as Han Xiao alone. Yeah, Shi Mingyuan said with emotion, smiling. That kid is really amazing, but this is also good. With a level 7 or even level 8 dragon, there is no need to worry about Jing'an. I just don't know when the 4 level 7 mutant beasts in Liangzhou will retreat, and when will the aerospace vehicle be repaired. It should be soon, Han Feng said uncertainly, and continued, the aerospace vehicle is easy to solve. With General Tang Zhan watching, it will be repaired in a few days at most. But those level 7, I don't know what the mutant beasts are crazy about, but they are so persistent this time. This situation has never happened before. Is there something wrong in the depths of the Darim Basin? Wrong. Shi Mingyuan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, our satellite has been watching over there. Hasn't the Lop Nur giant scorpion been sleeping all the time? I'm just guessing. The recent situation is really too abnormal. Han Feng glanced at the tablet in his hand and was about to click on the satellite connection that monitors Lop Nur, but he found that the blue storm over the magic cloud city had not stopped yet. He was stunned and said in a strange way, what's going on? Those mutant beasts have retreated. Why hasn't this ice blade storm stopped yet? The magic tower is really cool to use, but its consumption of energy crystals is also extremely terrifying. The 5 ice level 7 blade magic towers in the magic cloud city must also use level 7 energy crystals to drive them. As far as he knows, Jing'an has no stock of such crystals. During this period of time, he has also been trying his best to help collect this kind of crystal stone, but still nothing has been obtained. In addition to the pet manifestation talisman, did Han Xiao get anything else? This time, looking at the screen on the tablet in his hand, Han Feng's face flashed with a trace of confusion and he whispered a guess. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, a video call suddenly came in. Seeing that it was Jiangzhe from Jing'an, he swiped on the tablet, #C11084 Forbidden Areas. As the screen turned, a familiar figure immediately appeared in front of him. Han Feng took a closer look. He found that Guohuai, Xiao Han, Fu Qingji and others were also there. Whoosh, 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 and there were also continuous whistling sounds in the video. Obviously, the 5 level 7 magic towers were still operating at full capacity. He didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't ask too much. At this time, Jiangzhe came straight to the point and said, General Han, you should have seen the situation here. Yeah. Han Feng nodded and said with a smile, the power of those magic towers is really abnormal. If it's just this level of attack, you don't even have to make a move. Such a city defense weapon is really exciting to look at. I don't know when we can also materialize such a city here. Hihi. There will always be a chance, Jiangzhe said with a smile and immediately changed the subject. We have encountered some troubles here and I hope Tianshui can help deal with it. Trouble? Han Feng's face sank, and he said, what trouble? Are there other level 7 mutant beasts coming from Jing'an? That's not the case. Seeing Han Feng's nervous look, Jiangzhe explained, with a smile. There are too many mutant beast corpses here, and I want you to help deal with them. Too many mutant beast corpses? Han Feng was stunned for a moment and the camera on the tablet computer also turned. The mutant beast corpses all over the city made him exclaim, fuck! So many? If all of these are brought to Tianshui, how much energy liquid will be processed into? Although they also got some mutant beast corpses in previous city defense battles, they are completely different from those in the video. Even if these corpses are all below level 2, and the energy contained is not too much, but quantitative change can cause qualitative change. As long as the number is large enough, it can be concentrated multiple times, and finally refined into high-level energy liquid. If all of this is transported here, it will only take 1 or 2 years, and the number of evolvers in Tianshui City will at least triple or 5 times. Han Feng said this with some excitement. He looked at the mutant corpses all over the ground, frowned slightly, and asked directly, "Do you mean to use the teleportation array to transport them here? But there are too many corpses. There should be no way to get them all here. We have materialized some storage bags," Jiangzhu explained, and continued, "But we also have conditions for sending these mutant corpses over." "What conditions?" "With the storage bags, things are simple." Han Feng saw Xiao Han behind him, slowly raised 5 fingers and frowned. After thinking for a while, he immediately asked, "You mean Jing'an should take 50% of the refined high-level energy liquid?" "Yes." Jiangzhu glanced at Xiao Han on the side and nodded in response. 50%, it's not impossible." Shi Mingyuan stepped forward and frowned, saying, "But Jing'an is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Tianshui. After all, even if these high-level energy liquids are refined, there is no way to transport them there." "No need to transport them." Xiao Han also stepped forward and said with a smile, "After these energy liquids are refined, they can be distributed to the Jing'an people who are transported to Tianshui." "Distributed to the people from Jing'an?" Shi Mingyuan's eyes flashed, and he immediately said, "This is fine. I will arrange it to ensure that it is distributed to everyone." "Okay. Then wait a moment. I will arrange someone to send it over."
Xiao Han
nodded and continued, "But before that, you can use the satellite to help me check. See where there are level 6 mutant beasts near Jing'an City." "Level 6 mutant beasts?" Shi Mingyuan repeated, and immediately knew what Xiao Han wanted to do and hurriedly advised, "At this time, you must not go out to take risks." "It's okay. I know what I'm doing." Xiao Han laughed and continued, "The corpse of a level 6 mutant beast is more valuable. Help me check it out quickly." "This?" Shi Mingyuan wanted to persuade him, but seeing Xiao Han's unquestionable eyes, he could only say helplessly, "Okay. Then you be careful." Then he immediately swiped his finger on the tablet, and after a while he said, "There is a group of bison about 10 kilometers west of Mayun City. One of the bison is golden, and its body size is more than twice that of other bison. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be level 6. 10 kilometers to the west?" Xiao Han on the screen whispered, and a pair of purple wings immediately appeared behind him. Just a light tap, and it disappeared like an arrow from a string. Seeing this decisive move, Shi Mingyuan quickly swiped his fingers and switched to the interface transmitted by the satellite. At this time, the blue ice blade storm suddenly stopped. In just a few seconds, the purple figure had already flown high into the sky, 1,000 meters away from Jiangzhu, Fu Qingji, and others. "This guy is really bold," said with some concern. Shi Mingyuan stared at the screen, really unable to understand why he took such a risk. There are 3 level 7 mutant beasts outside the city. If they stayed in the city with the protection of the Autumn Ice Blade magic tower, it would not be so easy for those mutant beasts to get in. Could it be that he has already materialized the dragon? He muttered softly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high, because only in this way could he attract the 3 level 7 mutant beasts together and then catch them all in one fell swoop. In this way, Jing'an's crisis was completely resolved. "General, Jing'an has another person coming." While thinking this in his heart, more than a dozen people were teleported over from the teleportation array, and each of them was holding a pile of gray cloth bags in their arms. "Let's go and take a look." Shi Mingyuan glanced at the teleportation array. Then he took off and flew over there quickly. Han Feng saw this and immediately followed him. He was actually very concerned about the corpses of those mutant beasts, because in Tianshui City, mutant beasts attack the city at least a few times a year, and as many as 10 to 20 times. Even though they could repel the attacks of mutant beasts every time, they corpses of mutant beasts they could obtain were very limited. And this also prevented them from refining a large amount of high-level energy. Liquid. The energy in Tianshui City was already very active. If it was combined with high-level energy liquid, the proportion of evolvers would be even higher. Now, they can still defend this inch of land. But if it were to be another 10 or 20 years later, it would be completely uncertain. The Darim in the west of Yanhua, the Siberian wilderness in the north, and the Kunlun Mountains in the southwest all have a large number of mutant beasts, and even level 8 mutant beasts are not uncommon. There are also 4 Jedi, and even level 9 mutant beasts may have appeared. The polar ice fields of the North and South Poles, the Amazon in America, and the Sahara in Africa, these places have become forbidden areas for humans. If those mutant beasts never come out, humans may still have a future. But once they come out, no country or city can stop such a beast tide. Thinking this way, Han Feng suddenly felt a sense of despair about the future. But then his face straightened and he whispered, "Fortunately, we have Xiao Han, so Yanhua still has hope. What we need to do now is to cultivate more and stronger evolvers as soon as possible. Only when we are strong enough we will have the power to resist when danger comes." #C1109 World Trend. Holy shit. One bag is 100 cubic meters? Standing next to the teleportation array, Han Feng grabbed a storage bag and could feel the space inside just by thinking about it. At this time, the corpses of mutated beasts had filled it to the brim. After counting the quantity for a while, he couldn't help but say again, "This time, there are 18,300 cubic meters. With our production capacity, it will take at least half a year to make these materials." Half a year? This is too long. Thinking of Xiao Han's instructions, Fan Yuan immediately said, "We have a total of more than 4,000 such storage bags. Based on the current stock of corpses in Demon Cloud City, at least more than 100,000 cubes can be sent." Holy crap, more than 4,000 storage bags. More than 100,000 cubic meters. Han Feng's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his ears. Shi Mingyuan on the side could not help but be a little stunned when he suddenly heard such an incredible value. However, he had experienced many major events and he quickly came to his senses and immediately said in a deep voice, "We have a population of several 100 million in Kyoto, among which there are more than 100 million prime age labor force. When the machine for refining the energy liquid is manufactured, it will only take a matter of minutes to increase production capacity." That's good. Then we can rest assured. Looking at Shi Mingyuan in front of him, Fan Yuan was still a little excited. He could only see such a big shot on TV before. Today I finally saw a real person. If it hadn't been for the drastic changes in the world and the sudden arrival of mutant beasts, there was more than a 90% chance that Yanhua would have become the world's most powerful nation under his leadership. And even if the mutated beasts have arrived, Yanhua's preserved strength is still the strongest. There are as many as 5 large cities with a population of over 10 million. Among them, Kyoto has the largest population, about 300 million, while Liangzhou and Wuchuan have about 80 to 90 million. If some thugs hadn't seized power in the Magic City, the population would have been at least over 100 million. And this is more or less related to the person in front of me. As for Dahan and Fusang in the east, they are actually not much different from destroying the country. Among them, the former has a population of less than 10 million, while the latter has a population of about 20 to 30 million. If they hadn't dug many underground fortresses before the disaster struck, they might have cut off their inheritance. As for the developed countries in the West, although they are better than Dahan and Fusang, their populations have also shrunk to less than 20 million. Due to the pressure of mutant beasts, they had to unite and form the Western Alliance to report to the group for warmth. And the black eggs in Africa are completely dead. Even the once most powerful country, Blue Star's ultimate troublemaker, completely declined due to the sudden appearance of mutant beasts. although they still have a population of more than 100 million due to their once strong strength compared with Yanhua, they are not even a bit behind. Born in the flames. This life is a blessing. After muttering something softly, Fan Yuan said nothing more as he saw Shi Mingyuan dialing the phone repeatedly, asking the people in Kyoto to hurry up and produce instruments. Brothers, come here. I will arrange a place for you. At this moment, a soldier in military uniform walked over not far away. He immediately greeted everyone around him and walked over there. And just as they left, the energy crystals on the teleportation array lit up again, and 10 more people were teleported over. Shi Mingyuan took one look and immediately said to Han Feng beside him, "These people must be arranged for me. Now that there are so many mutated beast corpses, our resources will be more abundant. For those households that accept people from Jing'an, the supply of daily supplies will be increased by another 1/5 on the original basis. As for those who are making trouble, no matter who is standing behind them, they are all brought to Tianshui for labor service." "Okay, I understand." With someone in hand, Xiao Han's elixir support behind him, and now a large number of mutated beast corpses, the military strength will usher in an explosive growth in the future. There is really no need to be too afraid of Wang Lei now. What's more, Xiao Han has a giant dragon with at least level 8 strength and a teleportation array. Even if the Tiger King outside the pass comes to attack now, there is nothing to worry about. I originally thought that such frustrating days would continue like this, but I didn't expect that such a turning point would come. Oh, Winglei! With a proud chuckle in his heart, Han Feng immediately moved and flew towards the military camp. At this time, Shi Mingyuan picked up the black tablet in his hand again. On the screen, one could clearly see that the figure with purple wings was less than a kilometer away from the bison herd. Roar! Even though he didn't hear the sound, he still saw the golden bison suddenly roaring in anger. But the next second, the figure in the sky suddenly expanded rapidly, and in just an instant, it turned into a 3-meter-tall black giant ape. Then, like a shooting star, it rushed straight towards the golden bison. This guy is really surprising. He had already investigated Xiao Han's situation, but he really couldn't figure out how that guy could achieve level 7 combat effectiveness in such a short period of time. When Wang Shuo sent people over, he didn't even have the strength of level 4. But in less than half a month, he had the strength of the peak of level 6, without any signs. And just a few days ago, he used the power of a single blow to make 2 level 7 mutant beasts flee wildly. If he is given another year or two, even level 9 mutant beasts should be able to be dealt with. Thinking so in his heart, Shi Mingyuan's eyes lit up instantly, and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. Roar! At this time, new changes also occurred on the screen of the tablet computer. The golden bison roared to the sky, and after seeing the figure in the sky complete the transformation, it turned around and ran without hesitation. As if seeing something terrifying, even the herd of cattle fled in all directions. These mutant beasts seemed to have become more refined. After saying this softly, Shi Mingyuan frowned immediately. This was not good news for him or for humans. He vaguely felt that these mutant beasts were somewhat different from before. At this moment, the black figure on the screen suddenly accelerated and caught up with the frantically fleeing golden bison in an instant. Then he grabbed one of its hind legs and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! 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 Even if he couldn't hear the sound, Shi Mingyuan could feel the heavy force. The level 6 golden bison was smashed to the ground like a chicken. The bluestone broke and the rocks flew. After dozens of hits, the giant ape raised the bison in his hand and saw that it twitched for a while, but it hadn't fainted yet, so he banged it dozens of times. It wasn't until the golden bison fainted completely that it flapped its purple wings behind it and flew towards the direction of Moyun City. Oh my god! This is too easy! The battle to hunt the level 6 mutant beast lasted less than a minute in total. Shi Mingyuan couldn't help but whispered. Even Chan Wu, who is level 7, can't do this. Hashtag C1110 Soul Seal 1. Jingon. Holding the fainted golden bison in one hand, Xiao Han flapped his wings quickly and flew straight towards the direction of Demon Cloud City. Roar! At this time, a roar suddenly came from the southeast, and then a green figure appeared in the air in the distance. Beside it, a white fox could be vaguely seen. Hee. A level 7 mutant beast. Demon Cloud City was already within reach, so Xiao Han was not afraid of the 2 level 7 mutant beasts at all, and whispered, "Wait, don't think about leaving this time." During this period of time, because of the mission, he didn't have time to kill more boss, so his strength didn't improve significantly. But fortunately, after completing the mission, he got a skill book of soul sealing, and whether this skill book can deal with a level 7 mutant beast, he still needs to test it with a level 6 mutant beast before deciding what to do next. Roar! The angry roar sounded again, and the wolf and fox over there also came here. Quickly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, flying insects from all directions also surrounded him, as if they wanted to keep him outside the city. Humph! These rubbish, do you want to keep me? With a cold snort in his mouth, Xiao Han slapped the thunder wings behind him fiercely, and his speed instantly increased by 30%. With Blood Rage, Dragon Pattern Magic Pill, Artifact Level Golden Dragon, Armor, and Thunder God's Grip, he was not afraid of the 3 level 7 mutant beasts. After all, he was alone at this time, and at most he could only fight a draw, and it was impossible to kill any of them. So there was no need to do such useless work. Now, we still have to try it first. What kind of power does the soul sealing technique have in reality? Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win every battle. Another thing is the number of mutant beasts. At this time, even if there are not hundreds of billions around Jing'an, there are at least 80 to 90 billion. And with such a large number, if the level 7 energy crystals are still sufficient, it is necessary to consume some of the mutant beasts first. Otherwise, even if the attack was repelled this time, such a huge beast tide would soon give birth to other level 7 mutant beasts. At that time, the mutant beasts attacking the city would happen again. Although this would consume a lot of energy crystals, fortunately it was not completely fruitless. The mutant beast corpses that fell in the city would also become nutrients for the people of Jing'an and breed more evolvers in the future. A magic tower only has 12 crystals a day. Looking at the flying insects and mutant beasts flying around, Xiao Han's mind moved, and a layer of light yellow energy shield immediately appeared on his body. Then he rushed towards the magic cloud city. Snap, snap, snap. The flying insects in the sky hit the shield and instantly exploded into a sticky green juice, but it still couldn't slow down his speed. In just a few minutes, the magic cloud city was already within reach. At this time, the whistling ice blade suddenly disappeared, and Xiao Han's wings slapped again, accelerating and rushing in. Roar! In the distant sky, angry roars sounded again, and the flying insects in the sky also rushed in. Boom! 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 The moment the flying insect mutant beasts came in, hundreds of flame towers began to show their power. The sky full of magic fireballs exploded over the magic cloud city, and countless flying insect mutant beasts were instantly killed. But even so, they still rushed in one after another. Duh, duh, duh. The machine guns in the city also began to fire, and in just a few minutes, the corpses on the ground became several centimeters thicker. And in every corner of the city, you can see dense flying insect mutant beasts plundering. Only the vicinity of the magic tower, because of the protection of the evolvers, has become a restricted area for mutant beasts. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the Ice Blade magic tower, which had stopped for a few minutes, began to stir again. The ice blades in the sky condensed and spun rapidly in an instant, turning into a blue killing storm. In less than a minute, the mutant beasts in the city were swept away. The sky full of insect corpses fell to the ground, and the height of the ground was raised by dozens of centimeters in an instant. Humph! Fight for consumption? Holding the golden bison in his hand, Xiao Han snorted with disdain. He didn't care about such consumption at all. There are tens of thousands of level 7 energy crystals, even if the magic tower in the city is open for a year, there will be no problem. If he fights for consumption, he can fight until the fox is desperate. Brothers, come out to work. At this time, soldiers kept rushing out of the magic tower and the newly built underground fortress, pushing carts and starting to clean up the corpses on the ground. Even though the battle was so tragic, they smiled, as if they were determined to win. Whoosh! 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 The blue ice blade in the sky was still raging, covering the entire magic cloud city, and no mutant beast could fly in. And the soldiers who kept coming out of the bunkers could also clean up the corpses on the ground with confidence. Roar! The roar outside the city continued. Xiao Han flew in the air with the golden bison in his hand and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Then he flapped his wings behind him lightly and flew towards the administrative hall. In the short term, he had no plans to fight the mutant beast. After all, the longer the time drags on, the more benefits it will bring to both him and Jing'an. From time to time, releasing some mutant beasts will allow those who have just been promoted to evolvers to get familiar with their own strength. This kind of training opportunity is not often encountered. Swish! 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 The ice blade was still raging overhead. Xiao Han flew to the square in front of the administrative hall and threw the golden bison down. Boom! The bison weighing 3,000 pounds fell to the ground, and a deafening roar immediately sounded. Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji and others saw this scene and came over, curiously wanting to see what the figure in the sky wanted to do. Moo! At this time, the golden bison that fell from the sky also woke up from the coma due to the stimulation of pain. Hey, soul-sealing technique! Looking at the terrified figure under his feet, Xiao Han muttered softly, and his figure flashed and appeared beside it. At the same time, the true energy in the body also rushed to the meridians of the right hand like a flood. Then, a black soul word appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing that it was so easy to condense, Xiao Han's eyes lit up slightly, and, without any hesitation, he printed a palm on the body of the golden bison. Moo! The terrified roar sounded immediately, and the golden bison immediately ran away. But then, a black Chinese character appeared on the forehead, and a soul print was clearly printed on it. He just ran 2 steps and then he seemed to be drunk. He staggered for a few more steps and fell to the ground. At this time, Xiao Han also staggered, and his face suddenly became ugly.
Trellid C1111 soul seal, 2.
Fuck! What's going on? Guohuai immediately exclaimed when he saw the 6th level golden bison falling down straight after being lightly touched by Xiao Han. Beside him, Fu Qingji's eyes suddenly widened. Although I had heard before that Xiao Han had manifested a new skill in the game, I still didn't expect that he could be so domineering. A level 6 mutant beast. After saying something with emotion, he looked at the figure standing next to the bison and murmured in a low voice, "Can it be destroyed with just such a light pat? But this is too simple. I wonder if this move can have the same effect on the 3 level 7 mutant beasts outside the city." With this thought in his mind, Fu Qingji stared at the fallen golden bison, and immediately began to look at it seriously. And the black word soul immediately caught his eye. What's that? Such a black thing suddenly appeared on the golden bison's forehead, which was very conspicuous. He couldn't help but step forward and look at it carefully, and said softly, "This thing seems familiar. It looks familiar there. We just met in the game a few hours ago." At this time, Guohuai also noticed something strange on the forehead of the golden bison and said in a deep voice, "But in the game it was a white word. Sealing. But in reality, It's the word soul in black. I remember when we were dealing with the blood demon warlord Liu Yan's skill. Could seal the energy in the boss's body and greatly reduce its combat effectiveness. And what is sealed by the word soul we see now?
Seal.
Jiangxia stepped forward, his eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but whisper. Looking at the fate of the 6th level bison, it must be the soul. That is sealed. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Xiao Han with shock on their faces. Because of this skill, even an emperor-level blood shadow warrior can be sealed. Based on the actual strength, wouldn't it be possible to seal a 7th level mutant beast? And Xiao Han, who used this skill, now seems to be fine. Even though he knew that he shouldn't ask about this kind of thing, Guohuai couldn't help his curiosity, licking his face, and asked, Brother Xiao, can your skill really seal the soul? I'm not too sure. Suppressing the dizzy feeling in his mind, Xiao Han said with a smile, I have only just manifested this skill. But judging from the name, it should seal the soul. Damn it. Sealing the soul. This is too overbearing. Guohuai stretched out his foot and kicked the mutant bison hard, and said with a look of amazement, I wonder if the skill can seal the 7th level mutant beast. It should be okay. After frowning and thinking for a moment, Xiao Han continued, But I'm not very familiar with this skill yet, and I still need to study it carefully. That means you still need a lot of test subjects? Fu Qingji's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, Actually, you only need to give instructions for this kind of thing. There are so many of us. We are not just for a living. It may be a little difficult to capture a level 6 mutant beast alive, but it's not too difficult for those below level 6. Oh, I ignored it. Knowing what Fu Qingji meant, Xiao Han stopped insisting, and said with a smile, I'm just used to being alone, so I didn't think too much about it. But if you want to test this skill, whether it can pose a threat to the 7th level mutant beast, you still need a 6th level mutant beast to try it. Now, I also want to use some mutated beasts below level 6 to test the consumption of real energy by this skill. If you have the ability, then help me catch some more. While I have some time now, I'll see if I can refine some more elixirs. Okay. Leave this to me. Fu Qingji nodded in agreement and continued. Now that there are so many level 7 energy crystals, Demon Cloud City should not be in danger for the time being. The stuff in Perfect World really helped us a lot. Your time is much more precious than ours. There is no need to waste it here, before the mutant beasts launch a full-scale attack. Well, then you have to worry more here. Xiao Han replied with a smile and continued. But you have to leave a 6th level evolver to watch this bison. I don't know yet how long the effect of this skill will last. After chatting for a few more words and explaining some precautions, Xiao Han turned and walked into the administrative hall. At this time, there was no one else in the hall, and his expression immediately turned completely gloomy. Jiang Xiaoyun was still controlling the Ice Blade magic tower seriously, so it was not inconvenient to disturb him. While sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Han thought to himself, the soul sealing technique is indeed very overbearing. But this skill actually requires extracting the energy from the mind. Just sealing a level 6 mutant beast actually made me feel dizzy. If I sealed a level 7 mutant beast, wouldn't I faint immediately? With my current strength, I can easily kill level 6 mutant beasts. Why do I need to use the skill? And the 7th level mutant beast cannot be sealed, so isn't it useless? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han frowned deeply, and there was no smile on his face for successfully sealing the 6th level mutant beast. But at this time, he had forgotten that he was only a 5th level warrior. Being able to seal the 6th level mutant beast so easily and beyond the level was enough to prove the power of the soul sealing technique. If it was 2 levels higher to seal the 7th level mutant beast, it would be too abnormal. Even if it is called a divine skill, it is not an exaggeration at all. But at this time, Xiao Han, who mastered the soul sealing technique, was not satisfied at all, because he had the combat power of the peak of the 6th level. Even with the blessing of elixirs and skills, he could have the capital to fight against the 7th level mutant beast, so he wanted more. At least he had to seal the 7th level mutant beast without fainting, so as to achieve his expectations. Spiritual energy. Muttering softly, Xiao Han frowned and continued to think, trying to find a solution. But unfortunately, spiritual energy was something he had never touched before. Feeling the dizziness still in his mind, Xiao Han subconsciously took out a porcelain bottle. He was about to pour out a pill, but suddenly remembered that whether it was Peiyuan pill, Diling pill, or Dahuan pill, they were of no help to his current situation. But at the same time, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered softly, "There should be such a pill in the Wandan Dian." C1112 Origin of the Perfect World 1. It has been some time since I obtained the Wandan code from Su Cheng. Just because he is too busy, he has not learned even 1/10 of the tens of thousands of elixir prescriptions in the Wandan code. At this time, there is only one way to solve the problem of spiritual energy. Call out, call out, call out. The whistling sound of ice blades passing by outside the hall is still ringing continuously, because there are a sufficient number of 7th level energy crystals. You can feel completely at ease. Xiao Han took out a light blue gaming helmet with his backhand, and immediately put it on his head. Yunxiao Auction House, Medicine Refining Room. Opening his eyes and seeing the familiar scene in front of him, Xiao Han opened it without any hesitation and took out a 1-meter thick book. When I was about to look through it, my fingers couldn't help but pause. The prototype of this elixir book is just a book of elixirs. But after the reward was increased 100 times, the various pills recorded in it were simply exaggerated and staggering. So he was also very curious whether this alchemy book was fabricated out of thin air or if it once really existed. And just over an hour ago, she also revealed some ancient secrets. At that time, he planned to take more time to study the past history of this world if possible. After all, the appearance of the manifestation talisman is too unreasonable. If you can't find the reason in reality, you can also try to see if you can find some clues in the game. Time. Staring at the alchemy that was still 1 meter thick in his hand, Xiao Han said depressedly and then whispered, "This matter can only be left to others. For the time being. When they sort it out, it will be the same when I look at it. And doing this will save a lot of time. As for how this perfect world came about, General Shi in Kyoto should know something." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes immediately flashed, and then he sent a message to Bai Shaoxing and Han Yu respectively. Bai Shaoxing is still very good at trivial matters and organizing information. Han Yu is Kyoto's liaison officer in Stormwind City. After the message was sent, Xiao Han did not wait for their reply. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to read the Wandan dictionary carefully. After all, if you want to use the soul-sealing technique and scrupulously, pills to replenish your mental power are definitely indispensable. Once it can be successfully refined, Jing'an may no longer have to worry about mutant beasts attacking the city. Hey, soul-sealing technique. Xiao Han chuckled a little uncontrollably and continued to murmur in a low voice. "When the matter here is over, we can go to Dahan's place to have a look. There should be NPCs in Winter City who teach beast slave skills and beast control skills. Anyway, I have killed the 9 Netherworld Python. I wonder if killing such an NPC will reveal these 2 skill books." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately sent another message to Bai Shaoxing, and then he settled down to read the Wandan dictionary. At this time, Bai Shaoxing looked at these 2 pieces of information, but his face was confused, and he had no idea what Xiao Han wanted to do. It's not too difficult to find an NPC in Winter City. But sorting out history, the history of this world spans tens of thousands of years. If I don't have a clear goal, how am I going to sort it out? He has just killed the Juyo Earth Python. Did he make any special discoveries? With this thought in his mind, Bai Shaoxing suddenly felt that he should have a good chat with Xiao Han. After all, without a clear goal, he really didn't know how to start. And only if he knows the reasons for sorting out history, will he be able to complete this job in a more targeted manner. At this time, he should still be at Yunshao auction house. Now that he had made a decision in his heart, Bai Shaoxing quickly walked out of Piaoxiang building without any hesitation. In just 10 minutes, he stood at the door of Yunshao auction house. After sending a message to Xiao Han, he waited less than a minute before another figure walked out. Seeing this familiar figure, Bai Shaoxing immediately stepped forward and said with a wry smile, "I am a little confused about the task you gave me this time, so I want to have a chat with you." "Oh, is it troublesome to sort out history?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I actually just want to know what the history in this game is like. It doesn't even need to be very detailed, you just need to know a rough idea. Considering your ability, it shouldn't be too difficult." "How can it not be difficult?" Bai Shaoxing replied and said in a deep voice, "Even if I don't say it, you should know that the background of this game world has a history of tens of thousands of years. If that's all it is, just spend more time. But this world is not peaceful. Demonic invasions, orc invasions, and human civil wars have led to a history of nearly 10,000 years with several epochs. It is difficult to find out clearly. So I need to know what exactly it is that you want to know so that I can sort it out in a targeted manner." "I see, it's quite troublesome." Xiao Han frowned and said with some surprise, "This matter is quite complicated. Come in with me." With that said, he turned around and walked into the auction house. When Bai Shaoxing also entered the alchemy room, he told Xian Shi and all the ancient secrets revealed by Xian Shi. Then he continued, "So, I really want to know what kind of existence Xian Shi was in ancient times. And how many such existences are there? In addition, I also have a treasure map with a very long history in my hand. And I also want to know if I can find the location marked on the treasure map." With that said, Xiao Han flipped his palm, and the treasure map that exploded from other players was immediately taken out. Seeing this, Bai Shaoxing did not pick up the treasure map, but took a screenshot and then said with a serious face, "I am not sure about the mysterious snake, but this treasure map has clear mountain topography. Even if it's too long ago and the terrain may have changed, I should be able to find it out. Just wait for my news." "Okay." Xiao Han nodded in response and said with a smile, "This thing has been in my hands for a long time, but I never had time to look for it. This treasure map seems to be at least several thousand years old. Regardless of whether there is any harvest, it is worth exploring. At the same time, we will also compile an outline as soon as possible regarding ancient historical matters." "Okay, I understand." Bai Shaoxing nodded in agreement and immediately added, "But the workload is a bit heavy. Even if hundreds of people are hired, it won't be possible in a short time." Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was talking, there was suddenly a rhythmic knocking on the door. "Coming so soon?" Xiao Han said something unexpectedly, and immediately stood up and opened the wooden door of the alchemy room, and two familiar figures also appeared in front of him. "Hey, I heard that you really want to see me?" Outside the door, the man standing in front chuckled and continued, "Actually, I also really want to see what kind of young talent he is. Able to stir up storms, control the sea, and even cold winds and clouds with one's own strength." "Ha! Then, that was an accident." Looking at the speaking figure, Xiao Han was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would come over too, and he couldn't help but stutter when he spoke. At this time, Bai Shaoxing's eyes widened, and he whispered in disbelief, "Fuck, General Han, General Shi, why are they here?" But no one could answer his question. Shi Mingyuan looked around and continued with a smile, "Is this the place where The small return pill, the big return pill, and the Han Yen Shenyuan pill are refined. But what kind of information do you want to find out from us this time? You actually insist on asking General Han to come here in person. I'm a little curious, so I want to ask. Xiao Han paused, a look of hesitation flashed on his face, but still asked, this perfect world is really something developed by us humans. Hashtag C1113 Origin of the Perfect World. 2. Perfect World. Hearing Xiao Han ask such a question by Xiaoxing, who was about to leave, immediately stopped, even though he knew that he shouldn't stay here at this time. After all, the two people in front of them are the top leaders of Yanhua, and what they need to talk about next is not something ordinary people should know. But he is also very curious about the game Perfect World. It's incredible to think about a game that can materialize items, medicines, and even pets. And in today's apocalyptic world, if these things can be realized in large quantities in the game, combat effectiveness can be quickly improved. For ordinary people, this is not only a great temptation, it can even be said to be an opportunity to change their destiny. Even he himself manifested a book of advanced power. In less than a month, he cultivated to become a second-level warrior and also had the strength of a second-level evolver. But even now, he still has an unreal feeling. After all, this kind of thing is really incredible. From a logical point of view, it is impossible to explain the realization of items in the game, now that he had the opportunity to know the inside information of Perfect World. And it was coming from the mouth of the top leader of Yanhua Kingdom. He certainly didn't want to leave just like that. Even if he saw Shi Mingyuan's eyes looking over, he just pretended not to see it and stayed. At this time, Xiao Han also understood. He reached out and took out 2 red books and 2 spiritual weapon-level skill manifestation talismans. He said in a deep voice, "This is my friend, a friend who can be completely trusted. Actually, I also know that this question is a bit abrupt, but there are really too many unexplainable things in the game Perfect World. I don't even think it should be something created by humans. If it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I didn't ask. These 2 skill books are considered a meeting gift. Actually, to be honest, I am a little lucky to be born in Yanhua and meet leaders like you." "Ha, are you lucky?" Shi Mingyuan laughed and continued, "Don't compliment me anymore. You have not been friendly during the time we have been in contact. You can't blame me." Xiao Han spread his hands and said with a helpless smile, "Nieyen, Bai Ling, and Tong Li are all from Kyoto. There are 10 6th-level evolvers. All of them are here to catch me. What do you think I can do to you? Those people were not sent by me." Han Feng frowned and explained in a deep voice, "There are some powerful evolvers that we cannot control." "I know this, you're talking about that guy Wang Lei, right?" Looking at the bitter smile on Han Feng's face, Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "But it is precisely because of this that I have given you the pills that should be given. No less." Shi Mingyuan's eyes flashed and he said with a half-smile, "But as a citizen of Yanhua Kingdom, you can give more." "More?" Xiao Han rolled his eyes and said angrily, "It's quite beautiful when you think about it, but those high-level pills, you think they are cabbage in the field." Taking out another bottle of Dahuan Dan and 10 manifestation talismans with his backhand, Xiao Han continued, "No more. There are only so many. I've actually been generous enough to you. Although I still have 1 Hanyen Shenyuan pill which is used to break through the 7th level, I keep it for myself. If you still want it, go find a boss called the Lava Cracker Beast. As long as you get its inner elixir, you can probably refine 3 or 4 of them in 1 furnace." "Lava Cracker Beast?" Han Feng's eyes moved and he immediately asked, impatiently, "What level of boss is this? And where does it usually appear? What, are you really planning to take action?" Xiao Han replied and warned, "I advise you not to be impulsive. That is an Emperor-level boss. Even I can't do anything to him." "Emperor-level boss?" Han Feng's face flashed with emotion, and he still asked, I know this well, you just need to tell me where it is. Red Rock Mine. Seeing Han Feng's insistence, Xiao Han said directly, there is an underground mine in the gravel forest north of Stormwind City. Whether you can find it depends on your luck. If you can really get it, I guarantee that you can refine at least 3 Han Yen Shenyuan pills. 3? Red Rock Mine? Shi Mingyuan's eyes flashed, and he said seriously, this is very important to us. Are you sure there is really a lava cracker over there? Of course. Thinking of the huge thing behind the blood jade stone door, Xiao Han said, with certainty, I saw a scary big guy over there. Okay, I remember it. Thinking that 1 inner elixir might give Tianshui City 3 more 7th level evolvers, Shi Mingyuan could not help but feel a flash of excitement in his eyes. In this way, at least for the next 5 years, there will be no need to worry about mutant beasts attacking the city. There were as many as 9 7th level evolvers, and they even dared to go deep into the Weishingen Mountains to completely eliminate the 8th level Tiger King. But it's still a little early to say this now. Oh, today's trip is not in vain. Looking at the man in front of him, Shi Mingyuan couldn't help but feel a little more recognized in his heart, and said with a smile, in fact, I don't know much about Perfect World. You don't know much either? Xiao Han repeated with some confusion in his eyes and asked, this is obviously a game released by the country, how can you not understand it? Because just like you guessed, this game was not developed by humans. A flash of memory flashed in his eyes, and Shi Mingyuan continued to say, without waiting for Xiao Han to ask, the mutant beast appeared about 10 years ago. At that time, extreme weather occurred frequently, and the El Niño phenomenon also caused global temperatures to rise sharply. But even so, no country paid much attention to it and only verbally promised to reduce carbon emissions. But in order to develop the economy, the use of oil energy is indispensable. Gradually, Greenland the ice caps melted, the Arctic ice caps melted, and the ice caps in the South Pole also began to melt on a large scale. I still remember January 15, 2035 very clearly. The temperature of the South Pole magnetic point suddenly soared, revealing a bottomless black hole, and an unknown gas also escaped from it. And the reason why the mutant beast appeared is also related to this gas. Gas! Xiao Han's eyes flashed with shock. He didn't expect that the appearance of the mutant beast would have such an inside story. He hurriedly asked, what happened later? What does this have to do with the perfect world? Later, Shi Mingyuan's eyes flashed with a touch of reminiscence, and he smiled bitterly and said, such a thing happened, and of course it was a powerful country later, and it was all over. As for the process, I won't say it. In the end, we found an altar at the bottom of the black hole and also found 2 helmets, 1 black and 1 white. Hashtag C1114 Origin of the Perfect World. 3. 2 helmets, 1 black and 1 white? Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of something, and asked, quickly, is the gaming helmet we are using now an imitation of those 2 helmets? Oh, you guessed it right. Shi Mingyuan chuckled and continued, but you were only half right. Half? Xiao Han frowned, not understanding what this meant. Han Feng on the side joined in. There were a total of 18 countries that went to the North Pole at that time, but in the end only the 3 strongest ones were able to get close to the black hole. And we got the white helmet first. As for the black helmet, Ross and Nosix discovered it together. Although the Big Bear in the north took action, it still didn't snatch the Middle Eastern shit stick. Speaking of imitations, the helmets we use now are just imitations of the white helmets. White helmet imitation. Xiao Han repeated something unexpectedly and continued, isn't Nosix's technological strength stronger than ours? Why is it that we have copied it here, but they haven't succeeded yet? That's because the imitation of black helmets is more expensive. Shi Mingyuan looked a little heavy and continued, and the imitation of white helmets also. gathered the power of the world. Otherwise, if we only rely on our scientific research strength to produce finished products, the time will be extended by at least 2 to 3 times. You know exactly what the world is like now. We don't have time to wait that long. No wonder, I said, how could this game be released simultaneously all over the world? Bai Shaoxing whispered and continued. But what is the reason that prompted you to imitate this helmet? And that black helmet, wasn't it found together with the white helmet? Logically speaking, they are the same model. Even if the difficulty of imitation is a little higher, it won't be too big. It is indeed not big, but the price is different. Han Feng sighed and continued. As for why it was copied, of course it is because you can enter here with that helmet. And after many experiments, the people who entered also discovered something like a manifestation talisman, so of course we have to go all out to develop it. As for the development cost, the white helmet is better. Although after putting on the helmet, you will definitely become an idiot after 10 minutes, but you can still save a small life. The black helmet Nami got is so perverted that you don't even need to wear. Once you get within 10 meters of it, you will go crazy and die in 10 minutes. You can't get close to the helmet, so of course there's no way to imitate it. Fuck you. After receiving such inside information, Xiao Han couldn't help but cursed, but still asked, you can't even get close, what is this horse riding? And that altar, didn't you find any other clues? There are clues, but we don't recognize the words. A trace of depression flashed across Han Feng's face and he continued, it's been 10 years and we still don't have a clue. Words that did not exist in history are completely undecipherable now. But after entering here, we found that this kind of writing exists in some ruins that are thousands of years old. But whether it's Stormwind City, Imperial Sea City, or Ice City, they all have very serious chronological differences in their recent history of several thousand years, so they still can't be deciphered for the time being. Relics, Xiao Han said softly, with a surprised look on his face. Before I was wondering why Wang Li had so many ruins exploration teams. It turns out there is a deeper reason behind this. Oh, it's not just him. Han Feng smiled bitterly and continued. We also have many such exploration teams on hand. And there are also many in Nassix, Ross, and the Western League, and they are all exploring with all their strength. This is really surprising news. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, and he said again, if you put on that white helmet, will everyone become idiots within 10 minutes? No. Han Feng shook his head and continued. After putting on the white helmet, powerful spiritual energy will be released inside. People with stronger mental strength will persist longer. The black helmet on Nassix's side is exactly the opposite. People with stronger physical fitness can persist longer. Currently, the best data obtained by our white helmet is a level 5 spiritual evolver who lasted for half an hour. Level 5, are you still holding on for half an hour? After muttering Xiao Han asked again, what happens if you take off the helmet before half an hour? You will still become an idiot, but the process will take longer. Shi Mingyuan picked up the sentence and continued. And it is precisely because of this that even if I have become a spiritual evolver at the 7th level, I dare not use that helmet. Hear what you mean? Xiao Han's eyes flashed. Although he knew he shouldn't ask this, he still couldn't help but said, wearing that white helmet has unexpected benefits. Shi Mingyuan did not hide anything and said directly, after putting on that helmet, people can experience the power of God in a perfect world. The power of God? With a gleam in his eyes, Xiao Han suddenly thought of the Holy Spirit level black snake under Chenxi Island. No, to be precise, it should be the Holy Spirit level black tortoise. And the so-called power of God, it is estimated that the strength should have reached that level with the ability to kill the Emperor boss at will. Oh my God! This is too perverted. Muttering softly, Xiao Han didn't expect to learn such explosive news today, and the appearance of the mutant beast was actually due to the black hole of the southern magnetic point, since a black hole appeared at the south magnetic point. At this moment, Bai Shaoxing frowned and asked, "What about the North Pole? There should also be unknown changes at the North Pole magnetic point." "Hehe, you are quite smart." Han Feng turned his head and looked at the person Xiao Han called a friend, and said with a smile, "It's the same over there." Bottomless black hole appeared. The difference is that the black hole at the south level is low temperature. Wearing clothes made of heat-insulating materials, you can barely go down. But it's different at the North Pole. It's extremely hot below. With the current human technology, there is definitely no way to go in and explore. Perhaps one day in the future, humans will have level 9 or above evolvers, and they will be qualified to explore. #C1115 Lips and teeth are interdependent. The changes in the North and South Poles made Xiao Han and Bai Shaoxing a little confused. Fortunately, the mutant beasts have appeared for 10 years, and they have been trained to be extremely strong by this end of the world. Although this news was a bit unexpected, the mood of the two soon calmed down. Handing the Dehuan Dan and the blood nerve to Han Feng, Xiao Han continued, "Hanyan Xian Yuan Dan, I really have no way. Try to practice these 2 Xian-level cultivation techniques. Although it can't help you break through the current realm if you practice to level 6 or even level 7, it will greatly improve your combat effectiveness. Even because of the true Qi, even the skills and equipment in the game can be used. Xian-level cultivation techniques?" Looking at the 2 blood-colored skill books handed over by Xiao Han, Han Feng's face was full of surprise. He knew that the cultivation techniques could be materialized and thus cultivate true Qi. But for so long, nearly 100 exploration teams have only exploded one yellow-level cultivation technique. Although this technique doesn't look high-grade, it requires a treasure level embodiment talisman to materialize it. Looking at the 2 thin pieces of paper with a treasure glow, Han Feng couldn't help but whisper in his heart, "Oh my God! A spiritual weapon level embodiment talisman, and 2 of them. Fortunately, I didn't use force last time, otherwise how could I get this thing?" After taking the practice technique and the embodiment talisman, he immediately handed one to Shi Mingyuan beside him, and then continued, "You may have to be more careful recently." "Be careful?" Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this meant. But, thinking of the mutant beasts attacking the city in reality, he smiled and said, "Those 3 level 7 mutant beasts should not be able to attack. Even if they attack, I have ways to deal with them." "You misunderstood. I'm not talking about mutant beasts." Han Feng waved his hand and continued, "You killed the 9 nether earth python. That was announced to the whole server. There are many people who want the Baijuan Shenyuan pill. Nosix, Ross, and the Western Alliance all have aerospace vehicles. You killed the 9 nether earth python too suddenly. We were not prepared at all. So there was no time to mobilize satellite surveillance. We don't know whether those guys will attack you, but the temptation of being promoted to a level 9 evolver may make them come here specially." "Humph, let them come," Xiao Han said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Jing'an now is not a place that any cat or dog can kill. At worst, he can still materialize the dragon. If those guys really don't know how to live or die, he doesn't mind letting them all go to see the King of Hell. As for what consequences this will cause, that is not something he can worry about. "Ah!" At this time, Shi Mingyuan sighed depressedly, and said with a helpless smile, "If possible, don't kill him." "Why?" Xiao Han was a little puzzled. Since the other party had come to kill him, why should he hold back? He asked directly, "You have to give me a reasonable reason." "Reason?" Shi Mingyuan said in a low voice, and said with a gloomy look, "In fact, we should not be soft to any enemy. If you have to give a reason, it is that the lips and teeth are cold." Africa has completely fallen. From the satellite cloud map, look, the herd of beasts over there is getting bigger and bigger, and it's only a matter of time before they rush out. The same is true for the Amazon rainforest in America and the polar ice fields in the north. We need those people. But the premise is that you can guarantee your own safety. If you really can't hold back, then kill them all without leaving a single one. I know you can do it. Africa. Bai Xiaoxing's face froze, and he asked in disbelief. Could it be that that place has become a paradise for mutant beasts, and all the people over there are dead? That's about right. Shi Mingyuan nodded. He continued. Anyway, judging from the satellite cloud map, there is no intact city in Africa. Even if there are still people alive, it is estimated that there will not be more than 1 million. They don't have the ability to build underground shelters, and even if they have the ability, the number of mutant beasts there is too much. Even if there are underground shelters, there is no way to get out to find food. Fuck. So I really can't kill them. Bai Xiaoxing thought for a while and said with a confused face, our geographical location is too advantageous. If those in Africa, the only way for mutant beasts to migrate on a large scale is through the Suez Canal, then there is at least a 70% chance that they will go north along the way and kill their way into the Western Alliance. As for the Arctic ice field, it happens to be blocked by Ross's guys. Besides, the mutant beasts in the Amazon rainforest can't avoid Nausicaa if they want to kill here. So, seeing that someone understood what he meant, Shi Mingyuan continued, it is still good for us if they are alive. Although our Yanhua side is better, we also have to face the mutant beasts in the Kunlun Mountains and the Darim Basin. With our current strength, we may not be able to stop even this kind of second-level forbidden area, let alone the human-restricted areas like the Sahara in Africa and the Amazon. Fuck. Human-restricted area? Xiao Han's eyes widened after receiving such explosive information, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, has this world become like this? What else? Shi Mingyuan asked back, and immediately said, you should know something about Winglei. If it weren't for this reason, do you think I would tolerate him living until now? Kunlun, Darim? Xiao Han whispered and hurriedly said, I will send you a list of materials later. Try to collect as many as possible. Let's take some of the materials above. There should be quite a few level 5 peak evolvers in Kyoto, Liangzhou, and Wuchuan. It's time to raise their strength to a higher level, otherwise it will be too late once the beast tide really hits. Yes, there are indeed quite a few. Shi Mingyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and he continued with a smile. If there are enough pills, there will be about 200 level 6 evolvers. It's a pity that there are not enough Hanyan Shenyuan pills. Level 7 combat power is the key to victory. I know, but I have no choice. Although he still has a few such pills in his hand, but the words have been said, and it is not easy to take them out now. However, he hesitated for a moment and said, but compared to level 7, the combat power of level 8 should be stronger. Of course. Shi Mingyuan nodded and continued, a level 8 evolver can at least defeat more than 5-digit level 7 evolvers as long as his ability is not restrained. Although I am only at the peak of level 7 because of my special ability, I can also face 3 or 4 level 7 evolvers at the same time without losing the upper hand. That's good. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he continued, I want to think of a way to see if I can refine a pill that can increase mental power. In that case, you can also break through to level 8 as soon as possible. Compared with mutant beasts, our evolution speed is much slower. If there is no game called Perfect World, perhaps in 100 years there will be no more humans on Blue Star. Hashtag C1116 Soul Nourishing Pill 1. After sending Han Feng, Shi Mingyuan, and Bai Xiaoxing away, Xiao Han sighed heavily. Originally, he thought that as his strength improved, he would no longer have to worry about his own safety. But I never expected that on this blue planet, for Jedi that humans could not set foot in would appear unknowingly. If one day mutant beasts from the Jedi break out, human civilization that has lasted for nearly 10,000 years will probably be destroyed because of it. Even if the Frost Dragon is revealed, it will still not change this result. After all, its strength is only around level 8 and there are many mutant beasts like this in the Sahara, Amazon, and bipolar ice fields. It seems that we have to upgrade to level 9 as soon as possible. After muttering softly, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the ground, immediately took out the Wandan code, and began to read it carefully with a serious look on his face. At this time, in Stormwind City, two figures came out of the teleportation array. After twisting and turning, we soon walked into a quaint little courtyard. General, the moment he opened the door and walked in, more than a dozen people in the small courtyard immediately stood up and saluted with serious faces. Shi Mingyuan, who was walking in front, waved his hand gently and immediately said with a serious face, "I have called you here because I have a very important task for you. If there are other ruins on hand that you haven't explored yet, just stop it." For now, seeing that everyone did not interrupt, but listened carefully to what was going on, Shi Mingyuan continued, "To the north of Stormwind City, there is a place called the Red Rock Mine. It is said that deep in the mine, there is a boss called the Lava Cracker Beast. I need you to find him within a week. No matter what the cost, find him." Red Rock Mine? Lava Cracker Beast? Upon hearing such a mission, the soldiers did not ask the reason, but repeated the mission goal in a low voice, and then walked out of the small courtyard, one after another. In less than a minute, there were only two people left in the quaint courtyard. Boom! Seeing the wooden door of the small courtyard being gently closed, Han Feng whispered, "Have you really decided to use that helmet? In fact, if we call Xiao Han and Zhan Tian from Wuchuan, even the Emperor boss should be more than 50% sure to kill him." 50%? Shi Mingyuan shook his head and said with a wry smile, "You are overthinking. How can it be so easy to kill an Emperor-level boss? I heard that Dahan's 9 Netherworld Python has only just broken through to the Emperor level. But even so, it was only because it fought with the Yamada no Orochi for several hours, and then was continuously frozen by 2 Emperor-level frost dragons that it was killed. And the lava cracker beast mentioned by Xiao Han sounds like a fire-based boss. The freezing method won't work at all. The war in Liangzhou has been going on for such a long time. You and I have noticed something is wrong. We can't drag it on like this any longer. Hey, we can't delay it any longer." Han Feng sighed and continued in a deep voice. "In the same environment, the evolution speed of mutant beasts is almost twice as fast as that of humans. It seems that we can only sacrifice some level 4 and 5 evolvers in exchange for a few peak level 6 evolvers to complete the breakthrough in a short period of time. But fortunately, when I came here this time, Xiao Han still knew the basics." Raising his hand and taking out a red skill book, Han Feng showed a smile on his face and then said with a smile, "What are you going to do with this thing? How else can we deal with it?" Shi Mingyuan also took out the blood nerve and continued, "For us, there is not much difference between learning and not learning such a skill book. Even if it is a Shen-level cultivation technique, it is impossible for us to reach the 6th or 7th level in a short period of time. But if some 6th level evolvers learn it, and if there are enough elixirs, it is estimated that within a year, the warrior level can be raised to level 4 or 5. At that time, we will almost be able to exert superior combat effectiveness." "That's true." Han Feng nodded slightly and said in agreement, "I heard that. Xiao Han is only a 5th level warrior. It can be paired with the 4th level beast transformation, and it can actually exert the strength of the 6th level. There is also a dragon-marked magic elixir, and a skill that burns blood to Gain strength, which can raise one's strength to the 7th level. If we follow his approach to training, maybe we can really train a group of 6th level evolvers with leapfrog combat capabilities. Yes. Shi Mingyuan nodded and continued. But let's wait and talk about this matter. For us, the most important thing is the lava cracker beast. If everything goes well, our military will have 3 more 7th level evolvers, and then we can take action against the Tiger King in the north. Indeed, the threat from that Tiger King is too great. Han Feng said in agreement and continued. If nothing happens, it will be successfully promoted in no more than 2 years. If it swallows a few more level 7 mutant beasts during this period, this time may be shortened. If we really wait for it to be promoted, our earth veins under Tianshui City will be completely unprotected. Without this cradle of evolvers, the number of subsequent evolvers would not be able to keep up with the rate of consumption on the battlefield. So no matter what, there can't be any accidents in Tianshui City. See, Mingyuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he continued in a deep voice. Even if some people are sacrificed, we will not hesitate. Lu Mu, Luolin, and Gu Qingyu have been stuck at the peak of level 6 for nearly a year. If there is a Hanyan Shenyuan pill, they have at least an 80% chance of successfully breaking through to level 7. Okay. Han Feng stopped retorting and nodded. Since you have decided, I will follow up on this matter with all my strength. But I don't know if the psychoactive potion Xiao Han mentioned is true or false. If it can really be refined, it might really allow you to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level peak and become an 8th level evolver. Hey! An 8th level evolver? Shi Mingyuan said with emotion, and then continued. Since he said that, he is probably somewhat sure. Let's just wait. Ask the people below to collect the elixir materials he just sent over as soon as possible. It's already been done. Han Feng replied and continued. But that kid still has a 100-turn Shenyuan pill in his hand. Should we ask him to come over? What's the use of coming here? There's no need for it now. Shi Mingyuan shook his head and said in a deep voice. That thing is safer in Xiao Han's hands than in ours. If the thing is really in our hands, that guy Wang Lei will probably come directly to kill him. And a 9th level evolver is extremely important to mankind. If he uses his righteousness to suppress us, which side do you think Zhang Zhen will take? Zhang Zhen. Han Feng frowned slightly, and his face suddenly turned ugly. He really had no good solution for that naive guy, but he had to rely on his strength. Bite! At this moment, a soft sound suddenly came from his ears. He immediately opened his friend list, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately shouted, General, there is news from Xiao Han. He wants us to collect 5 materials for the soul-nourishing pill. Hashtag C1117 soul-nourishing pill, 2. After sending the message, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief and now just waited for the herbs to be delivered to his door. Originally, if he wanted to learn how to make the soul-nourishing pill, he would not be able to find the page that recorded the recipe without 7 or 8 days. Fortunately, he could roughly judge the recipe by just looking at the name of the pill. So he could turn a page every second, and it only took him less than 5 minutes to find a pill called the soul-nourishing pill. Spirit calming grass, ghost flower, longevity fruit, black leaf lotus, and Ruyunzi. Muttering softly, Xiao Han continued. Although the spirit calming grass, black leaf lotus, and Ruyunzi are rare, it won't be too difficult to find them if you are determined. It's just that I've never heard of the ghost flower and longevity fruit, and I don't know if I can find them. There is also a soul-cleansing pill that can also improve mental strength, but the medicinal materials required for this pill are even rarer. Even the main ingredient, the devil soul flower, is an 8th level medicinal material that can only be produced in the devil soul swamp in the underground abyss. There is definitely no way to refine it in a short time. Now, while there is time, Let's refine the pills promised to Zhan Tian and buy Qingxue first. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately put away the 10,000 pills. Classic opened the void space on the void ring and searched inside. After a while, some medicinal materials such as the immaculate water 1,000, leaf dew, purple ginseng fruit, etc. were taken out one by one. However, they are not the materials used to refine the 6th level elixir. To be precise, these materials can only be used to refine the great rejuvenation pill. However, with the blessing of 100 times the reward once the great rejuvenation pill is refined, it will immediately break through the current grade limit. At that time, the upgraded elixir will also have the ability to assist in breaking through the 5th level. Hey! What kind of elixir will be refined this time? Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately lit the charcoal under the medicine furnace, and after the furnace temperature rose, he poured the scaleless water into it. Although he has never refined this kind of elixir, he is now a high-level alchemist. So purifying the elixir and controlling the furnace temperature are already a simple matter for him. In just over 3 minutes, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out of the medicine furnace. In this relatively closed space, this smell is particularly strong. Xiao Han has long been accustomed to this, holding a silver metal stick in his hand, stirring it constantly in the medicine furnace. At the same time, his eyes never left the blazing flames under the medicine furnace. As time passed, a familiar system prompt finally rang in Xiao Han's ears. Ding, you successfully refined 6 de Huan Dan, triggering 100-fold reward, and you get 4 Tian Yuan Dan. Ding, you successfully refined 6 Tian Yuan Dan, gained 6 proficiency points, triggered 100-fold reward, and gained 600 proficiency points. There were only 6 pills in a furnace, 2 or 3 less than usual, but he didn't expect to succeed the first time. Raising his hand to take out the pills from the medicine furnace, Xiao Han was too lazy to look at the properties and put them directly into the porcelain bottle, because such pills are destined to be materialized in reality. As for what kind of effect they have in the game, there is no need to know at all. More importantly, the materials of the Huandan are not better than Xiao Huan Dan. Even if I tried my best to collect them during this period, I only collected 11 of them. While I still feel like it, I have to refine them all at once. Crack, crack, crack. Silver charcoal, which cost 1 gold coin each, burned quietly under the medicine furnace, and Xiao Han also poured in another portion of pure water. Stormwind City. When Shi Mingyuan heard Han Feng's exclamation, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately said in disbelief, "How long has it been?" And he has come up with the recipe. "Hey, what's so strange about this?" Han Feng chuckled and continued, "I heard from Fu Chengji that Xiao Han has a book of 10,000 recipes. I don't know where he got it from, but there are a total of 10,000 recipes on it. He was always busy before and had no time to learn the recipes. Now he wants to refine a pill so he can find it quickly. But from the name of this pill, it seems to be very helpful to you." "Yeah." Shi Mingyuan nodded with a happy face and continued with a smile. "Soul-nourishing pill, judging from the name, it should be able to improve mental power. Just refine the medicinal materials for this kind of elixir should not be so easy to find. Although I have never heard of these medicinal materials, it should not be difficult." Han Feng said hesitantly, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Han only sent 5 kinds of medicinal materials. Although they are all level 6 medicinal materials, it should not be difficult to collect them. I have sent the message and I should receive feedback on these medicinal materials soon." Ding! As he was talking, he heard a light sound in his ear. Han Feng immediately opened the control panel and clicked on the avatar that was jumping on the friend interface. Then he couldn't help laughing and said, "Hee, we have 4 of these materials in our warehouse. There is also a ghost flower. Tuoba Hongye in Wuchuan has 2 plants, and someone has sent them here now." Let's go to Yunxiao City again. Just by sending a message, the materials for refining the soul-nourishing pill were collected. Even though Shi Mingyuan had experienced many ups and downs, he still couldn't help but get excited. He has been stuck at the peak of level 7 for a while now. If he had a level 7 spiritual beast core, he would have more than 50% chance of breaking through to level 8. And it was precisely because of this that he had many ideas about Jing'an's level 7 white fox. But if there were other pills that could improve spiritual power, he could actually use this extra power to try to break through. After all, since breaking through to the peak of level 7, the spiritual energy in his mind has not increased for a long time. If there is external stimulation, it might be possible to break through. Soul-nourishing pill, I don't know what level of pill it is. He muttered softly with some excitement. It happened that there was nothing important in reality. Shi Mingyuan and Han Feng walked out of the courtyard quickly and ran towards the teleportation hall. A few minutes later, with the flash of the crystal on the teleportation array, they were teleported to Yunxiao City again. General, these are the materials you want. As soon as the two of them emerged from the teleportation array, one of them stepped forward and said something, and at the same time clicked on the transaction box. After several materials were put up, Han Feng immediately clicked to confirm. Seeing that more than a dozen herbs were traded, he immediately sent a message to Xiao Han, and then said to Shi Mingyuan beside him, let's go and take a look together. How did Xiao Han, that kid, refine the elixir? #C1118 Soul Cleansing Pill. Ding! With a slight sound in his ear, Xiao Han knew someone was contacting him. But he remained indifferent and continued to sense the temperature changes in the medicine furnace. He breathed a sigh of relief until the system prompt sounded again. Damn! There are only 6 pills, and I almost failed. There are only 11 materials for refining the Great Huandan, and the sudden sound still has an impact on the refining of the pill. Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice, and he didn't even have time to collect the pills, so he immediately opened the friend list. Oh my god! So fast? Looking at the message sent by Han Feng, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, and his anger immediately dissipated. At the same time he muttered, but they have more than 100 exploration teams under their command. For such a long time, there must be a lot of ruins to explore. It's just 5 rare medicinal herbs. It's not a big deal for them. I was just lucky enough to intercept it once and occupied an exclusive medicine garden. It seems that finding medicinal herbs in the future will still be left to them. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han immediately lost the intention to continue refining. While putting away the pills, he whispered, I refined 3 furnaces, a total of 20 pills. With the help of these pills, there will be at least 10 or more level 6 evolvers in Kyoto. In the past, he would be more cautious. Even if the pills were refined, they would not be sent out without reservation. After all, in such a world like the end of the world, if others are too strong, it is also a threat to him. Even if he has a high degree of identification with the current country and the people living in this country, it is still not possible. Because in the final analysis, he is still a somewhat selfish person. But now there is no such worry. With a legendary materialization talisman, he can materialize an 8th level Frost Dragon at any time, and there is no need to fear anyone. And the future of this world and the inheritance of mankind cannot be carried by one person. Even if he is stronger, it is still not possible. Darim Kunlun, Xiao Han whispered in his mouth. Although he was a little reluctant in his heart, he had to send these pills out. After all, the Hengduan Mountains, 1,000 kilometers west of Jing'an, are actually part of the Kunlun Mountains. If the mutant beasts of the Kunlun Mountains rush out, Jing'an will also be the first to bear the brunt. No, to be precise, they have already rushed out. This time, the mutant beasts attacked the city. In fact, the mutant beasts of the Hengduan Mountains are migrating and looking for new territories. If there were no them, the level 7 blue wolf alone could not make any big waves. Xiao Han also knew the principle of the lips and teeth are cold when they are gone. Creak. As the wooden door was opened, two familiar figures were already standing outside. Xiao Han walked over quickly and said with a smile, "You are too fast. I have another kind of elixir material here, how about you collect it for me as well?" "Another kind?" Han Feng was a little surprised, but he immediately asked, "What kind of elixir is it and what effect does it have?" "Tianyuan elixir." Xiao Han handed over the porcelain bottle in his hand, and also handed over a manifestation talisman and then continued, "I spent more than a week and only collected 11. I failed several times when refining, and now I have only refined 20. According to the description on the elixir, the effect should be best for those guys at the peak of level 5. But I'm not sure. Can you try it?" "Peak of level 5? Shi Mingyuan's eyes moved, and his eyes immediately stared at the porcelain bottle in Xiao Han's hand. Although he had guessed that Xiao Han would be able to refine this kind of elixir that assists the peak of level 5 to break through to level 6 sooner or later, but he still didn't expect that he could refine 20 pills in less than half an hour. 20 pills, at least 15 level 6 evolvers. Thinking excitedly, Shi Mingyuan immediately took the porcelain bottle handed over by Xiao Han and said to Han Feng, "I'll go down and see how the elixir works." "Yeah." Han Feng did not refuse. He was also very excited. He quickly opened the transaction box and said impatiently, "I found the medicinal materials for you. There are 2 in total. This soul-nourishing pill is also very important. You should also refine it quickly. As for the materials needed to refine the Tianyuan pill, send me a list and I will ask someone to collect it immediately." "Okay. Then I'll trouble you." Xiao Han was not surprised by the reactions of Han Feng and Shi Mingyuan. After all, a dozen level 6 evolvers appeared out of thin air, which is a very strong force, and the evolvers who take the elixir can still be selected. In this way, they can choose those more practical and powerful evolvers to break through. So this kind of elixir is also extremely important to them. Although these elixirs cannot completely change the strength comparison between the military and Wang Lei, they can have a great advantage in terms of mid-level combat power.
HMPH, Wing Lei.
With narrowed eyes and a cold snort, Xiao Han casually sent a list to Han Feng and then turned and walked into the alchemy room. Tianyuan Dan is actually not very useful to him, because Jing'an's evolvers are rare, and there is no one at the peak of level 5. If he hadn't promised Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue, he would not have refined such a pill in a short time. But the soul-nourishing pill is different. It is very important for his next plan. "Hey, seal the soul," Xiao Han whispered excitedly, and immediately fiddled with the silver charcoal under the medicine furnace. After it burned, he immediately poured a portion of Yueshan Lingjiang into it. Although it was the first time to refine this kind of pill, the method of condensing the medicine liquid was the same, just control the temperature. Xiao Han, holding a silver metal rod, kept stirring in a clockwise direction. Goo, goo, goo. The high temperature applied by the flame made the medicine liquid in the medicine furnace boil continuously, and it became more and more viscous as time went by. The smell of medicine also spread in the closed medicine refining room. As this smell was absorbed into his body, Xiao Han suddenly felt refreshed and his eyes lit up. In the anxious expectation, the system prompt finally sounded in his ears. "Ding, you have successfully refined 5 soul-nourishing pills, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained 5 soul-cleansing pills. Ding, you have successfully refined 5 soul-cleansing pills, gaining 6 proficiency points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and gaining 600 proficiency points." Hashtag C1119 Continuous Breakthroughs. Tianshui City. In the empty training ground, 20 figures in military uniforms all sat cross-legged on the ground with serious faces. Suddenly, near the northeast corner of the training ground, a whirlwind appeared out of thin air. In the center of the whirlwind, there was also a middle-aged man in his 30s, who slowly floated up from the ground because of the power of the wind. As the wind became stronger and stronger, it only took 3 or 5 seconds for it to reach a place more than 20 meters away. Over there was a muscular man who was more than 1.5 meters tall even. When sitting down, his clothes were already rustling. Moo! At this time, a low beast roar sounded, and the muscular man sitting cross-legged on the ground seemed to be stimulated by something, and instantly turned into a bull-headed man more than 3 meters tall. Ah! At the same time, there was also a roar next to him. The moment his limbs fell to the ground, sharp white bone spurs had already grown out of his body. On the other side, the temperature suddenly rose and red fireballs appeared. In the closed training ground. Hey! Are you going to break through? An excited voice sounded in the training ground, and then a person on the stand at the edge of the training ground pressed down slightly with one hand, and the wind and fireballs stopped spreading around. They only raged around those evolvers, less than 20 meters away. Roar! Ah! Lie! Suddenly, several more roars sounded, and half of the figures sitting cross-legged on the ground stood up. Chun Wu in the stands stared with his eyes wide open, and shouted in shock. Fuck! The effect of this Tianyuan pill is too strong. In just half an hour, more than a dozen people have successfully broken through. If we can get another 100 or 200 of such pills, wouldn't all the level 5 peak evolvers in our military be able to break through to level 6 in a short period of time? Yeah. Shi Mingyuan nodded lightly, and said solemnly, I really didn't expect that just one pill would be several times stronger than the effect of the level 6 beast core. I will notify all evolvers above level 5 to get a list of materials from Han. You rearrange the duty and try to let more evolvers have more time in the game. Okay. I will arrange it. Chun Wu nodded, staring at the stands below with excitement. Even though he has become a level 7 evolver, he still has no confidence in the future. If the number of level 6 evolvers can be increased to 100 or 200, then, in the next 3 to 5 years, the number of level 7 evolvers is estimated to be able to double or triple. If the supply of elixirs can keep up, this time will be shortened by 1 or 2 years. Once the number of high-end evolvers increases, they will not be too powerless when facing the siege of mutant beasts. Hey, Xiao Han, Hanyan Shenyuan pill. Thinking of the providers of these elixirs, Chun Wu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and at the same time he couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Wang Lei's younger brother is actually really not simple. His keen sense of smell is a bit abnormal. Just relying on an uncertain piece of news, he did not hesitate to call the aerospace vehicle and sent out 10 level 6 evolvers. In order to prevent accidents, he even sent out a level 6 peak evolver. If Xiao Han hadn't received the news in advance, escaped from Jing'an, and then faked his death in an incredible way, it is estimated that he would not have become a level 7 evolver now. The strength of the military and Wang Lei will also be fundamentally reversed because of the appearance of these pills. Fortunately, they failed. Roar! Ah! Ah! At this time, several more roars sounded, and the remaining few people almost all stood up, and the energy around their bodies surged violently, obviously completing the breakthrough. 100%, all of them broke through. Seeing this scene, Shi Mingyuan's joy in his eyes could no longer be concealed. At the same time, he also thought of the soul-nourishing pill that Xiao Han was refining and hurriedly said, the rest of the things will be left to you. There are still some things in the game I need to go over and deal with them. Okay. Chun Wu nodded in response, looking at the 20 extra level 6 evolvers in one day. His face was also full of excitement. Roar! I finally broke through. At this time, there was an excited roar on the training ground under the stands. Shi Mingyuan was also very happy with such a result. But he did not stay here for long, but quickly returned to his residence and put on the game helmet. When he appeared in Xiao Han's courtyard again, he saw Han Feng still waiting by the side and asked hurriedly, "How is it? Hasn't he come out yet?" "Well, it should not be refined yet." Han Feng nodded and continued, "But a furnace of pills at most only takes about 4 or 5 minutes. It's been half an hour since you went in. Why hasn't it been refined yet?" "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Although he was more anxious than Han Feng, Shi Mingyuan still said softly, "Maybe the difficulty of refining this kind of pill is higher than other pills. It's a pity that we only found 2 sets of materials in total. I hope we don't fail." Creaky. While the two were talking, the wooden door of the alchemy room was suddenly opened, and then a voice said with a smile, "Hey, don't you have so little confidence in me?" "That's not the case." Seeing Xiao Han come out with a smile on his face, Shi Mingyuan guessed the result immediately and said with a smile, "It's just that these pills are very important to me, and collecting materials is not that easy. So I'm still a little worried, but looking at you like this, both furnaces should be successful. Hee, your luck is pretty good." Xiao Han took out a porcelain bottle and said with a smile, "Both furnaces were indeed successful, and a total of 6 pills came out. But I also have some use for this kind of pill, so I can't give it all to you. But there are a total of 4 pills in this porcelain bottle, which is enough for you to practice for the time being. If you want to get more, you have to take out more materials. For it's already a lot." Shi Mingyuan stretched out his hand. He took the porcelain bottle and poured out a pill excitedly. After looking at the properties, he asked in confusion, "Oh my God, soul-cleansing pill? How could it be soul-cleansing pill? Didn't you say it was soul-nourishing pill?" "Oh, it was soul-cleansing pill." Xiao Han couldn't explain this, so he had to make up a reason and said, "I read the recipe wrongly. It was soul-cleansing pill. This is a pill for cleansing the soul, which should be of some help to you. And in terms of effect, it should be stronger than soul-nourishing pill. Maybe after using this pill, General, she may be able to make further progress." "Oh, then I'll borrow your good words." Shi Mingyuan didn't dwell on this matter. He had a keen sense that Xiao Han seemed to be hiding something. But this is in the game, and there are instructions on the pills, so there is no possibility that it is poison. As for what is concealed, it is not so important. After putting the pills back into the porcelain bottle, Shi Mingyuan smiled and said, "Now that I have the pills, I will go down and try the effect now. As for the collected materials, I will have someone hand them over to Gua." "Why? Okay. Then you can get busy." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "I have some things to deal with here, so I won't keep you any longer. #C1120 Go to the Great Cold again." After sending Han Feng and Shi Mingyuan away, Xiao Han immediately walked towards the administrative hall. In fact, there were still a few furnaces of Dahuandan that had not been refined. If there was no very important matter, he would not choose to teleport him to other places at this time. After all, the current Moyun city is still under siege by mutant beasts. Although there is already a legendary pet embodiment talisman that can materialize the frost dragon aura. But that guy is not very controllable after all. If it were not for the powerful suppression effect of the Yuling technique, it might have defected long ago. So it can be said that materializing it is a very dangerous thing. It is definitely not allowed to take this step unless it is absolutely necessary. But if he materializes another Yuling technique, what effect will it have? And there is also the slave spirit technique. Once it is materialized, is it possible to forcibly enslave the 7th level mutant beast? With this idea in mind, Xiao Han immediately asked Bai Shaoxing to help him collect information. Although the soul slave technique can only enslave young animals, and the success rate of enslaving a level 7 mutant beast may be shockingly low, he still wants to try. After all, with the soul sealing technique, there is a basis for continuous attempts. So the only thing missing now is these two extremely difficult skill books. In Storm City, although there are several beast trainers, he has already learned the beast taming technique, and there is no way to buy the same skill book again. And such skill books are still bound. So if you want to get another one, the best way is to kill the beast trainer. And there may be a chance to explode such a skill book. But this place is Storm City. Even if he is strong, he dare not go wild here. However, it is not completely impossible. The 9 Nether Earth Python has been killed, and Dahan has no guardian beast. If you go there to kill 2 NPCs, there should not be too much risk. And once the beast slave technique explodes, it will be materialized, and it is a bit exciting to think about it. Teleport to Wushuang City. Standing on the 7th level teleportation array of Yunxiao City, Xiao Han immediately said to the veteran guild player who was responsible for controlling the teleportation array, and the energy crystal of the array immediately emitted a soft milky white light. With a faint dizziness coming, the scene in front of him has become completely different. This way. At this moment, a slightly unfamiliar voice sounded in his ears.
Xiao Han
Looked over with some curiosity, then frowned slightly and whispered, "That guy, is he really calling me?" Although there are some people in the teleportation hall, he is the only one teleported this time. Seeing that person staring at him excitedly, Xiao Han pointed at himself with some confusion and asked in confusion, "You were calling me? Did you recognize the wrong person?" "No, it's you." At this time, the hoarse voice suddenly changed and continued, "Just 5 minutes ago, you asked me to wait for you here." "Oh, it's you." Looking at the strange figure in front of him and the familiar voice, Xiao Han suddenly realized and said, "Just send the message to me. Why are you here too? You can't just come here." The stranger walked over and continued, "Dahan is too far away from Stormwind City, and the information cannot be delivered. I can only come here in person, and I have only found 2 of the things you asked me to find. But I have already investigated offline. There are 5 things you are looking for in Winter City. So, I'd better come together." 5. Xiao Han said in a low voice, and then his eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at by Xiaoxing's ability again with admiration. Although it is not too difficult to find such information, but it is not an easy task to find accurate data in such a short time. Moreover, he has found 2 now. You should know that after the Winter City experienced a great war, not only many NPCs were killed, but the rest also left their original residence. It is not much easier to find those trainers than to find a needle in a haystack. He originally thought that there would be no hope of finding them before the full-scale war with the mutant beasts broke out, but unexpectedly Xiaoxing actually did it. Hee, it's really surprising. With a chuckle in his heart, Xiao Han immediately followed Xiaoxing to the outside of the teleportation hall. Winter City is still in the hands of Fuso players, although Yanhua's players have killed over. Due to the problem of teleportation array capacity, the strength of the 2 sides is still somewhat different. So for a while, there is no way to capture Winter City. And the teleportation array on the Wushuang City side has no way to teleport directly to Winter City. If you want to go over, you can only run over here with your feet. Of course, if there is a mount, it will be different. Roar. After walking out of the door of the teleportation hall, Xiao Han summoned the green dragon Wymans with just a thought. The frost dragon was temporarily given to Jiang Xiaoyun, and the purple flame dragon horse was also put back to prepare for the next breakthrough. But he still has a flying mount in his hand that can be used for transportation. Seeing Wymans standing in the square in front of the teleportation hall, Xiao Han raised his hand and shot out a Tianyuan pill that he had just refined. After it caught it, it flashed and landed on its back and then said to Xiaoxing beside him, "What are you still standing there for? Come up quickly. The situation in Winter City is quite chaotic. We have to go there immediately." "Oh, Bai Shaoxing replied blankly and also flashed and appeared directly on the back of Wyman's. Touching the cold and hard scales, he couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, riding a dragon. I can ride a dragon one day." Roar. At this time, Wyman's roared in dissatisfaction, and his body shook violently, almost throwing Bai Shaoxing out. Xiao Han grabbed it, but it was hard to say anything. After all, Wyman's is an emperor-level green dragon, and he is also very intelligent. Of course, he doesn't want a weak person to ride on him. Although Bai Shaoxing said this without any bad intentions, it has obviously offended it. Fortunately, the green dragon was hatched from a dragon egg by Yijian, Zhuifeng. Although it was somewhat resistant to Bai Shaoxing, it did not go too far. Compared with the frost dragon aura, he was much easier to communicate with. He activated the spirit control technique, and just a thought was passed in his mind. It flapped its wings and flew quickly towards the direction of Winter City. At this time, the players who saw this scene looked at the gradually disappearing figure and whispered, "Fuck! This looks like a green dragon that chases the wind with an arrow. How did it end up in Han Zhao's hands? Who knows? But why didn't the frost dragon come out? That thing is 50 meters long. It looks even more domineering." At this time, you still have the mind to talk about dragons, don't you know? That Han Xiao has a skill that can instantly kill hundreds of thousands of Fuso players. Damn, with Han Zhao's explosion rate, millions of equipment must have been exploded. So what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go to Winter City. Otherwise it will be too late and you won't even be able to drink soup. #C1121 found you. Wushuang City is a city built by players. It is not large in scale and is not too far from Winter City. In terms of straight line distance, it's probably less than 30 kilometers. With this giant dragon as a mount, it only took less than a quarter of an hour for the familiar city wall to appear in sight. Kill these bastards. The roar came from a distance, and Xiao Han couldn't help but glance over there, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. The battle over there can be said to be extremely unequal. The number of the red camp, representing the Yanhua players, was less than 30% of the Fuso players, but time and time again they broke through the black camp's defense line and killed the feudal players. If there weren't too many arrow towers and magic towers on the city wall, they might have entered the city long ago even if their numbers weren't dominant. It looks like it won't be over in a short time. Bai Shaoxing also looked over there and continued with a smile. If you take action, the front lines of those Fuso players will collapse in an instant. And this Winter City will also fall into our hands. How about, why don't you go over and kill those guys? Anyway, it won't waste too much time for you. Let's forget it. Xiao Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, "If I take action, at least 90% of the Fuso players' equipment will explode. If the spoils are not divided equally, they may start fighting among themselves. And now, no matter what the outcome is, at least the harvest will be distributed according to strength and contribution. More importantly," Xiao Han paused and continued in a deep voice, "you also know what the situation is in the Four Jedi, the Kunlun Mountains, and the Darim Basin. Maybe in the near future, their power will also be used. Although most of these people are not evolvers now, who can guarantee that they will not manifest a cultivation method. So, since they can fight back and forth, let's continue. It will also play a role in training troops. The more you suffer here, the less blood you may shed outside." Hey! This is such a fucked up world. Hearing what Xiao Han said, Bai Shaoxing sighed depressedly, but still said in agreement, "But what you said does make sense, and it doesn't matter if they suffer a little loss. Harm. I originally thought you would kill those guys easily. Oh, it's easy to do it in seconds, but there's no need to do it." Xiao Han replied with a smile and continued, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Where are the animal trainers you asked to check?" "It seems to be in the east of the city." Bai Shaoxing was a little unsure, and quickly said, Wait a moment and I will ask again. After saying that, he fell silent, lowered his head to the air and said something silently. Xiao Han, on the other hand, looked at the battlefield in the distance and waited quietly, asking clearly, "The animal trainer is in the east of the city." After more than a minute, Bai Shaoxing raised his head and said with a depressed face, "But that animal trainer is extremely alert and those guys lost track of me." Lost? Xiao Han frowned and asked in a deep voice, "How long ago was this? Are you sure it was in the east of the city?" "You can't be wrong, it's just in the east of the city, and we've only been behind us for less than 3 minutes. Although he didn't know why he wanted to find a beast tamer, Bai Shaoxing knew clearly that this matter was very important to Xiao Han. Less than 5 minutes after the message was sent, he put down everything he was doing and rushed to Lingdong as soon as possible. So when I asked just now, I already asked very clearly. At this time, of course, he would not waste each other's time by talking nonsense and hurriedly explained, because of Yamada no Orochi, at least 90% of the NPCs in Winter City are dead. Even the royal family and nobles in the city were all killed. And it is precisely for this reason that the animal trainer named Jean has become a frightened bird. If there is any slight movement, the old immortal will move immediately. If the war hadn't ended yet and Winter City was still in the hands of Fuso players, he might have escaped from the city long ago. More than 20 people have passed through that area. As long as there are no underground passages or other structures there, the animal trainer will definitely still be there. It's still there. Then it's easy to handle. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and before he even spoke, Wymans flapped his wings fiercely and flew towards the east of the city. Call. As the strong wind roared, the ruins and broken walls quickly swept back. At the same time, there were also some roars which kept coming from the chaotic battlefield below. "Block it! Hurry up and block those pigs for me. Brothers over there. Kill that guy who spits shit for me. Baga, go and contact those guys from Dahan and tell them to stop watching the fun. Don't they know the truth behind the death of lips and teeth? Ha! This idiot actually wants to contact Dahan." Although the yelling was thousands of meters away, Xiao Han still clearly heard the sound he wanted to hear. At the same time, I also understand that Fuso players should have reached the end of their rope. Otherwise, they would not have come up with such an unreliable idea at this time. They really dared to win over Dahan. But it must be said that this incredible operation was really coquettish. But even if Dahan's group of idiots could not distinguish between enemies and friends and dared to attack Yanhua players, it would not change anything. Because after killing the 9 Nether Earth Python, all Yanhua players had a 200% increase in all attribute states. The absolute crushing of strength cannot be changed by some tricks. It's over there. While listening to the quarrels on the battlefield, Bai Shaoxing suddenly pointed and shouted, "More than 1,000 assassins have accepted my mission, and more than 20 of them are over there. The tamer surnamed Jean should be nearby." "Near here," Xiao Han whispered, but did not immediately ask Waymans to lower the altitude, but just floated quietly in the sky. At the same time, the energy in the body also quickly flowed to the ears along the meridians of the body. The suppressed voices below also entered his ears. "Hey, who is that guy in the sky? Oh my God. You don't even know him, Han Xiao? How could I not know him? I'm just very curious. Why is he here? Could it be that he is the one who issued the bounty to us? Hey, is it really possible? Chi, what on earth do those people want to do? Chi, stop shouting. Hurry up and find a way out for me." Among the many voices, Xiao Han soon heard a different voice. His eyes condensed and he immediately said, "Hey, I found you. Roar." At this time, the dragon roar also sounded. He just stretched out his hand, and Wyman's wings flapped violently and flew over there without any hesitation. C1122 Soul Enslavement and Soul Control. At this time, Winter City was still in chaos. However, there was a green dragon hovering in the sky, and no Fuso player dared to approach this side. G. And in the broken building below, sharp and anxious low hums continued to sound. Although the sound was not loud, it still clearly entered the ear. Listen to this sound. It seems to be a mouse. After whispering, Xiao Han also heard the slight footsteps in the alley below suddenly disappear. G. At this time, a silver-gray mouse suddenly rushed out of a collapsed wooden house and ran quickly along the corner of the wall. And two figures wearing black leather armor suddenly appeared over there, chasing the mouse that left. Ha! Seeing that the pursuers were led away, the figure in the wooden house slowly exhaled, and then poked out a slightly wretched head. After taking a quick look around, he immediately shrank back. At the same time, with a light chi sound, another silver-gray mouse was released. Hee. Quite alert. Looking at the wretched figure, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. And then, he flashed over with a thought in his mind. After all, he didn't plan to stay here for long. After dealing with this guy, he had to find another trainer. As for whether he could finally get the trainer's skill book, he was actually not sure, so he could only rely on luck. Chi. Just as he felt the grounded feeling, an anxious voice sounded at his feet. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and then he whispered, "Hehe, the tracking mouse is actually a leader level 1. He was still a little curious about this little thing. However, the role of this tracking mouse is not a little bit worse than Yi Chou's soul-seeking mouse. So although this silver-gray mouse has some use, it is dispensable to him. With his keen hearing, he could even easily hear sounds from 5 kilometers away, so Xiao Han only took a glance and turned his sight to the wretched figure huddled in the corner. At the same time, he slowly raised the 9 nether demon-slaying spear in his hand. "My lord, I... Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and the long spear, with a black glow in his hand, Wei Suo was almost scared to pee, and hurriedly shouted with some stuttering, I am a good person. Can you put down this gun first? I know where the royal treasury is. If you let me go, I can take you to find the royal treasury." Royal treasury? After repeating in a low voice, Xiao Han was a little stunned. He had only thought about coming here to play 2 summoner skill books, but he didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. He looked at the wretched middle-aged man in front of him with a rather unexpected look. He couldn't be sure for a while whether this guy was lying to him, but looking at the terrified look, it seemed about 70% real. "Sir, can you please take this spear away? I'm a little scared." At this time, the vulgar voice sounded again, but Xiao Han did not immediately take back the spear in his hand. Instead, he pushed it forward and easily pierced the black leather jacket. Until a trace of red blood came out of the tip of the spear, he stopped his action and asked in a deep voice, "I heard that you are a tamer?" "Yeah." Feeling the pain in his chest and the cold touch on the tip of the spear, Wei Suo hurriedly said, "I am the most talented tamer in this winter city. I even tamed a flaming lion, but it was forcibly confiscated by the royal family. Sir, if you need a tamer, keeping me is definitely the right choice. Even if it is an emperor-level monster, I have a 50% chance of taming it." "Oh, really?" Seeing this guy in front of him trying his best to promote himself, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. But Winter City has been destroyed, and it will become a place of 4 wars in the future. The players of Fusang have built dozens of resurrection altars in Dahan. If they want to drive them back to Fusang, they can only capture all the cities occupied by Fusang players. In order to train the players of Yanhua and to be able to reasonably station troops in Dahan, Xiao Han has planned to say hello to Hanfeng after returning. Even though the world no longer needs to care about the ideas of Dahan players, some face-saving things still need to be done. So the war here will definitely not stop in a short time. And this wretched guy in front of him seems to have a keen premonition of something, so he is trying so hard to promote himself. Hehe. Not only alert, but also quite smart. After secretly praising him in his heart, Xiao Han still did not retract his spear. He didn't care about the surrender of an NPC. The most important purpose of coming here this time is still the 2 skill books of animal trainers. As for other things, it doesn't matter whether they have them or not. Ignoring the eager look in his eyes, Xiao Han held his spear and said, "Since you are a beast tamer, you should have some books about beast taming. Take out a few books for me to see. If your beast taming skills are really strong, I can take you away from here." Beast taming books? Weizhuo frowned, looking a little hesitant, and said in confusion, "Sir, if you want to see the ability to tame beasts, I can catch a few wild beasts to tame them. Just reading some books on tame beasts, you can't tell anything at all. Don't talk nonsense. Take it out quickly." Xiao Han pushed the tip of the gun forward again and continued, "I will judge whether it is useful or not. You don't need to say anything." Humph. Red blood flowed out from the tip of the gun. Weizhuo couldn't help but groan, and didn't dare to say any more nonsense. Raised his hand and took out 2 books. Beast slavery, beast control? When Xiao Han took the book, he immediately heard the system prompt sound in his ear, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Originally, I thought that it should not be an easy thing to explode the beast taming skill book. But after just scare like this, there is such an unexpected gain which he didn't expect at all. While putting away the skill books, he couldn't help thinking, these 2 skill books are just the most common beast taming skill books. I wonder if this guy has any more advanced skill books? Thinking so, Xiao Han's face suddenly darkened, and a cold murderous aura appeared in his eyes. He said coldly, "Just this, you still say you are the most talented beast tamer in Winter City? Humph. You are probably tired of living. I can find 1,000 such beast taming skill books in half an hour. Just with this, can you become the most talented beast tamer in winter?" "No." Feeling the spear against his chest, stabbing into it again, Weizhuo's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly shouted, "My lord, you misunderstood. I just took the wrong one." As he said, he took out 2 white books again. Such a scene made Xiao Han stunned for a while. He just wanted to try to scare him, but he didn't expect it to be successful. He quickly reached out and took the 2 books. At this time, 2 pleasant system prompts sounded in my ears. Ding, you get a soul slave technique, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a soul slave technique. Ding, you get a soul control technique, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a soul control technique. Hashtag C1123 Jingua Ding Fragments. 1. Although he was well prepared, Xiao Han couldn't help but froze when he heard the prompt for 100 times reward. The art of enslaving souls, the art of controlling souls. After whispering a few words, he also immediately put the skill book into his backpack under Weizhuo's shocked gaze. I originally thought that it would be great to be able to manifest the spirit control technique and the spirit slave technique, but I didn't expect that now there would be an unexpected harvest. Hey! Level 7 mutant beast. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Xiao Han even wanted to go back immediately and find a way to build several beast cages. After all, although the soul sealing technique can directly seal the soul, there is no way of knowing how long it will last. And building such a cage can also prepare for the next slave soul. But now, there is a royal treasure trove waiting for him to explore. Now that we have achieved such a harvest today, there is really no need to kill the animal trainer in front of us, so there is no harm in giving him a way to survive. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han immediately said to Bai Shaoxing beside him, "The thing is already in hand, and there is no need for the remaining trainers to continue searching. Let the assassins who came to help this time go back. As for the reward..." Xiao Han thought for a moment, then turned over his hands and took out a few more treasures and equipment and handed them over. He said with a smile, "Thanks to your help this time, otherwise this skill book would not be so easy to get." "You?" Bai Shaoxing did not pick up the equipment, but had a look of shock on his face. He did not expect that Xiao Han came here this time for the beast tamer skill book, and he even got a higher level beast taming skill book. However, seeing his appearance, he seemed to have no intention of learning immediately, and he couldn't help but have a flash of inspiration in his heart, and asked incredulously, "Are you planning to reveal this skill book? What? Isn't it possible?" Xiao Han was not surprised when his thoughts were guessed. He said with a smile, "Although the success rate is not high, there is no harm in trying. Anyway, it's just a matter of 2 manifestation talismans. What if it really comes to fruition? Yes, what if it really works?" Bai Shaoxing said with emotion on his face, and said with dazzling eyes, "If the enslavement can really be successful, that would be really amazing. Maybe you alone can form an army composed entirely of mutant beasts. At that time, even if the mutant beasts from Darim, Kunlun, or even the Arctic ice sheet migrate south, there is no need to be too afraid." "Oh, it's not that easy." Xiao Han laughed and shook his head slightly. Although he also had this idea in his mind, he knew very clearly that this was simply impossible to do. Otherwise, the level 7 white fox coming from the Hengduan Mountains would not be able to control only one level 7 violent bear. Even in the game, the number of enslaved pets is limited, and it is impossible for him to form a pet army. So in reality, of course, it is even more impossible. As for the confusion in Bai Shaoxing's eyes, he couldn't explain it. After all, it was just speculation, so he had to change the subject and said, "Stop talking about this. Let's go to the royal treasury to take a look." With that said, he had already taken back the spear in his hand, turned to look at the animal trainer in front of him who still looked frightened, and said directly, "Let's go. Take me to the treasure house to see. If the harvest is good, I can let you go. I can even take you out of this hellish place. If you continue to stay, you will die here sooner or later. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness." Even though there was still pain in his chest, Wei Suo thanked him repeatedly and pointed to the northwest and said, "The royal family's treasure house is in that direction." Fuso's Yamata no Orochi suddenly appeared in Winter City, and in less than half an hour, it slaughtered the entire palace. So the royal family doesn't have time to transfer property. It's just that those bastards from Fuso have been trying their best to find the royal family's treasure house. I don't know if they have succeeded. The most important thing is that that direction doesn't seem safe. As he spoke, Wei Suo stood on tiptoes and looked over there and said, cautiously, "The tracking rat has a strong sense of vitality. There should be some powerful guys in that direction." "Ha! Is he a powerful guy?" Xiao Han said disdainfully, and then smiled nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. Just go there." The moment he finished speaking, a pair of blood-colored wings suddenly sprouted from his back. He grabbed a person with one hand and flew into the sky. Roar. At this time, Wyman's also roared angrily, and with just a slight flap of his wings, he picked up the 3 of them on his back. Xiao Han pointed out the direction, and it flew straight to the northwest. Over there, Wei Suo, who was sitting on the dragon's back for the first time, couldn't help but trembled in his legs, but he immediately gave the directions again. Roar. The green dragon roared angrily and immediately flew in the direction indicated. Compared to Wushuang City, Winter City is several times larger. Just the side of the Imperial City is 3 kilometers long. But now it has been destroyed in the war. Thick smoke filled the sky, countless weak NPCs were crying, and the bodies of some NPC children could even be seen exposed on the street. Flying over the city, Xiao Han actually couldn't bear it. But now, he has not even resolved his own crisis, so how can he care about the trivial matters here? Under the guidance of Wei Suo the traitor, the outer city of Winter City is very large. But with the dragon mount it took less than 5 minutes to see a magnificent temple in front of him with hundreds of Fusang players pouring out of it. Are you late? Looking at the people below, carrying red Nanmu boxes, Xiao Han whispered. His eyes moved slightly, and he jumped down directly. Bang! As his feet landed on the ground, dozens of health points immediately appeared on his head. Get out of the way, you want to find. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, a Fusang player rushed over immediately, but then exclaimed in shock, "Fuck, Han Xiao!" And the moment the voice fell, he turned around and ran without hesitation. Such an action instantly triggered a chain reaction. In less than 30 seconds, all the Fusang players around the temple ran away, which made Xiao Han a little confused. Then he walked to the side of a Nanmu box and opened the lid with the tip of the gun. They are all ordinary gold coins and pearls, not of much value. At this time, Bai Shaoxing also jumped down from the sky, took a look at the box and said, "If it's just these things, it's better not to go into this treasure house. Since you are here, you might as well go in and take a look." Thinking about the things that had been auctioned at the Stormwind auction house, Xiao Han felt that this place should not only have these things. It's just that this treasure house has been discovered, and perhaps all the good things have been taken away. Although he knew in his heart that he might not get anything more, he still raised his foot and walked into the temple. At this time, the interior of the temple had been shattered. The wooden fish broken into 2 pieces, the murals blackened by fireworks, and the collapsed Buddha all told what had happened here. Hey, what is that? Just after entering the temple hall, Xiao Han discovered that there seemed to be a different metallic luster inside the collapsed Buddha. #C1124 Jingua Ding Fragments. 2. Buddha statues in temples are generally made of clay, wood, bronze, and extremely rare jade Buddha statues. Normal Buddha statues are mostly made of clay and wood. But the Buddha statue in front of him is an extremely rare jade Buddha statue. Although the quality of the jade used is not good, a piece of jade this big is extremely rare. If it were in reality, it would definitely be a first-class cultural relic, with a deep historical background. But now it has been torn into pieces. But Xiao Han saw a rusty piece of iron-like thing in its belly. There seems to be an inscription on that thing. His eyes were attracted by the metal fragments, so he walked over quickly. He was still very curious about the thing in the belly of the Buddha statue, and that inscription, whether in reality or in the game, has never been seen before. Boom! A shot hit the fallen Buddha statue, and the broken jade Buddha instantly broke into more than 10 pieces, and the metal fragments inside were also exposed. Hey, what is this? At this time, Bai Shaoxing also looked over curiously and whispered, "Isn't the inscription on it the inscription that General Han and his men have been looking for?" General Han has been looking for it? Xiao Han was a little puzzled and immediately asked, "What do you mean, what is the inscription that General Han has been looking for?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you," Bai Shaoxing replied, and immediately explained. "After leaving you, I asked General Han for a picture. The picture of the altar of the Nanji magnetic point, the inscription on it, is very similar to this inscription. It's just that I haven't studied this in depth, so I just look at it a little familiar. Wait for me, I'll bring up the picture." After saying that, Bai Shaoxing fell silent. Xiao Han frowned and muttered in a low voice, "What on earth is this thing?" Is somewhat similar to the inscription on the altar of the south level. Magnetic point. Is the world in this game really deeply involved with the real world? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han did not wait for Bai Shaoxing's comparison results and reached out to grab the metal fragment embedded in the jade Buddha statue. This thing did not explode from the boss, so there was no system prompt for a 100 times reward. For this, he was not disappointed but immediately looked at the attributes of the fragment in his hand. Zhun Guiding Fragment. National weapon suppress evil spirits, gather luck, and condense divine veins. The short 12-word introduction made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Fuck! It's Zhenguoding." In fact, he had never heard of this thing before. And the reason why he was so surprised was just because of the text. Introduction of condensing divine veins. Because when he went to hand in the Abyss Blood Emperor mission, he heard Xianxi mention the matter of the ancient divine vein, and there was deep regret in his eyes. 10,000 years ago, when the Cerberus Empire established by the Dragon Clan reached its peak, it had the opportunity to have a divine vein. However, in the end, because of the Demon Clan, not only did the Dragon Vein fail to be promoted at the last minute, but also caused the Empire to fall apart. And this means that, whether now or in ancient times, the divine vein has never appeared. But this Zhenguoding has the incredible effect of condensing the divine vein. If this Zhenguoding is complete, I wonder if there is a way to condense the divine vein in reality. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed rapidly, and at the same time he instantly thought of the cradle of the Evolvers Tianshui city. Although he has never been there, there should be a ground vein or a spiritual vein there. As for the possibility of a dragon vein, it is infinitely close to zero. In fact, for Jing'an, Xiao Han also thought about materializing a ground vein, or a spiritual vein. In that case, Yanhua will have a second cradle for evolutionists, and countless evolutionists will be born from Jing'an. Although the idea is good, it is extremely difficult to implement. First of all, there is no way to solve this for the time being. Just wait for the future to kill the Emperor or the Emperor-level boss to see if there is a chance to explode. And secondly, it is to find a ground vein or a spiritual vein. At present, he also has two choices. One is the spiritual vein under Qianxi Island that is about to be promoted to a dragon vein. But there is a holy spirit-level basalt living on it, which completely cuts off his thoughts. Another one is the half-broken dragon vein under the Abyss Cave. Although it is an ownerless thing, it is a dragon vein that has been polluted and demonized. Once it is materialized, ordinary people have no way to withstand the erosion of demonic energy. So the second choice is also not feasible. But now there is a different choice, or even a better choice. After all, once a divine vein is condensed, Jing'an's energy concentration may reach a very terrifying level. Even if he takes a breath there, his cultivation will rise, shwa shwa. Yes, it's this kind without inscriptions. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Xiaoxing's excited shout came, and he shouted excitedly with a face full of excitement. The inscription on it is the same as the altar inscription at the North Pole magnetic point. I just don't know if General Han can translate the meaning of these inscriptions. While speaking, Bai Xiaoxing took several pictures in a row regardless of whether Xiao Han agreed or not, and then continued, "Brother Xiao, what is this? How can there be an inscription in reality on this piece of metal fragment?" "You don't know, how can I know?" Xiao Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, "But this is a national artifact, and its function is somewhat similar to the city bell of Yunxiao City. But you also saw that this is a fragment. Before it is repaired, it is estimated that it will not play any role." "That's a pity." Bai Xiaoxing nodded in understanding and continued, "But don't worry, I will focus on collecting information in this regard in the future." "Well, then I'll trouble you." Xiao Han also nodded, put the fragment into his backpack with his backhand, and did not take it out so that Bai Xiaoxing could also take a look at the introduction on it. This thing, although it is just a fragment, is also extremely important. Although Bai Xiaoxing is trustworthy, he still thinks that it is better not to let too many people know about this thing. "It seems that I have to spend more time on this in the future." Muttering to himself, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. He had never thought that the royal treasury had been almost emptied, but there would be such a harvest. But coming early is far worse than coming at the right time. And today's trip was worth it. #C1125 Level 5 Beast 1. After searching the temple, Xiao Han rode on the dragon and left without any other valuable gains. In reality, there are still mutant beasts attacking the city. So since he has already got what he wants, there is no need to stay here any longer. More importantly, he also got the unexpected gains of the fragments of the Jingguiding. There is no need to stay in this place any longer. After taking Wei Suo back to Yunxiao City, Xiao Han exchanged a few words with Bai Shaoxing and then went to do their own things. As for the national war in Dahan, he was too lazy to care about it. This is not the Western Alliance and Gnostics. Although Dahan was considered a developed country 10 years ago, it is far from comparable to Yanhua in terms of national strength and number of players. There is no need for him to personally take action against such a weak chicken. Even half of the players in Hanbing City can press them to the ground. Now, it is better to materialize the soul slave technique and the soul control technique as soon as possible to see how effective it is. If the effect is good, then we have to find a way to get more. There is no need to waste too much time here for such a weakling. Back to the exclusive alchemy room of Yunxiao Auction House. Xiao Han thought about it, and 2 skill books appeared in his hands.
Hey, soul slave technique, soul control technique.
Muttered excitedly, and 2 skill embodiment talismans with precious light appeared at his fingertips. Skill embodiment talismans above legendary are still very popular now. Because once an ordinary person has such an embodiment talisman, he has the possibility of becoming a warrior. If these 2 embodiment talismans are taken out, they can easily be sold for tens of millions of yuan. Even some ordinary people who have not successfully awakened are willing to go bankrupt to buy such an embodiment talisman. And Xiao Han does not have too many such embodiment talismans, because at the first time they were exposed, these embodiment talismans have been reserved by military soldiers. Only when their strength becomes stronger, Jing'an will be safer. No matter how powerful a person's power is, it is still limited. However, he had left these 2 materialization talismans here on purpose. Although I don't know if I can force the mutant beast to be enslaved. Let's give it a try. After taking another serious look at the 2 skill books in his hand, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately pasted the materialization talisman on them. As the milky white light emerged, the 2 skill books quickly turned into 2 purple book tattoos, printed in the center of his palm. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately chose to log off. When his consciousness was separated from the game, he immediately took off his game helmet and climbed out of the Xuanyu ice coffin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside the administrative hall, the harsh whistling sound of the wind continued to come, and it was obvious that the ice blade storm had never stopped. And Jiang Xiaoyun in the center of the hall was still controlling the ice blade magic tower with a serious look on her face, monitoring the movements of the mutant beasts outside the city. Seeing that she was busy, Xiao Han did not go over to disturb her. While sitting cross-legged on the ground, his thoughts also moved slightly. The next second, a familiar wisp of true qi also appeared in the palm of his right hand, and then swam along the meridians to the dantian. With several such experiences, Xiao Han immediately carefully felt the meridians through which the true qi flowed, as well as the various changes that occurred in the meridians. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Xiaoyun also looked over here curiously. However, seeing Xiao Han's focused look, he didn't say much, and continued to concentrate on controlling the ice blade magic tower. I don't know how long it took. The figure sitting on the ground breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "This skill is much more complicated than the
Soul sealing technique.
Fortunately, my memory is still good. Otherwise, I might not remember it. I just don't know how the effect of this skill is the same. Why don't I try it with the level 6 golden bison first?" Although thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han did not act immediately, but raised his palm slightly, and a slightly blurred black slave word appeared in the palm of his hand. At this time, his brows slightly frowned, and he cursed in a low voice, "Fuck, this skill consumes energy too abnormally. Not only has half of the true energy in the Dantian been directly absorbed, but it also has to extract mental power. Looking at the word slave in the palm of his hand becoming clearer and clearer, Xiao Han's face was not very good. While slapping out with one palm, he also raised his hand and threw a earth spirit pill into his mouth. After the true energy in his body recovered, he hesitated for a moment and slowly raised his palm again. This skill is still a little rusty for the time being, and it needs to be practiced a few more times. And there is no need to rush to learn the soul control technique. After all, according to the complexity of the slave soul technique, if there are some accidents, it may be possible that the soul control technique cannot be learned. So for the sake of insurance, it is better to practice a few more times. Ha! The palm was raised, and the palm was gently slapped forward again. A black slave word was also shot forward like a bullet. After flying 7 or 8 meters, it slowly dissipated in the air. At this time, Xiao Han's movements did not stop at all. He raised his hand and took another photo. However, his brows, which had just relaxed, frowned again. No, my mental energy consumption is too great. After using it only 3 times, Xiao Han felt dizzy and quickly took out a soul-cleansing pill and threw it into his mouth. With the Xuanwu true power, he absorbed the pill very quickly. So even though he extracted 50% of his true essence with a soul slave technique, he didn't care too much. Anyway, there are many such pills in the space ring and he can recover after practicing for more than 10 minutes. But mental power is different. It is not easy to find the 2 materials, ghost flower and longevity fruit. I don't know when I will have to wait for the next refining. Although there were 5 pills produced in the first refining and even as many as 7 in the second furnace, and he had a total of 8 in his hand. But such pills are used to deal with those level 7 mutant beasts. If they are used up now, there is no way to replenish them for a while. What can I use to deal with those level 7 mutant beasts? Moreover, if there is no pill like this soul-cleansing pill to replenish the killer move like the soul-sealing technique, it is estimated that it can only be used twice at most on the battlefield. Damn! It's really depressing. After cursing softly, Xiao Han already felt the power of the soul-cleansing pill begin to dissolve in his stomach, and he quickly circulated the Xuanwu true art to absorb it with all his strength. As the true energy flowed through the meridians, a strange energy also poured into his mind. In an instant, his mind, which had been a little drowsy due to the use of the soul slave technique, suddenly became clear, as if his thoughts had become more sensitive. Oh my God! This feels so good! This strange feeling made Xiao Han's spirit tremble, and he concentrated on circulating the Xuanwu true art. Ha! 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 As the power of the medicine dissolved in his body, the faint sound of breathing also sounded rhythmically. However, Xiao Han found that his perception seemed to be getting more and more acute, and even some strange changes had occurred in the silent Dantian. The calm true energy had already begun to slowly rotate. #C1126 Level 5 Beast 2. I'll go. Are you going to advance? Xiao Han was very surprised to feel such a sudden change in his Dantian, and at the same time he was also excited. But at this time, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He quickly took a few deep breaths, suppressed the excitement in his heart, raised his hand and threw another big return pill directly into his mouth. Xiao Han has long been looking forward to promotion, but I still didn't expect that it would happen without any warning. But this is actually normal. After all, the threat of mutant beasts made him want to become stronger quickly all the time, so the pills were just like jelly beans. If he doesn't eat 3 to 5 pills a day, it would be a shame for him to get 100 times the reward talent. So a breakthrough is only a matter of time. Hey! Do you want to compress the true essence again? Feeling that the true energy in his Dantian was spinning rapidly, Xiao Han murmured softly, immediately calmed down, and used his Xuanwu true skill with all his strength. In fact, if we really talk about it, he should still be some time away from a breakthrough. After all, the liquid essence in the dantian, even if 3 earth spirit pills are used to practice every day, is still not overflowing. Even now, it seems to be only 30%. Damn, that's not right. Feeling that the true energy in this dantian was still spinning rapidly, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then said softly, "It's not even half a month since I broke through to become a 5th-level warrior. This true energy has not filled up the dantian. There is no reason for it to break through so quickly. But if it's not a breakthrough, what's going on with this horse riding? The reaction of the true energy in the body is too violent." Such doubts suddenly appeared in his mind, and Xiao Han even wanted to stop what he was doing, but his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered, "Is it possible?" Boom! The thought in his mind had just arisen, and before Xiao Han had time to confirm it, he felt the muscles in various parts of his body vibrating violently, involuntarily, and with this vibration, every cell in the body seemed to suddenly become hungry and thirsty. The next second, these cells began to frantically extract energy from the blood and meridians. Even the true energy in the dantian was driven by an invisible force and flowed into the meridians. Roar! At this time, he couldn't help roaring and suddenly stood up from the ground. The cells that had swallowed up the energy immediately expanded several times, and the figure standing in the center of the administrative hall instantly transformed into a 3-meter-high black ape. It opened its arms and the hair on its body stood up. Roar! The roar sounded again, and Jiang Xiaoyun, who was controlling the ice blade arrow tower, suddenly changed his face and immediately turned his head to look at the center of the hall. Is this another breakthrough? She had seen the scene of the Evolver's breakthrough more than once, so she was familiar with it, but the scene in front of her still made her stunned for a moment. The last breakthrough was not even 10 days ago. Even if others break through from level 1 to level 2, even if they have sufficient resources, it will still take more than 10 days. Not to mention someone like him who breaks through the 5th level from the 4th level or breaks through the 6th level from the 5th level. If you don't have 3 to 5 months, you can't even think about it. Is my man so strong? While muttering something softly in his mouth, Jiang Xiaoyun immediately thought of Jiang Cheng, and at the same time he also thought of the anxiety he felt when he first came to Jing'an. At that time, she was extremely confused about the future. Even if he is also an evolver, the ability he can awaken is only to change his body shape and appearance without any combat effectiveness at all. If one day this ability is discovered by an evolver, it may become the plaything of that powerful person. So even if he was lucky enough to escape to Jing'an, he would still be at a loss for the future. But she never imagined that the men randomly assigned to her just because of population pressure could be of such high quality. A 7th-level mutant beast can be knocked to the ground and beaten violently. Even Tianchang and Jing'an avoided the fate of being captured by mutant beasts because of his sudden appearance. Even if the 7th-level green wolf comes, he is no longer his opponent. Now, looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Xiaoyun murmured softly, although the black hair standing on end and the bulging muscles made people feel no sense of beauty, but she still feels that only by marrying such a man can a woman feel secure. Enough! Roar! At this time, another roar rang out, and Jiang Xiaoyun even saw the airflow ejected from the black violent ape's mouth, like an arrow hitting the black crystal door with a swish sound, when a dull voice sounded, and her eyes suddenly showed a look of admiration, as if little stars were popping out. So strong! Jiang Xiaoyun groaned involuntarily, and Jiang Xiaoyun even felt that his heartbeat seemed to be beating a little faster in an instant. Click! Click! At this time, sounds like the cracking of bones sounded one after another, and the size of the black violent ape in the center of the hall instantly increased by more than 20 centimeters. At the same time, the muscles on his body seemed to have a metallic luster. Hey! A rough laugh sounded, and the black violent ape slowly turned around and laughed loudly. How about it? It has a wild beauty. As he spoke, he also bent his arms and showed off his muscles. When Jiang Xiaoyun saw Xiao Han's arrogant look, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart. A teasing smile suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he continued, "Wildness is there, but beauty is not necessarily the case. I don't know how to appreciate it at all." He wanted his wife to praise him, but he didn't expect such a result.
Xiao Han
Said dissatisfied. "Then tell me what wild beauty is. Do you really want to see it?" Jiang Xiaoyun chuckled, and the teasing in his eyes became stronger. At this time, Xiao Han seemed a little hesitant. He was a little confused as to what his wife meant by these words. But he still said firmly, Come on, let me see what wild beauty is." "All right." Jiang Xiaoyun took a step forward and said with a smile on his face, "Since you have made such a sincere request, I will grant your wish." As she spoke, her body began to expand instantly. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the height of 1.7 meters increased to about 2 meters. Tear. The clothes that didn't fit him were torn into strips. Not only that, the lines on her face also became rougher and the muscles on her body also bulged. Thick pale golden hair also grows from its exposed skin. After a while, it turned into a giant ape. A giant ape with golden hair all over his body. A little enchanting, a little wild, and even a little sexy, appeared in front of him. Fuck! Seeing such a scene, Xiao Han's eyes widened instantly. At the same time, a wave of heat rose up in his abdomen, and a primitive impulse suddenly arose in his heart. I thought that elves, succubi, cat women, and other forms were the most attractive. But Xiao Han just discovered today that this ape, who has nothing to do with beauty, can actually be so eye-catching. #C1127 Slaving Level 6 Mutant Beast 1. The sudden temptation made Xiao Han unable to control himself. Anyway, there are 5 Ice Blade Demon Towers in Mayun City, and the Ice Blade storm is still raging in the sky, killing all mutant beasts that want to enter the city. The administrative hall also has a strong sound insulation effect. A strange sound, when the golden giant ape's resistance is ineffective, also spreads in the hall. After more than 2 hours, the storm gradually stopped. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun felt that he was about to fall apart. Seeing Xiao Han's unsatisfied look, he couldn't help but glared at him angrily, but thinking that he was the one who started it, he couldn't say much. "Hey!" A wretched laugh sounded, and seeing a touch of white beside him, Xiao Han immediately took out a pink sheet and wrapped it up. Then she said with a smile, "You should be a little tired today. Take a good rest. I'll go out of town to get you some food, so you can replenish your body. Otherwise, your body is too weak, you need to recuperate for a while. I can't let go. Get out of here." Seeing Xiao Han getting the benefit and still acting cute, Jiang Xiaoyun yelled, and a blush appeared on her face, making her even more attractive. But at this time, Xiao Han also knew clearly that she could not bear another whipping, so he said again, "Take a good rest, I'll get you something delicious." "No need." Jiang Xiaoyun knew that she had delayed a lot of things in the past 2 hours, but she couldn't resist at all. Seeing that Xiao Han had to spend more time on him, he hurriedly said, "I just need to take a pill and adjust my breath a little, and I will recover soon. The mutant beasts have been beaten outside the city. If you have anything to do it quickly. Although I also want to taste your craftsmanship, it's not the time yet. If one day we don't have to worry about mutant beasts attacking the city, we can enjoy life with peace of mind. At that time, I will agree to whatever you want." "Really?" Xiao Han's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "Next time, I want to try the elves and leopard girls." "Get out!" A delicate shout sounded, and seeing Jiang Xiaoyun grab a shoe and throw it at him, he caught it and took a sip, and then said, "It smells so good." Then his figure flashed and disappeared in the administrative hall. Puff! Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Xiao Han's funny appearance, but couldn't help but chuckled, then raised his hand to take out a pill and threw it into his mouth. with great effort. Outside the administrative hall, Xiao Han took a deep breath with satisfaction. After the combination of spirit and flesh just now, he even felt that his spirit was not only better but also his thoughts were clearer. His current state was better than ever before. He originally planned to go outside the city to get some delicious food for Jiang Xiaoyun, but since she didn't need it, she could take advantage of the current state and learn the rest of the soul control skills. Hey! He chuckled and ignored the ice blades raging in the sky, nor the mutant beast, corpses that fell from time to time. His mind immediately moved. The next second, a familiar true energy immediately appeared in the meridians, in his palm. Then it quickly roamed in the meridians, and in order to seize this fleeting opportunity, he immediately closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Whoosh! 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 The ice blades in the sky were still raging in the sky, blocking all mutant beasts that wanted to enter the Demon Cloud City. Time passed slowly in Xiao Han's silence. After an unknown amount of time, the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "Now is the time to try the soul slave technique. I just don't know if my idea will work. The soul slave technique consumes a lot of mental power and I don't know how much mental power it takes to enslave a level 6 mutant beast." Thinking this way, Xiao Han immediately stood up from the ground and a pair of purple wings appeared behind him, flying straight to the prison in the east of the city. Compared with the complex soul slave technique, the learning of the soul control technique is much simpler. But now he has no way to experiment. In order not to forget how to use this skill, he has to enslave a mutant beast as soon as possible to test it so as to know the effect. After all, in the game, once you flip through the skill book, you will learn the skill by default. So he didn't dare to look at the skill introduction of the soul slave technique and the soul control technique, resulting in his still half understanding of these two skills. And other players don't have such skills. In this way, even the way to learn these two skills from other channels was cut off. Fortunately, the skills have been learned for things that are unknown. In fact, just a few more experiments will be enough. Whoosh! 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 In the sky of Demon Cloud City, the ice blade storm is still raging, so Xiao Han dare not fly too high. After all, these ice blades do not distinguish between enemies and friends. If he accidentally gets mixed into the storm, even with his strength, he probably won't be able to come out alive. Fortunately, he was already familiar with the use of wings. In just a few minutes, Xiao Han retracted his wings and landed outside the underground prison in the east of the city. He reached out and pushed towards the steel door that weighed 1,000 kilograms. Crunch! The door was pushed open, and he stepped in immediately. This place is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. There is also a 6th level evolver guarding the inside, so there are no guards outside. Master Xiao. As soon as he walked in, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Xiao Han turned his head and looked at it, then asked with a smile, "Hey, why are you here?" "Hey, General Fu asked me to come over and try," Li Long said with a smile and then continued, "My ability happens to be a special kind of charm, and I have a chance of controlling mutant beasts." Charm? Looking at Li Long's pretty face, Xiao Han still couldn't believe that he was actually a man, but he still asked, "How is it? Did the charm succeed?" "Hey, that's that easy." Li Long sighed and continued, "I'm 70% sure of charming a 4th level mutant beast. Isn't it funny to charm a level 6 mutant beast? And it's still a mutated beast that has passed out. No matter how many ideas and tricks I have, I can't use them at all." "Oh, it's hard for you." Xiao Han could understand Li Long's depression and said with a smile, "General Fu has no choice, so I thought of you." "I know, so I'm here too." Li Long nodded and continued, "But even if the 6th level mutant beast wakes up, the probability of the charm being successful will not exceed 1%. It's okay, you still have me."
Xiao Han pata Li Long's shoulder gently.
smiled and comforted. Since we have captured it, it can only surrender to us. You mean? Li Long was a little stunned and asked in disbelief. Can you subdue this 6th level mutant beast? Maybe. Xiao Han didn't say die, and walked quickly to the cage where the golden bison was imprisoned. He nodded and said hello to Gao Qiu. When he looked at the golden figure inside, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next second, he gently slapped his palm forward, and a black light flashed away, instantly entering the body of the golden bison. #C1128 Slaving Level 6 Mutant Beast. 2. In the dark dungeon, the black light was not conspicuous, but both Li Long and Gao Qiu, who was guarding here, saw it clearly. What is that? Seeing the golden bison, which looked like a corpse, suddenly move, Gao Qiu's eyes instantly became solemn. He had already experimented with this guy after he was caught. Whether it was hitting or kicking, even if a bloody hole was poked in it, this guy had no reaction. The word soul in the center of its forehead seemed to have completely sealed its soul, making it completely lose control of its body. It was like a vegetative person, with no reaction to external stimuli. But now, just because of an inconspicuous black light, this level 6 golden bison actually twitched incredibly. Moo! At this time, a low roar sounded in the closed underground space. Gao Qiu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but whispered, could it be that he can really enslave a level 6 mutant beast? No way. If he can really do this, it would be too abnormal. With the skill of sealing the soul, combined with this special method of taming beasts, wouldn't even level 7 mutant beasts be tamed? More importantly, if 100 or even 1,000 beasts are tamed, wouldn't it be possible to form a mutant beast army? With such a thought in mind, Gao Qiu's eyes instantly became sharper, and he couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, it seems that I have to upgrade my warrior level as soon as possible. The skills in the game are really rich. Only when you cultivate true qi can you use the skills that are manifested. Maybe I can also manifest a beast slave technique and tame a few mutant beasts. For fun. Moo! At this time, another roar sounded, and the word soul on the forehead of the golden bison in the iron cage slowly began to fade, and then slowly disappeared. Then a pair of black pupils slowly opened, and looked around angrily. The next second, its eyes were instantly fixed on Xiao Han, and while taking a few steps back, it also showed a hint of fear. Moo! The low roar sounded again, and the golden bison shook its head vigorously, as if it was a little uncomfortable. Come out. At this time, Xiao Han looked at the sturdy body in the iron cage and said something, and there was a flash of unquestionable in his eyes. Moo! But the golden bison roared, and once again took several steps back in fear. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han snorted coldly and whispered, Humph, you really don't want to drink a toast and drink a penalty. After speaking, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Moo! The next second, the golden bison suddenly howled in pain, and even slammed its head against the wall. Boom! 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 The wall, which was completely cast with reinforced concrete, was instantly hit with a dent, revealing the bent steel bars inside that were as thick as an arm. The golden horns were deeply embedded in the wall. Although such a collision would cause pain, it still could not offset the pain in the head. And this pain that penetrated the soul instantly turned the golden bison's white pupils red. A trace of madness flowed from its eyes. Roar! With an angry roar, the golden bison suddenly turned its gaze to the figures outside the cage, and 2 white mists suddenly spurted out of its nose. Boom! Then the bull's hoof stepped hard on the hard concrete ground, and it slammed into the steel fence without any fear. At this time, Li Long's face suddenly changed, and he even took 2 steps back. Involuntarily. However, seeing Gao Qiu and Xiao Han both looking calm, he slowly felt relieved. Although this bison has the strength of level 6, it is still imprisoned in this place. The person who caught it in person is standing next to it. What is there to be afraid of? More importantly, even if Xiao Han is not here, Gao Qiu is still here. He is a level 6 bison beast, and his strength is stronger than the golden bison. Hee, you still want to resist? Suddenly a sneer sounded in his ears. Li Long didn't even see Xiao Han make any moves, but saw the level 6 bison running towards him, suddenly staggered, and fell directly to the ground. Moo! The painful howl was more than one level stronger than before. Fuck! What skill is this? It's too strong. Although Li Long didn't know what skill Xiao Han used, he could feel that the golden bison was suffering from extreme pain. This kind of pain was unbearable even for a level 6 mutant bison known for its resistance to attack. A gleam of thought flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, this skill, can't it be aimed at the soul? If so, maybe this level 6 mutant beast can really be tamed. Thinking so in his heart, Li Long's eyes also showed a hint of expectation. If it can really succeed, Jing'an will have an extra level 6 combat power out of thin air, and it is a very resistant level 6 combat power. And this is not the limit. With Xiao Han's ability, if he goes out again, it will definitely be easy to catch another level 6 mutant beast. In this way, Jing'an's strength will soar at an incredible speed. If that time comes, the beast tied outside the city will be nothing. Come out for me. At this time, Xiao Han's deep voice sounded again, and the golden bison, struggling on the ground, finally became quiet. Breathing heavily, he looked up at the figure outside the fence, and the bloodshot eyes didn't know when they disappeared. Moo! The low roar sounded again, and a look of fear flashed in the golden bison's eyes. He no longer dared to make any inappropriate actions and slowly walked to the fence. Gave up. At this time, Xiao Han grinned and continued. If you still want to struggle, I don't mind waiting a little longer. Moo! The torture of the soul by the soul control technique is several times more severe than the soul whipping of the soul control technique. In just over 10 seconds, the level 6 golden bison couldn't bear it any longer. He leaned against the fence with a low eyebrow and never dared to make any overstep. Only then did Xiao Han look at Gao Qiu and said with a smile, "What are you still doing? Open the iron cage quickly. Is it over?" Seeing that the golden bison no longer resisted, Gao Qiu widened his eyes in disbelief and said with shock, "This is a level 6 mutant beast. General Shi from Kyoto is a peak 7th level spiritual evolver. It is said that every once in a while, he will capture mutant beasts and try to tame them, but he has only been able to tame the highest level 5 beasts. What kind of skill do you have? It's too domineering. It took less than 30 seconds and it was successful? What else?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "My methods are completely different from General Shi's methods. Even if it is a 7th level mutant beast, there is a 30% chance of taming it. #C1129 promoting to level 8. Xiao Han didn't dare to say too much about the taming of the 7th level mutant beast. After all, he is only a 5th level warrior now. Although the beast level has just broken through, it has not broken through to the 6th level, so there is no fundamental improvement in mental power. According to his current soul power, even with the assistance of the 2 special skills of Soul Slave and Soul Control, he can only enslave 2 6th level mutant beasts at most. If there are more, his own soul power cannot suppress them at all, and there is even a risk of backlash. After all, no matter how strong the skills are, they must depend on the strength of the user, and the standard is not to judge by the strength of the power. Otherwise, with his current strength, when using pills and Blood Demon's Wrath together, it is still no problem to knock down 20 or 36th level mutant beasts. Mental power. This is a bit troublesome. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han immediately thought of the backpack in the game. There is a Soul Slave and a Soul Control. These 2 skill books were originally prepared for Jiang Xiaoyun. After all, her strength is still very weak now, and I can't always protect her. If I can enslave 1 or 2 mutant beasts, I can be more at ease. But now, this idea has to change a little. Kunlun, Darim, and the 4 great forbidden areas have given him a new understanding of this world. If these 2 beast-taming skill books are given to Jiang Xiaoyun, they can only enslave level 5 mutant beasts at most. If they are given to Shi Mingyuan to learn, the effect will be completely different. He is a level 7 peak spiritual evolutionist, and his soul power is much stronger than that of the same level, so it will be easy to enslave level 8 mutant beasts. If he can seal the level 9 mutant beast, maybe he can even enslave the level 9 mutant beast. It seems that we have to do our best to find materials for refining soul, nourishing pills, he whispered, and Gao Qiu also opened the door of the steel cage and watched the golden bison slowly walk out. Xiao Han smiled, raised his hand and ejected a pill, and said with a smile, "If you follow me in the future, I guarantee that you can be promoted to a level 7 great demon. Soul control technique, the ability to communicate with mutant beasts. In the world of mutant beasts, all mutant beasts above level 7 are collectively called great demons, and those below level 7, even at the peak of level 6, can only be called small demons. When facing mutant beasts above level 7, all small demons have no right to resist, they have to do whatever they are told. And the big demons often launch beast tides, and they also want to reduce the number of beasts through the principle of survival of the fittest, and at the same time, let as many level 4 and above mutant beasts appear in the beast group as possible. Otherwise, once they lose in the competition for living space, if they don't want to be killed, they can only leave their original habitat. But no matter where you go, if you want to gain new territory, you need to speak with strength. Through simple communication, Xiao Han also knew the level 7 white fox outside the city had to retreat from the Hengduan mountains because it could not control a level 7 peak snake demon with 3 heads. The reason why the golden bison surrendered so quickly was not only because of the soul control technique, but also because of this aspect. After all, although it is not smart, it also knows that this city is a hard bone to chew. If it continues to follow the level 7 white fox, it will die here sooner or later. Moo! A low roar sounded, and the golden bison opened its mouth to catch the flying pill and swallowed it, and then its eyes suddenly lit up. Hee hee. Following me is definitely better than following that slutty fox, Xiao Han said with a smile, and at the same time he lightly touched the ground with his toes and jumped directly onto the bison's back. In response, the level 6 bison did not have any strong reaction. He looked around and turned to the exit of the dungeon. Li Long was a little surprised to have tamed a level 6 mutant beast so smoothly. He looked at Gao Qiu beside him and whispered, "Is it successful? Now? Oh, what else?" Gao Qiu chuckled and continued, "The level 6 mutant beast has been taken away by Xiao Han, and I don't need to stay here any longer. Report what happened here when you go back." Gao Qiu walked out quickly, leaving Li Long alone in the mess. Tianshui City. After getting the 4 soul-cleansing pills, Shi Mingyuan materialized them as soon as possible but did not use them to practice immediately. Although such pills are not difficult to refine, the medicinal materials required are extremely rare. Before Xiao Han took out the pills that could be used by the level 7 evolvers to break through, these soul-cleansing pills became his only hope for a breakthrough. It has been half a year since he stayed at the peak of level 7. During this period, even if he practiced on the earth veins for 2 hours every day, his mental strength still did not improve at all. Without external assistance, it is normal to be stuck at this stage for 1 or 2 years. But the threat of mutant beasts made him more and more anxious. Wang Lei, who has become an 8th level evolver, is also a very unstable factor. He must complete the level promotion as soon as possible to deal with these things well. Originally, he wanted to find a 6th level or 7th level spiritual mutant beast. By absorbing their beast cores, he can stimulate the spiritual power to change so as to achieve the goal of breakthrough. But spiritual mutant beasts are even rarer than level 7 mutant beasts. It is not easy to get such a beast core. And the level 7 white fox that appeared in Jing'an also gave him a clear goal. But he still didn't expect that he would have such a harvest today. Soul cleansing pill. After dealing with all the things and adjusting his mentality, Shi Mingyuan thought about it, and a white porcelain bottle appeared in his palm. When he raised his hand to pour out a pill, he just smelled it and felt a surge of energy. He couldn't help but whispered, "My accumulation in the past 6 months should be enough. Even if there is no special breakthrough pill to assist, there is still a chance of breakthrough. And now I just need the final push, with the soul cleansing pill to pry open the bottleneck. There is a possibility of breakthrough. Now I have to try it out to see how effective this pill is." As he said this, Shi Mingyuan flicked his fingers slightly, and the pill in his hand flew directly into his mouth. Gudong. While swallowing it, he immediately crossed his legs and carefully felt the changes in his body. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. As time passed slowly, Shi Mingyuan could feel that an unfamiliar energy appeared from his stomach and moved directly to his brain. Knowing that the drug was taking effect, he immediately cooperated with his heart. In less than a breath, this energy rushed into his head and went straight to the dazzling diamond crystal. Boom! After the special energy generated by the elixir came into contact with the diamond crystal, some strange reactions occurred instantly, and the dazzling diamond crystal actually began to burn, and the energy impurities absorbed before seemed to be burned out instantly. An indescribable feeling came, and Shi Mingyuan was refreshed, and his mental power instantly spread around. #C1130 Meteoric Magic Cage. Yunshao City, Forging Room. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound of metal knocking sounded rhythmically, and metal sticks as thick as arms were slowly assembled into a metal cage with a length and width of 4 meters. Ding! You successfully built a black patterned demon cage, legend, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get a star-falling demon cage. Spiritual weapon. Until the system prompt sounded in his ears, the thin figure in the forging room slowly stopped the action in his hands and said softly, "It's not easy. I finally succeeded in building it." Looking at the starlit metal cage in front of him, Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. After successfully enslaving the golden bison, he did not go out of the city again to capture and enslave other level 6 mutant beasts. Although with his strength it is not too difficult to do this. But since he has gone out once, the 3 level 7 mutant beasts should have been prepared. There are some risks in such things, so there is no need to do it. But this is not the main reason. If he could continue to enslave the 6th level mutant beast, even if there were some risks, it would be worth it. After all, every additional 6th level mutant beast could enhance Jing'an's strength. But with his current 5th level soul power, he could only suppress 2 6th level mutant beasts at the same time at most. Even if the mutant beasts surrendered voluntarily, he could still only suppress 2. Xiao Han didn't know why this was the case, but he had a strong feeling. Once this number was exceeded, something bad would happen. And now, in addition to the 6th level bison that had just been tamed, the panda that had been promoted to the 4th level was actually one. It's just that the soul power consumed on it was much less than that of the 6th level bison. This was his first pet that he had manifested, and he had some special feelings for it and even got along well with Zhang Xiaoyun. Therefore, there was no way to kill it or release it. The consequence was that he didn't have extra soul power to enslave another 6th level mutant beast. And the iron cage was not made to enslave the 7th level mutant beast. With his current soul power, he couldn't do that. The Starfall locking cage was actually made for the soul sealing technique. Because even if there is no way to enslave the 7th level mutant beast now, it can be locked up first, and after the mental power is raised to the 6th level, it can be tried to enslave. Hey! This 100-fold reward really won't disappoint people. Feeling the cold touch from his hand, Xiao Han said with emotion, and his eyes showed a hint of excitement. In order to make it, he spent 3 days in the forging room. Originally, if it was just to make a sturdy cage, it would not take such a long time. With the best metal, it can be made in a few hours. But the 7th level white fox outside the city is a 7th level mental mutant beast. Even if it is locked up in an ordinary cage, it cannot suppress it from continuing to use its abilities. The 7th level violent bear cannot resist this kind of control, let alone Jing'an Scoutxiu, Jiangzhe and Fu Qingji, the 6th level guards. Once the guards are controlled by them, the hidden danger to Jing'an will be too great. After all, just from the appearance, there is no way to find that the level 7 violent bear is controlled by the level 7 white fox. So in order to avoid such a thing, Xiao Han had to add the powder of meteorite crystal to the forging materials. But the meteorite crystal is too hard. In order to get its powder, he had to spend several hours to forge a divine mining shovel to knock off some powder. Originally, the materials were ready, and the subsequent forging would not take too much time. But the powder of meteorite crystal is not a metal material. During forging, if a little more is added, the forged metal stick will be easy to break and even cannot confine the level 6 mutant beast. And if less powder is added, there will be no confinement effect. This made Xiao Han, who had always done everything very smoothly, feel very irritated. But fortunately, he persisted after all. Hey! A spiritual weapon cage. After whispering with a little excitement, Xiao Han immediately took out a spiritual weapon level embodiment talisman and pasted it on. When it turned into a tattoo and attached to the palm of his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "The mutant beast's siege should continue for a while." He also found some clues about the treasure map that I gave to Bai Shaoxing last time. It is said that there are 2 peaks in the Baisha ruins west of Huangsha City which are slightly similar to the terrain on the map. The decisive battle in reality should not be fought in a short time. Should I go there to explore? In fact, he has always wanted to explore this treasure map, but he has never had any clues, so he has been putting it aside. Now that there is news, it seems that some actions should be taken. After all, when the treasure map was obtained, it is said that a player drew it at the beginning of the lottery. For this kind of thing, whether the reward is good or bad, there is no way to judge. However, judging from the historical sedimentation on the treasure map, it should be a thing with a very long history, so it is still worth looking forward to what is inside. Huangsha City. Turning over a somewhat worn treasure map, Xiao Han whispered, but a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. After leaving the gate of Yunshao Auction House, he could teleport directly to Huangsha City. But since he got 3 level 3 cracking stones last time, he has never found this special stone used to build a teleportation array. It is very simple to teleport to Huangsha City, but there is no way to guarantee when he can come back. In the demon ceiling tower, the 3-spirit bloodthirsty array is still eroding the health of the Abyss Blood Emperor. This is an Emperor-level boss, and the things it explodes will certainly be extremely rich. He has to come back to complete the final blow. Forget it. It has been delayed for so long anyway. After thinking carefully, Xiao Han finally decided to postpone this matter a little. After all, the gains that can be obtained from the treasure map are a bit of gambling and are uncertain. But if the final blow can be completed on the Abyss Blood Emperor, at least 2 magical level materialization talismans and more than 2 artifact equipment can be exploded. As for the skill book, according to the explosion rate of the Abyss Cave, there is at least a 50% chance of exploding a ground-level cultivation technique. This is extremely attractive to everyone. Bang! While thinking this, the door of the forging room was suddenly knocked open, and a figure rushed in directly, shouting loudly, "Oh no, those mutant beasts are crazy!" #C1131 Insect beasts besieging the city. Call out! Call out! Call out! Coming out of Perfect World, Xiao Han immediately pushed open the Xuanyu ice coffin and rushed out of the administrative hall. The ice blades in the sky are still raking wildly. The sky was filled with black, yellow, green, and red insect corpses, falling from the sky like raindrops. In just a few minutes, the originally clean Demon Cloud City was covered with a thick layer of insect corpses. At this time, it was exactly noon. But the sun in the sky can no longer be seen at all, and the flying insects that cover the sky have completely blocked the sky above. Call out, call out, call out. Even though the 5 7-level Ice Blade magic towers have completed the Magic Alliance, the Ice Blade storm in the sky has completely enveloped the Demon Cloud City, which is 10,000 meters long. But even so, there are still countless flying insects rushing towards the blue storm like moths flying into a flame. Fuck! Are these mutant beasts crazy? Seeing this situation, Xiao Han's heart sank suddenly, and his face became extremely ugly at the same time. If this situation continues, it may only take an hour or two for insect corpses to fill the entire Demon Cloud City, and a large number of obstacles will also completely stop the rapidly rotating Ice Blade Storm. Are you coming out? At this time, the broken corpses of insect beasts falling in the sky seem to be pushed away by an invisible hand, revealing a figure wearing blue leather armor inside. Flying out of the insect corpse passage, a figure wearing blue leather armor said solemnly. The mutated beasts outside the city seem to have gone completely crazy. We have already contacted Kyoto. The area within 10 kilometers of Demon Cloud City is almost completely surrounded by insect beasts. And a little further outside, there are hundreds of millions of mutant beasts waiting. According to the analysis of the satellite cloud image, the level 7 White Fox seems to have made up its mind and plans to launch a general attack. General attack? Xiao Han frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "In which direction are they? Are the 3 7th-level mutant beasts together?" Near Liugo Town in the west. Fu Chengji stretched out his hand and pointed to the west, and continued with a solemn face, "What? Do you want to kill directly?" "No." Xiao Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, "There are too many mutant beasts and we need to consume more before we can fight them decisively. Anyway, we have plenty of level 7 energy crystals, so you don't have to worry too much." "It's okay if you don't worry." Fu Chengji looked up at the rain of corpses in the sky and continued with a worried face. "From the satellite cloud map, there are too many insect beasts. Perhaps in just an hour or two, the entire Demon Cloud City will be filled with corpses falling from the sky. Although we still have a dozen space rings, we can still carry hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of insect corpses and transport them to Tianshui City. But once it's teleported, it can't be teleported back. And if all those insect beasts outside the city turn into corpses, it is estimated that they will be at least 1 million cubic meters and we won't be able to hold on for long." "I know," Xiao Han replied softly. Although his face was equally ugly, he was not worried at all. The rain of corpses from the sky continued to fall, and in just a few dozen seconds it became more than 10 centimeters thicker. The speed at which these corpses appeared was really too fast. It is indeed very difficult to deal with it, but it is not completely impossible. It just requires taking some risks. Fu Chengji's face was still solemn, and Xiao Han continued, "Whose hands are the remaining dozen space rings?" "Gao Qiu, Guohuai Han Su." Fu Chengji named a dozen names in a row, and at the same time stretched out his finger and said, "I have one here as well as City Lord Zhang's." The other space rings have now been dispersed to various corpse collection points in the city. Once they are filled with insect corpses, they will be transferred to Tianshui immediately. But this probably only buys us an hour or two. If we don't think of other solutions, we may have to go out of the city and fight those mutant beasts. Otherwise, when the corpses of the insect beasts completely submerge the Ice Blade Magic Tower, we will still have to fight them. "Hey, that's not necessarily the case." Xiao Han grinned and continued in a cold voice. Since there is no place in the city, just move outside the city. After the space ring is filled with corpses, there is no need to send them to Tianshui. Send them all to me. Send it to you? Fu Chengji repeated in a daze, and then he immediately understood and asked quickly, You mean you want to transport the corpse of the insect beast outside the city? Why, isn't it possible? It's not impossible. According to Jingan's current situation, this may be the only way. He and Jiangzhe have even studied this plan. But the level of danger is simply too high. Although Xiao Han's strength is very strong, he relies on pills and skills to forcibly improve it. Such fighting power cannot last for too long. If you carry a dozen space rings outside the city again and again, you will definitely be intercepted by level 7 mutant beasts. And now, because of the appearance of the green wolf, the number of level 7 mutant beasts has increased to 3. Once blocked outside the city, would Xiao Han be able to fight back? With this thought in his mind, Fu Chengji quickly said, Sending the body outside the city is indeed a good idea. But the mutant beasts outside the city have almost filled up all the space, within a radius of 10 kilometers. You can't increase your speed at all in the encirclement of the insect beasts, and the 3 level 7 mutant beasts will know it immediately. It's too dangerous to go out like this. What can we do if it's dangerous? Xiao Han looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, In this situation, do you have a better way? Fu Chengji was stunned and didn't know how to answer. For now, there is really no other way. Don't worry. At this time, Xiao Han continued, Since I dare to do this, I must be sure of it. Besides, even if I leave the city, I won't be too far away from the city. There are still tens of millions of people in Maoyun City. We have no other choice. Let's notify Guohuai, Gao Qiu, and City Lord Jiang. Let them fill the space ring with corpses and send them to me quickly. Well, okay. Fu Chengji sighed helplessly, knowing that what Xiao Han said was true, and they actually had no other choice. If they cannot quickly deal with the increasing number of corpses in the city, even with 5 level 7 magic towers, they will not be able to defend the city. And by that time, the ordinary people in the city who have not yet been teleported will also become food for the mutant beasts. Fuck! How could this happen? Fu Chengji cursed in a depressed voice, and as soon as he thought about it, the insect corpses in the sky were pushed away by an invisible big hand, revealing a passage more than 1 person high. And he flashed and quickly disappeared in the passage. C1132 leaving the city. Moo! As Fu Chengji left, the golden bison, who had been sleeping beside him, walked slowly over with a panda less than 1 meter tall on his back. A level 6 mutant beast, it still had no ability to speak. However, after learning 2 skill books of the beast trainer, Xiao Han could already understand what it meant, so he smiled and said, No need for now, I can still handle it myself. Woo! At this time, a round meatball also whimpered, with a look on his face that he was very strong and could help. For this little thing that he raised, Xiao Han reached out and touched its head, chuckled and said, You don't need to help, just protect Sister Jiang. Inside. As he said, he took out a pill with his backhand and stuffed it directly into its mouth. At this time, the golden bison on the side also took 2 steps forward, looking straight at him, and the meaning was very obvious. Heh! Xiao Han chuckled, but he didn't favor one over the other, and raised his hand, and flicked another pill directly over. After a few days of getting along, the golden bison has completely adapted to his new identity because of the 2 pills every day. It is estimated that even if he is released now, this guy will not be willing to leave. And the 6th level mutant beast, after several evolutions, has also gained simple wisdom and knows that it is better to stay here. The energy intensity of the earth spirit pill materialized from the game is very high, and it is easier to absorb. If it continues like this, it will not be too difficult to be promoted to a 7th level demon. Swish, swish, Swish! At this time, the ice blades in the sky were still raging. Seeing that the golden bison had closed his eyes and absorbed the energy of the pill. Seriously, Xiao Han also raised his hand and threw a pill into his mouth. The thought in his mind just moved slightly, and the Xuanwu Zhengong began to run in the meridians. Even though he was often in the game, his practice did not fall behind at all. Even because of the long-term stimulation of the cold air, the body was passively practicing under self-protection, which also made him unconsciously master the ability to practice anytime and anywhere. And the sufficient pills also made his progress rapid. If there were no mutant beasts attacking the city, the true essence in the Dantian would be fully accumulated in 1 or 2 months at most. At that time, there would be a possibility of breaking through to level 6. It was just that the breakthrough of the Beastman, because there was no orthodox cultivation method, could only be enhanced by absorbing energy. So when the breakthrough would happen was completely unpredictable. Fortunately, he had become a level 5 warrior and could mobilize the true essence in the Dantian to nourish the cells of the body. When it absorbed enough energy, it would not be far from the breakthrough. Hey, Xuanwu Zhengong! Feeling that the pill he had just swallowed was quickly digested and absorbed, Xiao Han's mouth curved and couldn't help grinning. The God-level cultivation method made him have strong confidence in the future. Even if he knew the 4 forbidden areas. Even this time, he felt that the breakthrough of the Beastman level was related to this cultivation method. After all, for a normal person, if it didn't take more than half a year, it would be a luxury to break through from level 4 to level 5, let alone level 3 to level 4. And he only took less than a month. Half a year, at most half a year, I should be able to break through to level 7. After saying this with certainty, Xiao Han continued to practice the technique, but slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. Amid the rain of corpses, the familiar passage appeared again.
Fu Qingzi,
wearing blue leather armor, and Jiangzhe wearing red armor were flying over, quickly together. So soon? Have you collected them all? When the two landed on the ground, Xiao Han stretched out his hand and said, Then don't delay. Give me all the space rings. Are you really going to do this? Jiangzhe stepped forward and said with some concern, I don't want you to be in any danger, and Kyoto doesn't want you to be in any danger either. Your ability is more important than the millions of people in Jing'an. If this city can't be defended, you and Xiaoyun can leave directly. There is no need to take such a risk. Oh, I didn't expect it. Hearing Jiangzhe say this, Xiao Han said in disbelief. You actually advised me to escape and let me give up the millions of people in Jing'an. This style is not like you at all. Hey, there's nothing I can do about it. Jiangzhe sighed, his face full of trouble. General, she called in person from Kyoto. Let us make sure that you stay alive no matter what. Also, General, she asked me to tell you that he has successfully broken through to level 8 because of the soul-cleansing pill you gave him. Oh my God! So fast? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment when he heard the news and then immediately whispered, Now the military should have an absolute advantage in Kyoto. If Wang Lei knew this news, I wonder what his expression would be. Just a few soul-cleansing pills, but I didn't expect him to break through. Seems that he has been stuck at the peak of level 7 for a long time. Xiao Han had never expected that Shi Mingyuan would break through with only the soul-cleansing pill, and he had never even thought of this possibility. After all, this pill is not used for breakthroughs. But this news should be considered a good thing for him. At least during this period of time, the cooperation with Kyoto has been relatively smooth, and the attitude of the other side towards him is also very good, and there is no intention of forcing him. For such a leader who can lead Yanhua to stand on the top of the world again, he still admires it very much. Even in this world that is like the end of the world, he still does a good job. Hearing the news from Jiangzhe in Kyoto, and seeing his tangled face, Xiao Han smiled and said, It's just a trip out. There will be no accidents. What's more, even if there is an accident, I can also materialize the frost dragon. So this demon cloud city can definitely be defended. There is no need to doubt it, but we need to kill more mutant beasts. Let Jing'an no longer have a beast tide in the next 1 or 2 years.
No vista id.
Fu Chengji repeated in a low voice, and said solemnly, "Since you have decided, I will no longer persuade you. No, but you must remember that it doesn't matter whether the corpse is thrown out or not, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety." "Okay, I know." Xiao Han hooked his fingers and said with a relaxed look, "Don't dawdle. Give me the space ring. Even if you encounter a level 7 mutant beast, it's nothing more than a fight. With my strength, even if I encounter 3 level 7 mutant beasts, I may not be afraid of them. It's not certain who will live and who will die. It's good that you have confidence." Seeing that Xiao Han had made up his mind, Fu Qingji didn't say anything more and had to hand over the 12 rings filled with insect corpses in his hand. And Xiao Han took the ring, and a pair of purple wings immediately appeared. Behind him, just a light flap, he broke through the air. C1133 Feeding insect beasts. Moyun City. A golden figure was standing on the city wall, looking into the distance with cold eyes. "Yang! Yang! Yang!" The rain of corpses mixed with green mucus fell from the sky, and blue ice blades, along with the rolling of the storm, shot at the golden figure. At this time, the outside of the city and the inside of the city were completely 2 different worlds. Only less than 10 meters away, one could see the flying insects that kept pouring in outside the city, while the inside of the city was a dead zone. "I'm afraid there are hundreds of billions of these insect beasts." Feeling the blue ice blades that kept hitting him, Xiao Han frowned slightly, and muttered in a low voice, "With the golden dragon god armor and the absolute defense on the god armor, although the damage of the ice blade was extremely high, it could not cause him any harm. It was just that the consumption of true energy was slightly more. Although there were some risks in leaving the city this time, he had to do it. Such a large-scale beast tide is rare even in Tianshui City in the north. If we can't consume more insect beasts now, we will still have to face it in the future. When that time comes, the number will be even more terrifying. As for the competition for living space, in fact, no matter which side, there is no retreat at all. Since there are sufficient energy crystals and weapons such as the Ice Blade, magic tower that can kill mutant beasts on a large scale, of course we should make good use of them. Unfortunately, the manifestation of Demon Cloud City is still too hasty. Looking at the rain of corpses in the sky, Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, "If there is a large enough underground space under Demon Cloud City, all these corpses can be used. But it doesn't matter. There should be opportunities in the future." As he said, he no longer hesitated, raised his foot and took a step forward, and rushed out of the city. Snap, snap, snap. Fist-sized mosquitoes, basketball-sized locusts, and dragonflies more than 1 meter long, hit him head-on and exploded into pieces in an instant. Green mucus splashed out, and a pungent smell immediately spread. Fortunately, this smell was already accustomed to when in the city, and Xiao Han could now completely ignore it. Ha! The wings behind him flapped violently a few times, and his speed soared instantly. But this speed only lasted less than 5 meters, and because of the obstruction of the insect beasts in the sky, he had to slow down. After all, the faster the speed, the greater the resistance will be. Chirp! At this time, there was suddenly a piercing scream from 1,000 meters away. Xiao Han's face condensed, and he immediately looked towards the place where the sound came from. However, wherever he looked, there were only ordinary insect beasts, and he could not see the insect beast that made the sound at all. Chirp! Less than a second later, another shriek came from a farther place. At this time, Xiao Han's mind moved, and the energy in his dantian instantly poured into his mind, and the spiritual fluctuations unique to the soul control technique immediately spread around. Although he couldn't directly control the insects and beasts around him, he could understand the screams coming from afar. What did they mean? Humph. Summoning a level 7 mutant beast? He had expected this situation before leaving the city, but he didn't expect that he would only advance less than 300 meters after leaving the city for more than a minute. The sky was full of flying insects blocking the way ahead, as if he was moving in a stream of fluid. It would be better if the speed was slower and he could still move forward normally, but if the speed was a little faster, the resistance would increase exponentially. Forget it. Just throw it here. Some unpredictable changes happened, and Xiao Han became more cautious and didn't dare to continue to rush into the depths of the insect tide. Fortunately, he had already left the city for more than 300 meters, so it was appropriate to throw the corpse here. Thinking so in his heart, his right hand with the space ring stretched forward slightly, and as the idea in his mind moved,
Hualala.
The insect corpses, accompanied by mucus, immediately poured out of his palm. Ki, ki, ki. At this time, the flying insects in the sky suddenly became violent, and the corpses that just fell from the palm were eaten up in an instant. There were even a few flying insects that had strong energy reactions. Oh my God! This is possible? Seeing the insect beast advance in front of him, Xiao Han said in disbelief. His face immediately sank, but then he showed a hint of joy. The insect beast's advancement is just an ordinary flying insect promoted to the first level. Although the strength has increased, there is no difference between killing such an insect beast and killing an ordinary insect beast. Even after completing an evolution, there is a certain probability that insect crystals will appear in the body of the insect beast. This thing is similar to the beast core, which can be used by the evolver to practice, accelerate the accumulation of energy, and thus complete the breakthrough. Although the pills he refined are more effective than beast cores and insect crystals. But the refining of pills takes time. In Jing'an alone, there will be several thousand evolvers, and he can't use pills to supply everyone to practice. He will only provide some pills for breakthroughs at critical times. Therefore, for most people, insect crystals and beast cores are still needed for daily cultivation. Now cultivate more low-level mutant beasts, and eventually they will rush into the ice blade storm to die. Hey! It seems that I have to go out a few more times. With this discovery, Xiao Han's thoughts surged even faster, and countless insect and beast corpses slipped from his hands and were eaten by the flying insects that followed. Every few seconds, there would be 1 or 2 weak energy reactions nearby. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The insect beasts farther away screamed anxiously, trying their best to fly towards him, even at the cost of killing each other. At this time, the number of level 1 mutant beasts around him was increasing. In order to let them die in Demon Cloud City, Xiao Han did not choose to attack these level 1 mutant beasts, but moved his body and flew in another direction. At the same time, while flying, he let the insect corpses in his hand fall like raindrops in the places where he passed. It's still too slow. It took more than a minute for the corpses in a space ring to be emptied. Such a speed made Xiao Han frown deeply, and he couldn't help but whispered, "If you want to scatter them all, it will take at least 10 minutes. Even if the speed of the 3 level 7 mutant beasts is slower, it will take enough time to get here. Although it is very convenient to take things from the space ring, there is no way to take too much at a time. At most, it is about 100 cubic meters per second, and a space ring can hold 10,000 cubic meters of insect corpses." Although Xiao Han knew that if he continued like this, the danger would increase greatly, but he had no better solution. While changing to a new space ring, he muttered in a low voice, "With my strength, even if I encounter them, if I want to escape, they will definitely not be able to stop me. Kill more insect beasts now, and it will be easier in the future. So now is not the time for a decisive battle, and as long as I am careful, there will be no danger that cannot be handled." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately changed direction and continued to fly. At the same time, the true energy in his dantian also flowed into his ears along the meridians. Bang! 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 At this time, a heavy footsteps came from the west of Mayun City. #C1134 Lightning and Thunder Run. Because of the evolution of his ears, Xiao Han is very sensitive to all sounds. Even when he was promoted to a level 4 warrior, he had the ability to select various sounds within a radius of 5 kilometers. He could selectively block some unimportant sounds. And for some special sounds, he would also leave a very deep memory. Strange. Why is there only the footsteps of that violent bear? Listening to the heavy footsteps several kilometers away, Xiao Han frowned slightly, and more true energy in his body poured into his ears. At this time, the surrounding noise disappeared instantly. But even so, the voices of the white fox and the blue wolf were still not heard, which made Xiao Han stop in the air and whispered, "Could it be that they flew from the sky?" Muttering softly in his mouth, he immediately shifted his attention to the bird. The next second, he heard two somewhat different sounds in the sky a few meters above the violent bear's head. When the mutant beast evolved to level 7, it had the ability to fly. But they don't fly by wings, as if they have escaped the bondage of gravity. So there is no sound of flapping wings. And when flying, there is almost no sound. But they are rushing towards this side at full speed, and of course their speed is not slow, so the sound of breaking through the air can still be heard. Hee. It's not that easy to catch me. After determining the location of the 3 level 7 mutant beasts, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, and his heart became more confident. Ooh la la. Flying in the air, as the insect corpses continued to fall from his hands, more and more insect beasts began to break through. After a while, another ring was emptied. Bang! 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 At this time, the heavy footsteps in the distance were less than a kilometer away from here. Turning his head and looking over there, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "Since East City is no longer safe, I'll go to West City for a walk." Saying this, he immediately flew towards Mayun City. However, this sudden action also instantly caused a piercing scream from more than 100 meters away. The next second, the insect beasts around him became agitated and tried desperately to stop him. Oh, so naive. Feeling the resistance getting stronger and stronger, almost to the point where he could not fly, Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer. Bang! 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 At this time, the heavy footsteps 1,000 meters away suddenly became hurried. At the same time, the sound of breaking wind in the sky was even more clear in his ears. Sensing the changes over there, Xiao Han turned his head to look over, and as soon as he thought about it, the wings behind him disappeared immediately. Bang! Without the ability to fly given by the wings, he fell heavily to the ground. But when he landed on the ground, he had already turned into a giant ape 3 meters tall. Roar! The angry roar was provocative and spread to the distance. Ow! At this time, a high-pitched wolf howl came from 700 or 800 meters away. Don't run, stay here if you dare. With the soul control technique, Xiao Han could hear the meaning of the wolf howl. But he didn't bother to pay attention to the blue wolf that was bombarded by the neutron bomb. He exerted force on his feet and ran towards Mayun City like a mud bull. Now he had a leverage point. Even if the insect beasts in the sky were still trying their best to stop him, they couldn't stop him from leaving. Anxious hissing sound came again from 100 meters away, and this also made the insect beasts in front of him try their best to block his way. But with his current strength, even if there was a reinforced concrete building in front of him, he could directly knock it down. How could this ordinary insect beast block his way? At this time, the anxious and angry hissing sound became more and more fierce, and made the insect beasts around him fly towards this side more frantically. At the same time, the sound was getting closer and closer. Xiao Han turned his head and looked behind him. What he saw was still a dense mass of ordinary flying insects. But his ears, which had evolved several times, could accurately judge that the high-level flying insect that commanded the ordinary insect beasts was no more than 10 meters away from him. Humph! You are really looking for death. Staring at the direction where the sound came from, Xiao Han snorted coldly, and then his right hand, like a palm leaf fan, grabbed over there fiercely. Boom! And the next second, a purple lightning palm was formed instantly. Crack! Crack! The flying insects that touched the purple palm along the way were instantly turned into charcoal, and a locust the size of a calf also appeared in sight. But at the same time, the illusory lightning palm had already caught it in the palm of its hand. Lightning jumped on its body, and the calf-sized locust also trembled uncontrollably. Ki! Shrill screams continued to come out of its mouth, and its wings full of bone. Spurs also flapped violently, struggling to rush out. Come here! But at this time, a roar sounded, and then the lightning palm suddenly retracted, pulling it directly over, and it fell into a black giant palm. Ki! Being caught by the black giant ape, the 6th-level locust screamed in fear, and its wings also flapped rapidly. Humph! You fall into my hands. Do you still want to run? Grabbing the head of the 6th-level locust with one hand, Xiao Han said, coldly, while the other hand had already reached out to the flapping wings. Crack! The next second, the wings full of bone spurs were broken, and the nearby insect beasts began to run around like headless flies because of this scene. Ouch! A few 100 meters away, another angry wolf howl came.
Xiao Han looked over
there with cold eyes and whispered, Humph! Let you show off for a while. When this insect beast is dealt with, I will kill you with my own hands. Feeling that the blue wolf was less than 500 meters away from here, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and squeezed his right hand with the thunder god's grip. Crack! The head of the 6th-level locust instantly exploded like a broken watermelon. At this time, even if it was still struggling, it was just the nerves in its body that had not yet died, executing the last command issued by the brain. But this struggle seemed very weak. Hey! A level 6 insect crystal. Xiao Han whispered happily, and put it into the space ring along with the corpse. Then he took advantage of the commotion caused by the sudden death of the level 6 locust and ran towards the demon cloud city.
Ga, ga, ga.
But at this time, several insect chirps sounded in the distance, and the flying insects around him immediately blocked its retreat without hesitation. Ah! And a few 100 meters away, the level 7 blue wolf was getting closer and closer. Xiao Han frowned, and quickly raised his right hand with the thunder beast. Grip, and dozens of purple lightnings immediately appeared on its surface. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, these lightnings instantly turned into a purple thunder domain which quickly spread around. In almost just a blink of an eye, all the insect beasts within 100 meters lost their vitality, and the smell of burnt was lingering at the tip of the nose, even mixed with a faint smell of meat. But at this moment, Xiao Han was in no mood to look at the flying insects that were electrocuted. He pressed his feet hard on the ground and ran towards Demon Cloud City. #C1135 Lightning and Thunder. 2. Without obstacles, Xiao Han returned to Mutant City in less than 10 seconds. Over a distance of more than 300 meters. Yang! 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 The blue ice blade storm was still raging, and the ice blades whistled and shot at the golden figure standing on the city wall. Roar! At this time, a blue wolf appeared 100 meters outside the city, howling to the sky. Hundreds of blue wind blades instantly formed around it, also whistling and shooting at the golden figure on the top of the city. Puff, puff, puff. But before it could get close, it was shattered by the blue ice blades. Even if there were still some fish that were caught in the net and luckily shot at the golden figure, they still couldn't cause any damage to it. Hee hee. I'm wearing a divine weapon. Reaching out to brush off the place where the wind blade hit, Xiao Han sneered. disdainfully, and at the same time he turned around and disappeared on the top of the city in an instant. In order to deal with the mutant beasts, he materialized 2 artifacts from the game. Among them, the Golden Dragon armor not only has extremely strong defense, but also has an absolute defense skill. As long as there is enough true energy in the body, it will not be hurt at all. The other one, the Thunder God's grip, is mainly used for attack. Even if it is more than 10 meters away, it can grab a level 6 locust. This is because this artifact has a special skill of the Thunder God's grip. In addition, there is the Thunder God's strike and the lightning and thunder that just broke through the blockade. One is a single attack skill with a paralysis effect. The other is a thunder attribute group attack skill which has the ability to kill those insect beasts below level 3 with 1 hit. However, this skill consumes extremely terrifying true energy. Even in its prime, Xiao Han can only use it 3 times at most. Otherwise, why would he need to worry about these insect corpses? He raised his hand and threw a earth spirit pill into his mouth. The Xuanwu true power was also running rapidly in his body, absorbing the energy in the pill with all his strength to replenish the consumption just now. As long as the energy in the body is full, combined with skills such as lightning and thunder, the danger of going out will be reduced by another 30%. Ow! At this time, the wolf howling outside the east city continued. Xiao Han had already arrived in the west of the city, and found a soldier who was cleaning up the insect corpses, and handed him the 2 clean space rings in his hand. Then he flashed and rushed out of the city again. Because of time, although he just went out of the city, he only had time to clear 2 space rings. Since the 3 level 7 mutant beasts have appeared in the east of the city, it will take at least 3 to 5 minutes to return to the west of the city. And this also gave him enough time to clean up the remaining space rings. Hey! I'll have fun with you today. Muttering softly, Xiao Han did not summon wings in order to keep himself in full shape, but relied on the powerful strength of his body to rush out of the city. Snap! 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 The insect beasts that blocked the road burst directly like bubbles the moment they hit him. The pungent smell lingered at the tip of his nose, but more insect beasts kept flying over. In response, Xiao Han could only pretend that he didn't see it. Instead, he stretched out his palm with the space ring and threw out pieces of insect beast corpses. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Such an action once again made the insect beasts around him agitated, and they frantically devoured the thrown corpses. One after another, ordinary flying insects also completed the breakthrough of life level because they devoured extra energy. Squeak! But at the same time, another sharp insect chirp sounded hundreds of meters away, and then quickly spread to the east of the city. Is it another level 6 mutant beast over there? Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han whispered, and his ears moved immediately, and he locked the insect beast that made the sound. At this time, Jingan's strength has increased significantly, but there are only 4 level 6 fighters. If more can be killed now when the decisive battle comes, perhaps Gao Qiu, Jiangzhe, Fu Chengji and others will be under much less pressure. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han's eyes immediately became murderous. Snap! 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 The insect beasts blocking in front of him were constantly being killed, and his speed was getting faster and faster, but the insect beast that was locked on was not aware of the coming of danger. Squeak! The urging hissing sound was still ringing, and more insect beasts kept flying. Here, grabbing insect corpses while launching suicidal attacks like moths to flames. Soon, the distance to the level 6 insect beast was less than 100 meters. Xiao Han paused, and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his right hand wearing a boxing glove suddenly opened. Boom! 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 The next second, the sky full of thunder and lightning instantly filled all the space within a radius of 100 meters, instantly killing all the flying insects blocking the two. At this time, Xiao Han looked up at the sky. A cricket-like insect beast also looked over here. Squeak! but there was a hint of fear in its eyes, and the wings behind it flapped violently. Boom! But at the same time, a purple lightning bolt instantly fell on its head, causing it to freeze involuntarily, and a purple thunder giant palm also flew over at lightning speed and grabbed it in its hand. Then it pulled it hard and pulled it to the ground. Squeak! The cricket-like insect beast struggled hard to break free from the giant thunder grip. But the grip of thunder had a short-term confinement force, which it could not break free from. Roar! At this time, Xiao Han also instantly completed the transformation, and his level 5 strength instantly rose to the peak level of level 6. At the same time, the palm-like palm was aimed at the cricket's head and slapped it hard. Crack! The force of 10,000 pounds instantly smashed the thick black carapace, leaving a bloody hole on the cricket's head. Hey! Since you dare to send a message, you must be prepared for death. After killing a level 6 mutant beast in one blow, Xiao Han immediately put its body back into the space ring. At the same time, the heavy footsteps of Bang Bang were heard from the east of the city. However, although the straight-line distance from here is only more than 1,000 meters, it takes at least 3 to 5 minutes to bypass the demon Cloud City. This also made Xiao Han feel relieved. As the true energy in his dantian quickly flowed into his ears, he immediately locked onto a high-level mutant beast again. Then he threw a dilling pill into his mouth to replenish the true energy he had just consumed, and then he rushed towards the locked insect beast without any hesitation. Boom! After dozens of seconds, the sky full of thunder and lightning cleared out a dead zone with a radius of 100 meters again, revealing a red ant 100 meters high in the air. Hashtag C1136 leaving the city together on being able to accurately locate the position of the 7th level mutant beast, it becomes much easier to leave the city. More than a dozen space rings filled with insect corpses were all cleaned up in less than half an hour. The howling of the exhausted wolf continued to sound outside the city. However, the ice blade storm that had been raging over the Demon Cloud City made it dare not go beyond the thunder, and could only roar angrily outside the city. If there were no artifacts like the Golden Dragon armor, even Xiao Han would not dare to be hit by the ice blade, because the blue ice blade summoned by the 7th level magic tower can cause effective damage to the 7th level creatures, not to mention that it now has a magic linking effect. And this strengthened ice blade storm not only covers an area of 2,000 meters from a single radius to the current radius of 10,000 meters. Its attack power, because of the significant increase in wind speed, makes the destructive power of the ice blade almost a whole level higher. So in the face of such an attack, even the 7th level violent bear with the strongest defense did not dare to rush in directly. As for the white fox and the blue wolf, they could only roar in vain outside the city. Ding! 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 At this time, ice blades continued to hit the black city wall, protecting the magic cloud city tightly. If the city wall was just a reinforced concrete structure, it might have been cut off by ice blades long ago. However, the magic cloud city is different. It is materialized from perfect world, and its city wall has also been upgraded by 100 times twice. The city wall, which was originally built with black bluestone, has also become an obsidian city wall. And obsidian is an 8th level material, an indestructible material that cannot be easily destroyed even with artifacts. Humph! I want to see how much cannon fodder you have to consume. Back in the city again, Xiao Han snorted coldly and threw the 2 rings that had just been emptied to a team of soldiers who were dealing with insect corpses not far away. But then, he frowned slightly and whispered, "Why do the insect corpses in the city seem to be increasing?" At this time, although the team of soldiers was still cleaning up the insect corpses quickly, the rain of corpses from the sky continued to fall. At the same time, the piles of corpses in the alleys on both sides of the street were already more than 1 person high. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han's heart clicked. Although the wall of Moyun City is as high as 20 meters, the magic tower in the city is only less than 10 meters high. If it continues at this speed, it may take at most 3 or 4 hours for the magic tower to be completely submerged by insect corpses. At that time, the operation of the Iceblade magic tower will also be greatly affected. No, I have to think of other ways. Muttering softly, Xiao Han's ears moved slightly, and he immediately heard the voices of Jiangzhe, Guohuai, and Fu Qingji. Then he moved his body and ran over there. At this time, 1,000 meters away, Guohuai looked at the increasing number of corpses in the city and frowned and said, "There are more and more corpses. This can't go on." Although Brother Xiao has taken the corpses out of the city, his strength is still limited after all. Who said it wasn't? Jiangzhe said with a heavy face, and continued, "This Demon Cloud City is 10,000 meters long and covers an area of 1 million square meters. It is estimated that the number of insect corpses falling every minute will not be less than 100,000 cubic meters. But if you want to take things out of the space ring, there are only more than 100 cubic meters per second at most. It takes about a minute and a half to empty a space ring. If it continues like this, it is estimated that in 3 or 4 hours at most, Demon Cloud City will be completely submerged by insect corpses. At this time, although Jiangzhe didn't say the following words, everyone could understand what he meant. After all, no matter how powerful the Iceblade storm is, once it is surrounded by obstacles, even the strongest storm will have to stop. At that time, the mutant beasts will also launch a full-scale attack. Whoosh! 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 The Iceblade storm was still rolling in the sky, and the rain of corpses was constantly falling. Fu Qingji frowned and thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Or, let's go out together." "Go out together?" Guohuai repeated in a low voice, and then his eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, "This method is feasible and there is a lot of room for operation. Although there are insects and beasts everywhere outside the city, once you go out you can't even tell the direction. But Brother Xiao has a strong hearing. As long as we follow him, we don't have to worry about getting lost. And more importantly, if 12 people go out together, they can throw away more than 1,000 cubic meters in 1 second of insect corpses, and it can almost reach a balance with the speed of the corpse rain." Well, this idea is indeed feasible. At this time, Jiangzhe also said in agreement, and continued, "In addition to the 12 space rings, we also have more than 1,000 storage bags. If necessary, we can even let the evolvers above level 4 go out of the city together. In that way, we can throw away 100,000 cubic meters at a time when we go out of the city. Before the level 7 energy crystals are not all consumed, we can continue like this, and there is no need to go out for a decisive battle. When all these cannon fodders are consumed, I guess that White Fox will have to give up even if he is unwilling. Hey! Do you all think so?" Seeing that everyone agreed with his suggestion, Fu Qingji immediately took out a mobile phone and continued, "Since everyone thinks so, can I contact Xiao Han?" "No need to contact." The mobile phone screen just lit up, and a voice sounded in the distance, and then a figure covered with green slime rushed out from the rain of corpses and appeared in front of everyone. Then he immediately said, "It's okay to go out of the city with me, but you must be an evolver with fast speed and strong defense. Although my hearing is extremely sharp, I can always monitor the 3 level 7 mutant beasts. But no matter which direction of Demon Cloud City, there are many level 4, level 5 and even level 6 mutant beasts. If they are slightly weaker, they may not be able to come back. So evolvers below level 5, don't think about going out together. But in this case, there will not be many who meet the conditions." Fu Qingji frowned and continued, "It's only been half an hour and the thickness of the insect corpses has reached 2 meters. The speed at which we throw out the corpses must be at least faster than the speed at which the insect corpses fall. There is no need for this for the time being. Xiao Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, although the insect tide outside the city is huge, it is not endless. Guohuai, keep in touch with Kyoto and monitor the scale of the insect tide. At all times, try to ask them to help calculate how long it will take for the insect tide to be completely killed at the current speed. As for us, Xiao Han paused for a moment and continued, just delay it for the time being. There is no need to transport all the insect corpses. My speed of throwing corpses alone is still a bit slow. How about this, Gao Qiu, General Fu, Lord Jiang, you guys go out with me first, and the rest of us will discuss it on the way. If it's really too late, let Man Yong, Qin Lang, and Brother Guo go out of the city together. That's fine. Fu Chengji thought for a moment and continued. This idea has just been proposed and is still a little immature. Let's study it on the way. As he said, he handed over 2 rings. When Xiao Han took it, he flew to the west of the city without hesitation. C1137, leaving the city together. 2. Although there was a rain of corpses blocking the way in the city, Fu Chengji's telepathy cleared the way. In less than a minute, the 4 of them stood under the city wall. Call out! Call out! Call out! At this time, the ice blade storm was still raging above the head. All the insect beasts that tried to rush into Demon Cloud City were instantly cut into pieces by the ice blades and fell down floatingly. Seeing such a scene in front of him, Xiao Han immediately stopped running. With the Golden Dragon Divine Armor, of course he could ignore the attack of the ice blade, but the same could not be said for Gao Qiu, Jiangzhe, and Fu Chengji behind him. If he rushes in directly, his life may be lost in an instant. And this is not a game. The ice blade swept by the strong wind will not have the ability to identify ourselves and the enemy. Fortunately, this can be controlled manually. Taking out his mobile phone with his backhand, Xiao Han immediately called Jiang Xiaoyun, who was staying in the administrative hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, the ice blade demonic tower located in the northwest corner suddenly stopped, and the ice blades that swept across the sky disappeared instantly. At the same time, flying insects also rushed into the city. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han immediately rose into the sky and said loudly, "Let's go. Follow me when you get out. Don't act on your own." In just half an hour, I have already encountered 5 level 6 mutant beasts. Although we can avoid the 7th level mutant beasts, it is still very dangerous outside the city, and we are only here to dump corpses. Please do not conflict with the 6th level mutant beasts. There's no need to be so cautious. Gao Qiu jumped off the city wall and said loudly, "General Fu and I both have peak level 6 strength. Coupled with your level 7 combat power, why do you need to be afraid of level 6 mutant beasts? If we kill enough high-level mutant beasts now, it should be easier when the decisive battle comes." Humph. Don't think so simple outside. Xiao Han snorted and looked at the oncoming mutated beast with a solemn look in his eyes. Outside the city, he has already killed 5 level 6 mutant beasts. But this was only 10 minutes after leaving the city. After the next 20 minutes, he never killed a level 6 mutant beast again. Even if he could clearly feel the location of those mutant beasts, he did not dare to do it easily. Even just 5 minutes ago, he was attacked by more than 20 level 6 mutant beasts. Although with his current strength, which is comparable to level 7, he can kill all those level 6 mutant beasts in 3 to 5 minutes, he still had to run away immediately. After all, once you are held back, what you have to face next is not just a 6th level mutant beast. Call out! Call out! Call out! At this time, as the ice blade swept behind him, Xiao Han's ears twitched slightly, and immediately there were several shrill insect sounds in the distance. And over there, just by the sound of flapping wings, you can feel that there are more than 1 level 6 mutant beasts. Seeing that Gao Qiu still looked eager to try, He pointed in the direction of the insects and said in a deep voice, "There should be 7 flying 6th-level mutant beasts over there. Once we take action, the 7th-level mutant beast will arrive within 3 minutes. You do have peak level 6 strength. Are you able to kill all the level 7 mutant beasts before they arrive?" 7. Gao Qiu's expression froze, and he immediately asked, "How come there are so many, and they are all flying mutant beasts?" "Huh. Now you know you're afraid?" Xiao Han snorted and continued, "These are just flying mutant beasts. Can roughly judge their strength through the vibration of their wings. But if nothing else happens, there should be some level 6 beasts near them. And if those beasts don't roar or have battle fluctuations, I have no way of judging their strength just by the sound of their footsteps. I'll go, we're all together." Hearing what Xiao Han said, Gao Qiu couldn't help but complain and continued, "In this case, let's forget it. It's good that you know." Fu Chengji interjected and said solemnly, "It is still very dangerous outside the city, so there is no need to create extraneous matters. The main purpose of our coming out this time is to dump the body. As long as we achieve this goal, we will be invincible. Although Xiao Han has a strength comparable to level 7, he is not invincible. Once you are restrained by a level 6 mutated beast, it will not be that easy to fight back into the city." "Yes, I understand." Gao Qiu looked at the location of the 7 6th level flying mutant beasts with some fear and said nothing more. Then, with a slight thought in his mind, a large number of insect corpses appeared on his hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the nearby flying insects instantly became crazy, rushing towards the side and devouring the corpses that appeared. At the same time, there were also a large number of ordinary flying insects, even 1st and 2nd level mutant insect beasts, that had flown to Gao Qiu's body and gnawed on his skin. Roar! Facing such an attack, Gao Qiu could kill several of them with one palm strike, but he still couldn't kill all the insect beasts. He couldn't help but roar and completed the transformation in an instant. After 2 horns grew on his head, his skin defense instantly improved several levels, and he no longer had to fear bites from flying insects. At this time, a large number of insect corpses appeared on Fu Chengji's hands, attracting countless flying insects to approach him. But no insect beast could get within 20 centimeters of him. An invisible force had already protected him. Only Jiangzhe looked a little miserable at this time. In just a few seconds, his face was gnawed by insect beasts, but there was always a white light flowing on his face, constantly repairing such injuries. "It's okay. No one needs my protection." Seeing that several people could take care of themselves, Xiao Han said softly, and his ears immediately twitched. The next second, he heard that 3 level 7 mutant beasts from the east of the city had rushed over here. "Hey! 2 minutes should be enough to clear a space ring." Based on previous experience, Xiao Han immediately judged the time it would take for the 3 level 7 mutant beasts to get here. At the same time, his eyes also looked at the group of level 6 flying mutant beasts. Because of the obstruction of flying insects, it was actually impossible to see what was going on over there. If he was alone, he might be able to rush over. A flash of lightning and thunder instantly cleared all the ordinary flying insects, followed by a thunder god strike, instantly paralyzing a level 6 mutant beast. Finally, add the thunder god's grip, which should be able to kill one instantly. But now it can't be done. Forget it. Let you live a little longer. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately ran away from the 7 level 6 flying mutant beasts and shouted loudly, "Follow me closely, don't fall behind. If you lose me, shout immediately. #C1138 something is wrong." In less than 2 minutes, the 4 people cleaned up all the insect corpses in the space ring. In the process of cleaning up, there are also thousands of ordinary flying insects that have completed the advancement of life levels. Ouch! At this time, An angry wolf roar came again from the distance. Xiao Han stopped, looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately said, loudly, "Let's go, they are coming soon. It's no longer safe here. Let's go back to the city first and then go to Dongqing." As he said that, he didn't care about the reactions of Gao Qiu, Jiangzhe, and Fu Chengji, and immediately raised his right hand high. Boom! 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 The purple thunder and lightning in the sky immediately spread to all directions, instantly killing all the insect beasts within 100 meters. Then he moved his steps and ran towards Demon Cloud City without any hesitation. Damn it! What kind of skill is this? At this time, although Gao Qiu knew that Xiao Han had embodied many skills in the game, he still couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw such a scene. For the beast shifters, this kind of group attack method is extremely lacking. However, Xiao Han, who is also a beast transformer, uses such an attack because he has become a warrior and has the energy in his body that can use skills. It seems that we still need to speed up our practice. He muttered something softly, but his speed did not slow down at all. He stamped his feet on the ground and ran towards the direction of Demon Cloud City. Fu Qingji's eyes flashed in midair. Then, with a slight thought in his mind, all the insect corpses in front of him were pushed to both sides, and then he pulled Jiangzhe, who was slightly slower, and quickly flew towards the Demon Cloud City a few hundred meters away. Ouch! Amidst the roar of wolves, the four of them rushed to the foot of the city wall in less than 10 seconds. Xiao Han had just taken out his mobile phone when the raging ice blade storm suddenly disappeared. Hey! I haven't made a call yet. Why did the storm stop? Seeing Xiao Han put away his phone again, Gao Qiu said something puzzled, and asked with a confused face, "Is it possible that Zhang Xiaoyun has the ability to predict the unknown? Stop talking nonsense. The insect beast is chasing me. Get me in quickly." Fu Chengji took Jiangzhe into the city and then explained, "These magic towers have the ability to scan energy intensity. Don't the control centers in the administrative hall have such capabilities? What's more, we are not only in human form, but we also emit strong level 6 energy fluctuations. In Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes, we are just like big light bulbs. Do you think she can't notice it?" "Well, that's it." Gao Qiu laughed awkwardly. He really didn't know about this kind of thing, but that's good. There will be someone to pick you up when you come back from the city, which makes it safer. Over there, Guohuai is over there. Suddenly, Xiao Han beside him whispered something and continued, "The space ring filled with insect corpses over there is ready. Let's go there quickly." With that said, he flapped his wings and flew directly over there. Call out! Call out! Call out! The ice blade storm that had just stopped started again. Because of the rain of corpses blocking it, Gao Qiu could not see what was going on there. But following Xiao Han is always the right thing to do. After a while, I heard someone shouting loudly over there, "Here! The space rings filled with insect corpses are ready." Listening to such a voice, Gao Qiu couldn't help but said, "I'll go. This is really convenient. It even saves you a phone call." This Xiao Han is not only a warrior, but also a giant ape beast transformer. But why have his ears evolved? This guy is so perverted now. Is he going to awaken other abilities in the future? Hey, it's hard to say. Fu Chengji replied and said with a smile. Anyway, what happened to him cannot be explained by common sense. It's better not to worry about these things now, and seize the time to dump the body. Didn't you see after entering the city that the thickness of the corpses on the ground was thicker than when we just left? Come to me. A space ring filled with insect corpses. As Fu Qingji was talking, Guohuai's scream came over again, and after breaking through the layers of corpse rain, he saw several figures over there, holding nearly 100 storage bags. At the same time, everyone also wears a familiar space ring on their finger. At this time, Xiao Han had already rushed to someone's side, and while taking the space ring, he also collected the storage bags together. Seeing this, Fu Qingji also controlled the flying board under his feet and flew over quickly. The handover went smoothly, and he handed the newly cleared space ring to Gua Huai and then flew to the east of the city. But he found that Xiao Han was stunned and didn't move. He couldn't help but stopped and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Why don't you leave?" "Something's wrong." Xiao Han frowned and listened, and after more than 10 seconds he said, "Judging from the sound, the 3 level 7 mutant beasts have now gone to the south of the city." "South of the city?" Fu Qingji was stunned for a moment and then asked immediately, "So, if we continue to the east of the city we won't have 2 minutes?" Xiao Han nodded and continued, "But it doesn't matter. Let's go to the north of the city now. We still have 2 minutes to dump the body." But as soon as you showed up, the white fox immediately changed his strategy. "We need to be more careful." "You mean?" Fu Chengji's eyes moved and he asked solemnly, "This is the first time. Before you leave the city, those 3 7th-level mutant beasts are preparing to rush to the east of the city." "Yes." Xiao Han nodded slightly and said with a smile, "But don't worry too much. I will always pay attention to their movements. As long as you don't mess around when you go out of the city, nothing will happen." "Okay." Although he felt something was wrong in his heart, Fu Chengji still responded. Xiao Han, on the other hand, moved his steps, flapped the purple wings behind his back, and quickly flew towards the north of the city. In less than a minute, the ice blades flying past on the city wall disappeared. Again like a prophet, and several people rushed out indiscriminately. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After rushing out of the city for 100 meters, a large number of insect corpses were thrown out, which immediately made the flying insects nearby become frantic. Wrong. But at this time, Xiao Han's face suddenly sank, and he frowned and said, "What's going on? Why didn't those 3 7th-level mutant beasts come over this time?" "Didn't come here?" Fu Chengji immediately flew over after throwing away the insect corpses and asked in a deep voice, "Is it possible that the 3 level 7 mutant beasts are still in the south of the city?" "Well, it didn't move at all." Xiao Han frowned and replied, then continued, "But this doesn't make sense. Have they given up completely now that they know they can't catch me?" #C1139 something is wrong, too. Full of doubts, Xiao Han also spent more energy to monitor the 3 level 7 mutant beasts in the south of the city. Even if they didn't come, he didn't dare to take it lightly. As the insect corpses were constantly thrown out, 2 minutes passed, but the 3 level 7 mutant beasts in the south of the city still didn't move. What's going on? When the few people returned to the city, Xiao Han was still puzzled. At this time, there were more and more corpses in the city. Although they felt something was wrong, they discussed it and decided to leave the city again. From the south of the city, 1 or 2 angry wolf howls were still heard from time to time. As the insect corpses were constantly transported out, the thickness of the insect corpses in the city was still increasing, but the speed had slowed down a lot. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Listening to the movement in the south of the city, the ice blades raging above his head suddenly stopped, and Xiao Han rushed out first. Less than 100 meters out of the city, a large number of insect corpses appeared in his hands. At this time, Man Yong, a level 5 muscle evolver, and Gua Huai, a level 5 crocodile beast, also followed out. Their defenses were relatively strong, so they could ignore the bites of level 1 and level 2 insect beasts. The 5 people followed closely behind Xiao Han, and the insect corpses were constantly thrown out of their hands, and the flying insects in the sky immediately rushed over. Ouch! At this time, the golden figure in the front suddenly stopped, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. "What's the matter?" At the same time, the other people also stopped immediately. Fu Qingji, who was flying in the air, couldn't help but click in his heart, and asked quickly, "Is there any unusual movement of the mutant beasts in the south of the city?" Yeah. Xiao Han nodded gently and said with some surprise, "They have been parked there for almost 40 minutes. I thought the 3 level 7 mutant beasts were fighting with us. But now it seems that this may not be the case. I just don't know what they are planning to do this time. Should we go back now?" Guohuai said cautiously. He was still a little afraid of the level 7 mutant beasts. After all, the existence of level 7 cannot be killed even by nuclear bombs. To this day, he still remembers that when he was in Tiancheng, the level 7 Blue Wolf, even though it was seriously injured, still broke through the siege of 4 level 6 evolvers. And today it appeared here again. Even if he was equipped with a treasure-long sword and treasure armor, he had no confidence to deal with that guy. Following Xiao Han's gaze, Guohuai also looked towards the south of the city, and said in a deep voice, "There has been no movement for such a long time, and now there is a sudden movement. I feel something is wrong." After half an hour of dumping corpses, the pressure in the city has also been relieved a lot. We can go back to the city to rest for a while, and then contact Kyoto to see what those mutant beasts want to do. Well, it is indeed a bit wrong. Xiao Han nodded and continued, "But there should be no danger in the north of the city for the time being. And even if the 3 level 7 mutant beasts want to come over, it will take at least 2 to 3 minutes. Since they have all come out, empty the storage bag and space ring first and contact Kyoto after returning." "That's fine," Zhang Zhe said in agreement, and insect corpses immediately surged out of his palm, and then he continued, "Let's hurry up and dump the corpses." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As his voice fell, the insect beasts in the sky immediately became agitated. Seeing this, the other people didn't say any more nonsense and immediately ran after Xiao Han. More than a minute later, before the 3 level 7 mutant beasts were less than a kilometer away from them, they returned to Mayun City again with the help of Jiang Xiaoyun. "Ow! Roar!" The angry wolf howls came from outside the city, and there was also the dull roar of the level 7 violent bear. At this time, the people who returned to the city ignored such sounds, and at the same time, they couldn't help but smile at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. While running all the way, they soon saw Chao Gu, who was in charge of dispatching and the space equipment prepared by the people behind him. Seeing this, the people who had just returned from outside the city also rushed over immediately and exchanged the space equipment they had cleared with him. But this time, they were not in a hurry to leave the city again. Fu Qingji's eyes flashed with silver light, and the area within a radius of 5 meters was cleared out, and the rain of corpses in the sky also avoided this side and fell to other places. Jiang Zhe took out a tablet and immediately dialed the phone number in Kyoto. Beep. The ringtone only rang once and was immediately connected. Obviously, Kyoto was also paying attention to the situation here. Seeing 2 very familiar figures appear on the screen, Jiang Zhe didn't even have time to speak. Han Feng asked anxiously, "How are you guys doing? There shouldn't be any danger." At this time, even though he knew that Xiao Han had a legendary embodiment in his hand, which could manifest an Emperor-level 8th level Frost Dragon. But Shi Mingyuan's successful promotion still made Han Feng worry about Xiao Han's safety and continued, "If it can't be defended, then Demon Cloud City." Han Feng didn't say the following words, but everyone understood what he meant. When necessary, giving up Demon Cloud City is the best choice. After all, compared to a city, even if there are nearly 10 million ordinary people who have not left, whether Xiao Han can leave alive is the most important thing. Hearing such a request, Jiang Zhe's face sank, but he also knew that he should put the overall situation first and immediately said, "If he really can't hold it, I will let him teleport to Tianshui. But there should be no risk of breaking the city in Mayun City for the time being. And the reason I contacted you this time is to ask about the mutant beasts outside the city, and the insect beasts that cover the entire Mayun City. After this period of wanton killing, how many are left? Insect beasts. Han Feng repeated, and immediately said in a deep voice. From the satellite cloud map, the dark cloud is about 9 kilometers away. Although it seems that the radius has only been reduced by 1 kilometers, but the total number of insects and beasts has disappeared by at least 20%. 20%? Xiao Han whispered and immediately said, so, if we hold on for another 3 or 4 hours, it should be fine. No, your calculation is wrong. Han Feng shook his head and continued with a serious face. In addition to the flying insects, there are hundreds of millions of flying birds outside the city, and their size is several times or even dozens of times that of the flying insects. If you want to defend Mutant City, you still have to continue to clean up all the corpses that fell in the city as you are now. Birds. Xiao Han frowned, and his face suddenly became a little ugly, which he had not considered. But after thinking for a while, he asked, in addition to the birds, are there any other abnormal behaviors of the mutant beasts outside the city? Speaking of this, there is indeed something wrong.
Han Feng paused for a
moment and continued with a puzzled look on his face. Because of the flying insects, the satellite cloud map is not very clear. But just 20 minutes ago, many huge mutant beasts walked out of the beast tide, west of Mutant City. And these mutant beasts are estimated to have the strength of level 5 or even level 6. Judging from the route they moved, it seems that they went to the south of the city, so even if you throw the corpse next, try not to go there. Conservatively estimated, there should be no less than 30 level 6 mutant beasts there. C1140 go out of the city to investigate. The call with Kyoto lasted less than 3 minutes. But just these 3 short minutes made Guohuai, Manyong, Fu Qingji, and others break into a cold sweat. Ouch! At this time, even if Xiao Han did not need to remind them, they could all hear that the 7th level mutant wolf in the north of the city had not left. Yet, if they had followed the previous plan, they would be right in the south of the city. And once they encounter, there are more than 30 level 6 mutant beasts. Even just thinking about it makes them very desperate. After all, although Xiao Han is strong, it is impossible to stop all the mutant beasts with just one person's strength. It's so dangerous. After muttering something in his mouth, Guohuai couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, we were more cautious. Otherwise we would be in trouble now. Yes. Gao Qiu looked towards the south of the city and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that those 3 level 7 mutant beasts would actually dig such a hole for us. If we are careless, we may actually end up in the south of the city. Although I have long heard that mutant beasts above level 7 are not only extremely powerful, but their intelligence has also been greatly improved. I didn't believe it before, but now this operation is really at the level of a 5th grade elementary school student. Huh, a 5th grade primary school student? Fu Qingji chuckled and continued. You are looking down on them now. That 7th level white fox is a spiritually mutated beast. Although there is no evidence yet that spiritual mutant beasts are more intelligent. But now if we want to continue transporting corpses, we can only choose the east of the city or the west of the city. But no matter which side we go to, we only have less than a minute, and this efficiency cannot keep up with the increase in insect corpses. You all heard what General Han said just now, and less than 20% of the flying insects have been eliminated. Yes, only 20% were eliminated. Xiao Han said solemnly and continued, so, our plan to dump the corpses must continue. Even if you have less time, it doesn't matter. After all, a little more is a little more. But before that, you guys wait for me here for a while I go to the south of the city to explore the situation. Alone. Jiang Zhe frowned and said immediately, there are more than 30 level 6 mutant beasts over there. Can you really do it alone? Oh, it's okay. Xiao Han waved his hand and said calmly, as long as I don't encounter a 7th level mutant beast, those 6th level guys can't stop me from coming back. And even if I encounter a 7th level mutant beast, I have some means of dealing with it. Only after the investigation is clear can I safely take you out. After all, there are only a few of you in Jing'an's current advanced evolutions. We cannot bear the loss of any one of you. Okay then. After listening to Xiao Han's explanation, Jiang Zhe nodded. Slightly but still said solemnly, but you still have to be careful and don't fall in love with fighting. Hey, I know what's going on. Xiao Han chuckled lightly, and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. The same time, the wings behind his back flapped violently a few times and, then like an arrow from the string, it soared towards the south of the city. When, even because he was just one person, there was no need to wait for Jiang Xiaoyun to close the magic tower, and he directly flew out of the city despite the ice blade storm. Chirp. After crossing the city wall, he also heard several sharp screams coming from the insect swarm in the distance. At the same time, some heavy breathing could also be heard further away. Have all those 6th-level mutant beasts really come to the south of the city? Although Kyoto had made such a judgment through satellite cloud images, he still did not dare to completely believe it. After all, there are too many flying insects in the sky, and the satellites in the sky do not have the ability to see through what happens in the insect tide cannot be 100% certain. And it was precisely because of this that he came to investigate in person. Humph! More than 30 level 6 mutant beasts. Listening to the gasping sound coming from over there, Xiao Han snorted coldly. With cold eyes, and then with a thought in his mind, countless insect corpses slipped from his hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the insect beasts in the sky became violent, his footsteps also moved, and he immediately ran towards the direction of the sound. Ha! 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 At this time, several more sharp neighing sounds sounded. Just from the penetrating power of the sound, Xiao Han could tell that there were all level 6 mutant beasts over there. There are only 3, so the number doesn't quite match up. He whispered in confusion, but his running speed did not slow down at all, but became faster and faster. Chirp. At this time, another high-pitched and sharp neighing sound sounded, and at the same time it quickly moved further south. Damn it! Are you trying to lure the enemy in? In the process of running wildly, Xiao Han could already clearly feel that the flying insects in front of him suddenly seemed to decrease a lot, and his speed also increased by more than 1 level. In just over 30 seconds, we were already more than 300 meters away from Demon Cloud City. Chirp. Listening to the sound that was still coming from a few hundred meters away, he couldn't help but frown and whispered, "We can't continue chasing, otherwise bad things may happen." Although the 7th-level mutant beast in the north of the city still hasn't come over yet. But the more this happens, the more abnormal it seems. Since they want to lead me further away, if I turn around and leave, they will definitely come out to stop me. Thinking so, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, and then he immediately turned around and ran towards the Demon Cloud City without any hesitation. Chirp. At the same time, the 6th-level flying mutant beast that was going away immediately let out a sharp hiss. Roar. And from the insect tide on both sides, there were also several roars of beasts. Then dozens of heavy footsteps immediately rushed over here. Heh! You can't help it? Hearing such a movement, Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer, but his running speed slowed down a little. Roar! Listening to the roars coming from the insect tide, he carefully calculated the distance between the two sides and silently said in his heart, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. When the mutant beast that was running wildly entered the attack range of lightning and thunder, Xiao Han immediately raised his right hand and then clenched it hard. Boom! 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 Lightning fell from the sky, and all the low-level insects and beasts within 100 meters were instantly killed, and 30 or 40 huge mutant beasts immediately appeared on the left and right sides and 100 meters behind. A black spider 1 meter tall, a mutant dog with 2 heads, a silver python, with a body length of more than 10 meters and thicker than a bucket, etc. Just by looking at the size, Xiao Han knew that they all had strong strength, and couldn't help but whispered, "I didn't expect that they really came to the south of the city. But what does it matter? Do you think you can catch me like this?" A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his right hand, wearing a purple glove, immediately pointed forward. Boom! The next second, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and landed accurately on the forehead of a level 6 blue wolf, paralyzing it, and a purple palm also grabbed it fiercely. And almost at the same time, a roar came from the north of the city. The level 7 mutant beast that had been staying there and not moving also immediately ran towards the south of the city. #C1141, then give it a try. Come here. Xiao Han ignored the wolf howling from the north of the city. He pulled back, his right hand with the thunder god's grip fiercely, and he instantly completed the beast's transformation. Roar! At the moment of the roar, he had already grabbed the level 6 blue wolf that had appeared in Tiancheng with one hand. Then he immediately grabbed its body with his left hand and twisted it hard. Crack! The sound of broken bones rang out, and Xiao Han, who had transformed into a giant ape, roared, "If you want to attack me, you will have to pay the price of your life." With the flip of his palm, the corpse of the level 6 mutant wolf was immediately collected into the space ring. Then he saw the 1-meter-tall spider and pointed again. Boom! The thunder sounded again, and even though the black spider dodged a few meters to the right in an instant, it was still hit instantly. The paralysis effect of the lightning immediately made its body stiffen. Roar! Amid the terrified roars of the mutant beasts, another hand full of purple lightning appeared next to the black spider as if teleporting, and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. Then he squeezed it hard and then pulled it hard. Even though the spider weighed hundreds of pounds and was struggling violently, it was still involuntarily pulled over by the giant ape. Boom! The next second, a fist as big as a sand bowl had hit the black spider's head, and a stream of black mucus immediately spurted out. The black giant ape pulled his fist outward, and there was already a fist-sized green insect crystal in his palm. Hey! Another one killed. After putting the insect crystal and the corpse into the space ring with his backhand, Xiao Han couldn't help but say something coldly, and then immediately looked to the left and right. At this time, even if he killed 2 level 6 mutant beasts with thunder and lightning, the remaining 30 or 40 level 6 mutant beasts still rushed over here, fearlessly. Even though their eyes were filled with fear, they still did not retreat. Ow! At this time, the howling of wolves in the north of the city and the running footsteps of the level 7 violent bears were like demonic sounds, clearly drilling into his ears. Although he wanted to kill a few more, the mutant beasts that were getting closer and closer, and the little remaining true energy in his body did not allow him to continue like this. The consumption of true energy by lightning and thunder was extremely terrifying. Even at his peak, he could only use it 3 times. What's more, just now he had used the Thunder God's strike and the Thunder God's grip twice in a row. Even if he could kill more at this time, the efficiency would be much lower, and there was also a high probability of being left behind. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "I should be able to kill one more. They can't keep me." As he said that, he did not take action immediately, but ran towards the direction of Demon Cloud City at full speed. Roar! Amid the roars of 30 or 40 mutant beasts chasing him frantically, Xiao Han only took less than 30 seconds to reach less than 100 meters from the city wall. Then he suddenly turned around and saw the 2-headed mutant dog rushing in front. Heh! It's still an alien species. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Xiao Han pointed again, and a lightning bolt instantly fell on the forehead of the 2-headed mutant dog. The strong paralysis effect immediately made it fall to the ground under the action of inertia. At the same time, a purple palm instantly grabbed it. Then the black giant ape also pulled hard again, and a pair of thunder wings, with a wingspan of more than 3 meters, appeared behind it. With just a light slap, he grabbed the two-headed mutant dog and flew over the city wall and into the city. Alien species. In nature, it is extremely rare. Once grown up, the combat effectiveness will be very strong. Not only can it beat the same level, but there are even some that have the ability to fight across levels. Back in the city, Xiao Han's spirit was slightly relaxed. Looking at the alien species he had captured, he couldn't help but whisper, "If I had known that I would catch such a guy, I wouldn't have enslaved the level 6 bison." Hey, that's not right. When his eyes fell on the two-headed mutant dog, Xiao Han immediately discovered that this guy was only a level 5 mutant beast. This was very different from what he had imagined, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Aren't all those just now level 6 mutant beasts?" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han also clicked and broke the neck of the two-headed mutant dog. While putting it into the space ring, he also threw a pill into his mouth. Just now, outside the city, 30 or 40 mutant beasts appeared at the same time. Even if his hearing was strong, he couldn't accurately distinguish the strength of each mutant beast. However, the number of level 6 mutant beasts should not be less than 10. This made him frown slightly, and he whispered softly, "Could it be that the remaining level 6 mutant beasts are still further south?" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately ran to where Guohuai, Jiang Zhe, Fu Chengji and others were, and his ears trembled slightly. It's just that there are a lot of chaotic sounds over there, and it's difficult for him to hear any valuable sounds when the mutant beasts don't make any active sounds. In the north of the city, the blue wolf and the violent bear have also failed to attract the 3 guys to the south of the city. Xiao Han frowned even more, always feeling that something is wrong, but he couldn't explain it. For a while, "What's going on? What's wrong?" While speaking softly, Guohuai, Gao Qiu, Man Yong and others also appeared in sight. Seeing someone coming, Fu Chengji's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "How is it, are there really more than 30 level 6 mutant beasts in the south of the city?" "It's hard to say." Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, and carefully described the situation he had just encountered and continued, "Level 6 mutant beasts, I can only be sure of about 10. As for whether there are more level 6 mutant beasts in the south, I can't say for sure." "Only 10. Jiang Zhe hesitated for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you worried that there are still mutant beasts in the east or west of the city?" "Yes, I do have this worry." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "After all, once you get entangled outside the city, the trouble will be really big. Whether you can come back alive at that time, you have no guarantee at all." "It shouldn't be a problem." Fu Chengji thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "With our strength, as long as we encounter less than 10 level 6 mutant beasts, we should be able to forcibly kill them back. If you fight at full strength with my cooperation, you should be able to kill them all within a minute. If the level 6 mutant beasts are really scattered, maybe this is still our chance." And Kyoto has already estimated that based on the scale of this beast tide, the number of level 6 mutant beasts should be around 50 or 60. What's more, you have killed more than 10 during this period of time. So although it is risky for us to leave the city, I think it is still worth a try. Otherwise, if this goes on, Moyun City will not be able to defend it. After all. Okay, let's try it. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he immediately pointed to the northeast and said in a deep voice, "The 3 level 7 mutant beasts are still in the northeast corner of Moyun City. So for us, the southwest is the best choice. Even if we encounter more than 10 level 6 mutant beasts, we can have more time to completely solve them." #C1142 Ambush 1. Faced with the insect beasts besieging the city, Xiao Han, Jiang Zhe or Fu Qingji and others actually had no other choice. After all, in addition to flying insects, there were hundreds of millions of larger flying birds outside the city, and facing more and more insect corpses, even if they knew something was wrong. Outside the city, they still had to bite the bullet and go out. Listening to the wolf howling outside the city, it was still in the northeast corner of Moyun City, and the mutant beasts in the south of the city did not go to other places. Xiao Han was also a little relieved. But after a little hesitation, he still said in a deep voice, "Guo Huai, Meniong, you two don't go out this time. I will go out with General Fu and City Lord Jiang to explore the situation. First, if you really encounter more than a dozen level 6 mutant beasts with your strength, you two are still a little lacking now. If you really don't encounter danger, go out with us next time." "Well, I understand," Guo Huai responded, although he also wanted to go out with them. He also knew that he couldn't act on impulse at this time, although the equipment he has now is much stronger than before. But it is not enough for him to kill a level 6 mutant beast in a one-on-one fight. At most, he can only be invincible and play a role in restraining. And with such combat power, once a level 6 mutant beast is entangled, it is almost impossible to retreat by his own strength. After all, the number of mutant beasts outside the city is much higher than that of the evolvers in Moyun City. "Let's go." At this time, Xiao Han whispered, and at the same time took the lead and ran quickly to the southeast of Moyun City. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared in the rain of corpses. "Hey! When can I be promoted to level 6? Watching several people disappear in front of him one after another, Guo Huai whispered with some emotion, and there was also some helplessness in his eyes. At this time, he could clearly feel that the strength of the level 5 beast was no longer enough to deal with the threat of mutant beasts. Not far away, Man Yong also showed a depressed expression and whispered, "It should be impossible to advance to level 6 in a short time. But it is possible to improve the warrior level by 1 or 2 grades in a short time. If we can reach level 4 like Brother Xiao, we should also have the ability to fight across levels. Especially skill books like Berserk and Rage, if they can be materialized. I dare to even stand and fight against level 7 mutant beasts." At this time, Xiao Han didn't know about Man Yong's wild words and lies. Although his hearing was extremely abnormal, his attention was all focused on the outside of the city. In the south of the city, there were still roars of beasts, and the mutant beasts there did not move. In the northeast of Moyun City, the 3 level 7 mutant beasts that needed the most attention were now staying there without taking any action. As for the west of the city, no abnormal sound was heard for the time being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice blades were still raging overhead, but Xiao Han was still worried and listened for a while with a serious face. "How is it? Is there any situation in the west of the city?" Seeing that Xiao Han had no intention of leaving the city, Gao Qiu couldn't help but say, "Seeing your frown, are there many level 6 mutant beasts here?" "That's not the case." Xiao Han shook his head and continued, "It's just that I have a feeling that the reactions of the 3 level 7 mutant beasts are a little bit wrong." "Hey, what's wrong with this?" Gao Qiu chuckled and continued, "You are still too worried. There is no need to worry so much. Since you have decided, just kill it. With our current strength, as long as we don't encounter the 3 level 7 mutants after leaving the city, we can easily kill it back." "Hey, what you said is not wrong." Xiao Han sighed, and the tangled color in his eyes disappeared instantly. Then, his figure flashed and he was already standing on the city wall, whispering, "I hope my worry is unnecessary." At this time, the raging ice blade also disappeared instantly. Buzz, 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 as the flying insects poured in. Gao Qiu, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji and others also took off. "Let's go." Since he had decided to go out, Xiao Han didn't think about it anymore, and immediately said, "Remember to stay with me after you go out. In this way, even if you encounter an emergency, I can rescue you in time." "Don't worry." Fu Chengji looked up at the outside of the city and said with a smile, "It's not the first time I've come out. We all know what to do after leaving the city. Let's hurry up and throw the body away. This time our time is still a little tight. We don't know if we can clean up the space ring. Even if we encounter some level 6 mutant beasts, we can handle them with our strength." Okay. Feeling that the three people behind him were full of confidence, Xiao Han didn't say anything more even though he was still a little worried. In fact, Gao Qiu was right. As long as they didn't encounter a level 7 mutant beast, they could force their way back even if they encountered more than a dozen level 6 mutant beasts. Although there were only 4 of them, 2 of them were at the peak of level 6. When he was in full swing, he could even burst out with level 7 combat power. Only Jiangzhe was slightly weaker, but his ability is very special. As long as he is not killed instantly, he can recover from any injury. In addition, he can monitor the dynamics of the 3 level 7 mutant beasts at all times. So, in fact, there is nothing to worry about. Ki. At this time, a sharp hissing sounded, and at the same time, a ka sound of insects came from a few hundred meters away. With this relay, the news of their appearance here was quickly spread to the northeast. Knowing that there was not much time to leave the city this time, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. While taking a step forward, he had already completed the transformation. Boom! The moment it hit the ground, it ran wildly into the depths of the insect. Tide and Jiangzhe, Gao Qiu and Fu Chengji saw it and immediately followed. At the same time, a large number of insect corpses appeared where they ran. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the stimulation of food, the flying insects in the sky immediately became agitated, scrambling to chase the 4 running figures. As the insect corpses were devoured by insect beasts, more and more insect beasts took this opportunity to complete the breakthrough. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. As time passed, the wolf howls and the roars of the violent bears were getting closer and closer. However, most of the bodies in the space ring had been thrown out. Bang! 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 Hearing the footsteps of the violent bear running closer and closer, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered. From the sound, it should be less than 2 kilometers away. It's time to go back. As he said that, he turned around and immediately ran towards the direction of Moyun City, shouting, "It's time to go back. The level 7 mutant beast is coming. So fast." Fu Chengji replied with some surprise, but without the slightest hesitation. He immediately followed Xiao Han and ran towards Moyun City. Ki. But at this moment, a piercing scream suddenly sounded, followed by a series of bang-bang sounds from the ground. Roar. Along with these sounds, Xiao Han immediately felt that his feet were empty, and he quickly flapped his wings and flew directly into the air. But Gao Qiu and Jiangzhe did not react in time. The sudden landslide under their feet caused them to fall down instantly. The same time, the mutant beasts that had been prepared long ago bit them fiercely. #C1143 Ambush. 2. Such a sudden change made Xiao Han look confused. Although the west side of the city might be safe, he still searched carefully several times until he was sure there was no danger, and then he took Jiangzhe, Gao Qiu and others out of the city. But he still didn't expect that there were a large number of mutant beasts hidden underground. Moo! At this time, Gao Qiu roared angrily, and a dark red spear appeared in his hand instantly. With just a slight shake, he pierced a black beetle. Then the spear picked up the beetle and smashed it fiercely at a red ant on the other side. Boom! With a dull explosion, the red ant was instantly knocked to the ground, and even the red shell on its back was directly sunken. A stream of dark red viscous body fluid immediately flowed out of its broken shell, and it was obviously dead. However, even though Gao Qiu's counterattack was fierce and sharp, and he solved 2 in an instant, there were still a few purple shovel beetles that bit his calves fiercely. Crunch! Crunch! A harsh friction sound was heard. Even though the cowhide of the peak level 6 was extremely tough, it still made a creaking sound when bitten. Looking for death. Falling into the deep pit, Gao Qiu felt that the spear was a little awkward, so he immediately put it back into the space ring and took out a black long knife about 1.2 meters long. Crack, crack. With his full-strength slash, the two shovel beetles were instantly split in two. Come out quickly. The blue wolf and the violent bear are coming. Just when Gao Qiu wanted to kill a few more, Xiao Han's roar suddenly sounded, and he couldn't help but click in his heart. At this time, the blue wolf and the violent bear should be less than 2,000 meters away from here. If they didn't escape back to Mutant City before they arrived here, it would be difficult to go back. Fuck! After cursing angrily, even though there were still two shovel beetles biting his left leg, Gao Qiu didn't have time to kill them. His legs immediately bent sharply and jumped up with them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Outside the deep pit, ordinary flying insects had already flown away. And everywhere you look, there are deep pits with a diameter of about 2 or 3 meters. However, less than 2 meters to the left, there is a little difference. Instead, there is a hill made entirely of red ants. These ants are biting each other's bodies and hugging each other tightly. Get out of my way. At this time, an angry and familiar roar came from the inside of the hill, making Gao Qiu's face stiffen. Not far from the hill, Fu Chengji's eyes flashed with silver light, and one after another red ants with missing arms and legs were forcibly pulled down by an invisible force. But at the same time, more ants continued to emerge from the ground, scrambling to climb up the anthill. Even if Fu Chengji exerted his telekinesis to the extreme, he could not throw all the ants out in an instant, and there was no way to rescue the figure in the red hill. Defense. Suddenly a roar sounded, and the black giant ape that had been attacking the hill suddenly clenched his right hand. Boom! 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 The next second, purple lightning fell like a storm, and the ants on the outer layer of the hill turned black in an instant. But even though they were dead, they still bit each other tightly. Fuck! Seeing this situation, Xiao Han cursed with cold eyes, and his face became even gloomier. At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that he was being calculated. Although these red ants in front of him were only level 3 mutant beasts, they accurately found the weakest one among the 4. And they only stared at Zhangzhe, the weakest one, biting him tightly and not letting go. As for the other 3 people, they simply ignored him. Ew! Suddenly, an excited wolf howl came from 1,000 meters away. Xiao Han's face immediately sank again, and he shouted angrily, "I'll stop them, you two. Find a way to rescue Zhangzhe." The moment the voice fell, he ran straight to the direction where the wolf howl came from. Roar! At this time, a black wild boar over 2 meters tall and a brown lizard over 5 meters long also appeared in sight. Fuck! 2 level 6. Seeing the 2 level 6 mutant beasts running wildly, Gao Qiu immediately shouted to Zhangzhe in the sky, "I'll stop them, you hurry up and find a way." As he said that, he stomped his feet hard on the ground and rushed towards the wild boar and lizard. At this time, Zhangzhe's face in the deep pit was already bloody and fleshy. Even if he pinched it casually, he could kill an ant. But there were red ants all around and even above his head, so many that he couldn't kill them all. And the weight on his body was as high as thousands of pounds, so there was no way to jump up, and of course there was no way to get out of the deep pit. Moo! Hearing Gao Qiu's angry roar at this time, Zhangzhe knew clearly in his heart that if he continued like this, no one might be able to go back. And if they had an accident here, Mutant City would be completely finished. Thinking that there were nearly 10 million ordinary people in Mutant City, he could not help but shout angrily, "Don't worry about me. Go back quickly." And this sound quickly passed through the anthill and reached Fu Chengji's ears. At this time, a difficult choice was already in front of him. Giving up is simple, but it also means that Jing'an will lose a 6th level evolver. But if we don't give up, according to the current situation, the possibility of rescuing him is very small. After all, even with Xiao Han, there was nothing we could do with the anthill. And now he is alone, and he can't think of any way to rescue him. If we keep delaying like this, maybe everyone will die here. What should we do? Muttering softly, Fu Chengji frowned deeply, looking at the red anthill, his face full of helplessness. Chirp. At this time, several strange sounds came from the sky, and an eagle with a wingspan of more than 5 meters and a brown beetle with a body length of more than 3 meters flew over together. And farther behind them, there are also some flying mutant beasts such as mantises, rhinoceros beetles, and owls, rushing here. Although their strength is not yet known, just looking at their size we can know that they are at least level 5 or above. Boom! At this time, Gao Qiu shot the mutant boar away, but the brown lizard had already pounced on it, and there was also a level 6 scorpion over there. As for the farther distance, there were also more large mutant beasts running towards them. Although Gao Qiu could barely cope with the 3 level 6 mutant beasts now, if the number doubled, he would die here. What should I do? Should I really give up? Thinking of this in his heart, Fu Chengji's eyes flashed with a trace of pain, but then a trace of cruelty flashed on his face. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, dozens of black flying knives suddenly flew out of the space, ring and shot straight towards the anthill. Roar! At the same time, a roar was heard from 1,000 meters away. #C1144 Ambush 3. Outside the Demon Cloud City, a bear, a wolf, and an ape were quietly confronting each other. Although he didn't want to fight so quickly, in order to save Jiangzhe, Xiao Han had to come and stop these 2 level 7 mutant beasts. After all, there is an essential difference between level 6 and level 7. If they were allowed to get close to Jiangzhe, Gao Qiu, and Fu Chengji, casualties would probably occur soon. At this time, he could probably figure it out that the west side of the city was actually the most dangerous. It was estimated that a trap might have been set here from the beginning. After all, so many caves underground could not be dug out in a short time, and this was done while avoiding wiretapping. I was still careless. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han thought to himself, it seems that the level 6 mutant beasts I saw in the south of the city before should be all in the south of the city. And in the west of the city, there are almost 50 large mutant beasts surrounding us. Even if they are not all level 6, they should all be mutant beasts above level 5. This is troublesome. The battle here must be over within 2 minutes. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and at the same time he raised his hand and threw a red blood pill into his mouth. Roar! While roaring, his eyes also looked to the northwest, and at the same time he said coldly, Level 7 mutant fox, I will catch you. As he said, his figure flashed and rushed towards the violent bear. The blood in his body immediately burned, and a powerful force instantly filled his limbs and bones. Ah! At this time the blue wolf howled, and more than 10 wind blades shot towards him when he opened his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Han just raised his hand to block his face. Yang! 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 In a series of sounds, the blue wind blades all hit the target accurately and hit the golden dragon god armor one after another, making a crisp collision. Sound like metal hitting each other. But these attacks did not cause any damage to Xiao Han. Even if 2 wind blades shot at his face, they were blocked by the artifact, level Thunder God's grip. Swish! 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 But the blue wolf did not give up. Another series of wind blades shot over, which made Xiao Han frown. He turned his head and looked over, and whispered, Hey! You are really looking for death. For this blue wolf, he had long wanted to kill it. After all, Jiangqing was destroyed by this guy, and his father-in-law, Jiang Xiaoyun's father, Jiang Danian, was also killed by the blue wolf. When he was in Tianqing, because of his lack of strength, he could only watch it escape. But now the situation is different. Yang! Yang!
Yang.
Feeling the crisp sound of the wind blade hitting his body, Xiao Han said, coldly with murderous eyes, "In this case, let's kill you first." As he said that, his right hand with purple boxing gloves suddenly pointed forward. Boom! Almost at the same time, a purple thunderbolt instantly fell on the blue wolf. Even though it reacted very quickly, it had already jumped 2 meters to the left the moment he raised his hand. But the lightning in the air also immediately turned and fell on its head. The paralysis effect attached to the artifact equipment is more than 1 level stronger than the purple fire thunder ring. Even though the level 7 blue wolf has extremely high resistance, it still froze instantly. Seeing that the idea in his mind took effect, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he no longer cared about dealing with the violent bear. He stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and the wind step was immediately used. Boom! At the same time, at the moment when the blue wolf recovered from the paralysis effect, another lightning fell, making it freeze in place again. And a giant lightning palm suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's hand, and it grabbed the blue wolf as fast as lightning. Such a thunder method also stunned him instantly. Looking at the rapidly approaching giant thunder palm, the cruel and fierce eyes 10 seconds ago immediately turned into a look of fear. Roar! But at this time, a black figure suddenly stepped forward and blocked the level 7 blue wolf. Boom! Amid the violent thunder, the purple palm instantly grabbed the violent bear. But it was not paralyzed by lightning, and it pushed its arms outward with force, and broke free from the confinement of the thunder god's grip. At this time, the blue wolf also recovered from the paralysis effect, and its figure flashed and ran 100 meters away. Humph! You're the fastest runner. Xiao Han snorted in dissatisfaction, raised his hand, and another lightning bolt fell, landing accurately on the forehead of the blue wolf, causing it to freeze again. Then he ignored the violent bear and ran towards the blue wolf again. At this time, in order to keep his mind clear, he had not taken the dragon pattern magic pill. Although his beast level had broken through to level 5, he was still slightly inferior to the violent bear in terms of pure strength. So it was necessary to deal with the blue wolf first. Only by killing one of them first could he take action on the remaining 2, thus ending the battle here quickly. Boom! Seeing that the blue wolf had recovered from the paralysis effect, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and raised his hand to strike another thunder god. Strike! With the blessing of the wind step, he was almost as fast as a lightning bolt, and it took less than 3 seconds to cover a distance of 100 meters. Roar! Even if the violent bear behind him wanted to stop him, he couldn't catch up at all, and the fear in the blue wolf's eyes became more intense. The scars caused by the tactical neutron bullets became even more hideous. Hey, am I so strong now? Seeing that a level 7 mutant beast had no power to resist in his hands, Xiao Han grabbed the head of the blue wolf with his palm as big as a palm fan. Yo! At this time, a low roar came from a distance, and Xiao Han immediately felt a lot of fantasies in his mind, and couldn't help but loosen his palm. Ow! Almost at the same time, the blue wolf that broke free turned around and jumped, opening its mouth to bite Xiao Han's neck. Crunch! Crunch! The sharp wolf teeth bit on the neck, and a harsh friction sound was heard. Instantly, it was as if the bones were about to be bitten off. The pain from the distance made Xiao Han roar in anger, and he woke up, instantly, raising his hand and another lightning bolt. Boom! While the blue wolf was paralyzed, his hands also reached into the blue wolf's mouth, and then he exerted force violently. Crack! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and the wolf's mouth, which could only open to 40 or 50 degrees, was instantly pulled to 180 degrees. At this time, a shrill wolf howl also sounded, but compared with the previous howl, it seemed to be castrated and so weak. Feeling the sting on his neck, Xiao Han grabbed the blue wolf with one hand, and looked northwest again. Over there, a pure white fox could be seen squatting 100 meters away, with a strong silver light flashing in its eyes. C1145 Imprison the White Fox. Although the combat ability of the mental mutant beast is not strong, its mental power is extremely strong. Even Xiao Han is very afraid of it. Last time, if it weren't for the dragon pattern magic pill that could confuse the mind and resist the control of the white fox in disguise, his result might not be much better than that of the controlled violent bear. At this time, looking at the white figure and the various fantasies in his mind, Xiao Han's face instantly became solemn. So without any hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed over there. Boom! The next second, a purple lightning bolt immediately shot out and appeared accurately above the level 7 white fox. But as the silver light flashed in the eyes of the white fox, Xiao Han's vision could not help but be dazed, and the lightning bolt immediately tilted and fell on a black beetle. At the same time, he also felt that a sharp sword flashing with golden light suddenly appeared in his mind. The intense pain made him roar in anger, and at the same time, a thought moved in his mind, and a white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. With a crack, the porcelain bottle was crushed, and he raised his hand and threw the pill inside into his mouth. Facing such a mental attack, he did not have many means of counterattack. If he directly used the dragon pattern demon pill at this time, he could alleviate such a crisis, but the battle here would not be over in a short time. After all, although demonization can greatly enhance combat effectiveness, it will also produce a strong desire to kill in the heart due to the influence of demonic energy. At that time, he will only fight on instinct, and he may even fight to the death with the strongest violent bear. Once this side is delayed for too long, Jiangzhe, Gaoqiu, and Fuqingji may suffer irreparable losses. Mental attack. Enduring the pain and illusion in his mind, Xiao Han swallowed the pill in his mouth with a gulp, and whispered, "Facing such an attack, increasing mental power should be okay." Thinking of this in his heart, he did not hesitate at all, and Xuanwu Zhengong immediately started to operate at full speed. As the pill slid into the stomach, a stream of true energy began to stimulate the stomach wall, causing it to secrete a large amount of gastric juice. In just a few seconds, a stream of energy was decomposed. Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate at all. He endured the bursts of pain in his mind and quickly sent this energy along the meridians to the damaged sea of consciousness. Roar! At this time, as the medicinal power decomposed from the soul-cleansing pill took effect, the fantasy in his mind was instantly forced back, and he immediately heard a roar behind him. Then a huge force suddenly hit his back. Boom! With a dull explosion, Xiao Han flew up involuntarily even though he was prepared. However, with the protection of the golden dragon armor, the damage he suffered was extremely limited. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of relief, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Fortunately, it didn't attack my head." Bang! As his body hit the ground heavily, the illusion in his mind disappeared a little, and the silver light in the pupils of the white fox 100 meters away continued to flash. Roar! The violent bear behind him roared and ran after him. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Even though he hadn't stood up yet, he raised his right hand with purple boxing gloves. Boom! The next second, a purple lightning appeared out of thin air and hit the white fox's head accurately without any preparation. The strong current instantly made the white hair stand up, and its body couldn't help but stiffen. Even though the silver light was still flashing in his eyes, Xiao Han could already withstand it at this time. Looking at the white figure 100 meters away, he had a thought in his mind, and the true essence in his dantian rushed into the golden dragon armor like a flood. The next second, even though he hadn't stood up yet, his right leg took a step forward, and a black crack instantly appeared under his feet. Boom! The violent bear ran towards him and stepped on the black figure lying on the ground, but it was still a step slower. The 3-meter-tall black giant ape disappeared in an instant, and then fell out of the black crack that suddenly appeared above the white fox. Humph. Let's see how you can run this time. Even though the posture was wrong, Xiao Han snorted and said something, and a metal cage with starlight appeared in his hand, and he covered the white fox head-on.
Yo.
At this time, the white fox had recovered from the paralysis effect, and with silver light flashing in its eyes, it hurriedly ran away. Bang! But it was obviously too late, and the metal cage with a little starlight directly covered it inside. And the next second, the silver light in the white fox's eyes disappeared. Instantly, the metal door under the meteorite lock cage, even if it was not completely closed, had already produced a strong sealing effect. Feeling that the illusion in his mind had completely disappeared, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he grabbed the meteorite lock cage with his arms and exerted force and scooped the white fox and the more than 10 centimeters of soil under its feet into it. Then he flipped his palm and slammed the metal door with a bang.
Yo.
Unable to use his spiritual power, the white fox immediately screamed in panic. More than 100 meters away, the confusion in the black bear's eyes also disappeared immediately, and a touch of clarity appeared. Are you going to wake up? Xiao Han muttered softly, and saw the violent bear shook his head vigorously, and then immediately looked over here with a fierce face. Roar! The next second, an angry roar sounded, and the violent bear stared at the metal cage, and his eyes showed a monstrous murderous intent. Fuck! Why doesn't he run? Seeing the violent bear looking over here, Xiao Han frowned deeply. 1,000 meters away, there were at least 3 level 6 flying mutant beasts besieging Fu Chengji, who was at the peak of level 6. And on the ground, Gao Qiu's situation was not optimistic. Judging from the sound coming from the voice, there were as many as a dozen mutant beasts besieging him, at least half of which were level 6. Fortunately, his defense was extremely strong, and he was wearing level armor. At the same time, he was also a level 6 beast, so he could still hold on for the time being. But if this situation continues, even if his defense is strong and his equipment is good, he will not be able to hold on. Bang! 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 While running fast, the dull sound of footsteps continued to be heard. Xiao Han thought that this big guy would definitely run away as soon as he broke free from control. That's why he killed the green wolf first and then the white fox. But he didn't expect that this guy seemed to know that even if he ran, he couldn't escape the palm of the white fox, so he started to get angry. Boom! At this time, a dull collision sound came from 1,000 meters away. Xiao Han frowned deeply and couldn't help but whispered, "What should I do? Do I really have to fight him?" C1146 Blast the giant bear. Although it was only a few days since the last battle. But because of the unlimited supply of various elixirs, his beast transformation level has also been raised by 1 level, reaching level 5. And the strength has also improved accordingly. After all, before his strength improves, even if he completes the beast transformation, he still has to use the Dragon Mark transformation demonic pill or one of the Blood Demon's Wrath to have the 6th level of peak combat power. But it's different now. With the beast transformation and the infuriating energy in the body, you can directly have the strength of the 6th level peak. Regardless of using any of them, he can break through the limit of the 6th level peak and reach the 7th level. If both were used at the same time, Xiao Han felt that he could knock down the violent bear in an instant. But at that time, the desire to kill will also dominate the mind, and there is no way to predict what will happen next. At this time, a scream came from the distance, and Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. His face instantly turned ugly, and then he roared in a low voice, "Mad! Don't worry. Kill the blue wolf, imprison the white fox, and kill the violent bear. Those mutated beasts will probably retreat without a leader." As he said this, Xiao Han had a thought in his mind, and another white porcelain bottle appeared in his palm. Then, with just a gentle squeeze, there was a crisp click sound. Bang! 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 Seeing the violent bear rushing towards this side, he threw the elixir in his hand into his mouth without any hesitation. If you don't deal with the guy in front of you first, there is obviously no way to leave. If we continue to delay, the 3 level 6 evolvers over there will definitely not be able to survive for too long under the siege of so many mutant beasts. But if you kill the violent bear in front of you, even if your mind is out of control, you will follow your killing instinct and kill the most powerful mutant beasts. Jiangzhe, Gao Qiu, and Fu Qingji all knew his condition relatively well. As long as they break free from the siege of mutant beasts, they will definitely run far away as soon as possible to ensure their own safety. So now he has no other choice. Gudong. His throat trembled, and Xiao Han gently placed the metal cage he was holding on the ground. At the same time, the Xuanwu Jinqi started to operate rapidly in his body. Roar. At this time, the violent bear had already rushed over, and its huge bare paws slapped the metal cage. Although he knew that the Starfall Lock magic cage was extremely strong, Xiao Han was not sure it could withstand the attack from the 7th level mutant beast. If it is damaged, the consequences will be very serious. After all, the white fox's mental control is too overbearing. Even if he takes a soul-cleansing pill, he is not completely immune to its control. So even though the dragon-marked magic elixir hadn't taken effect yet, he immediately took a step forward, took a black fist as big as a sand bowl and smashed it directly into the bear's paw. Boom! A deafening muffled sound instantly came from where the fists and palms met, and at the same time there was also a wave of air that quickly spread into the distance. The turf on the ground also made a swish sound. At this time, the 2 black figures also involuntarily took a step back. Roar. After failing to attack the white fox, the violent bear roared angrily. Not only did its pupils turn red, but the muscles on its arms and chest also grew larger in an instant. Damn it! Is this going crazy? Seeing the violent bear like this, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The fight just now was evenly matched. The strength of the 7th level violent bear after becoming mad must be increased by at least 30%, which is not what he can deal with now. But at this time, a familiar energy flowed out of his stomach. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up and he hummed in a low voice. Since you don't want to leave, then go die. As he said this, a thought came into his mind, and the Xuanwu Jinqi started to work even faster. As this black energy surged into his head, a sense of violence suddenly rose in his heart, and then he looked at the violent bear with red eyes. At this time, the black giant ape has transformed into a demon, and its body has expanded again like a violent bear. Make it look more burly and sturdy. Roar. An angry roar sounded, and even though the black giant ape was controlled by the desire to kill, he still reached out and pointed forward. Boom! The next second, a bloody thunderbolt suddenly appeared, and it just flashed and landed on the violent bear's head. The strong paralysis effect immediately froze him in place. The black giant ape took 1 step forward and walked in front of the violent bear. His fist as big as Shabo roared and smashed directly into it. Boom! A dull critical strike sounded, and blood immediately flew out of the violent bear's mouth, along with several bloodshot white teeth. Then the body tilted and hit the ground heavily with another bang. The black giant ape stepped on his chest, and his right hand wearing a purple glove was like a pile driver, hitting the violent bear's head with a bang. Bang! Roar! A furious roar sounded, and the level 7 violent bear struggled violently, but still couldn't break free. After just a moment, the huge head was already covered in blood and flesh, and more than 10 meters away, the white fox in the metal cage looked at all this with horror on his face, and let out a low cry of despair. Yo! At this time, the violent bear lying on the ground, after being beaten violently, seemed to be dead, lying on the ground motionless. The low roar coming from behind also instantly attracted the attention of the black giant ape. He slowly turned his head, staring at the figure in the metal cage with blood, red pupils and murderous intent. Then he grabbed the violent ape under his feet and smashed it with his hand. Boom! A dull collision sound sounded, and the metal cage was immediately smashed away, and the white figure in the cage screamed in fear.
Yo! Yo! Yo!
The anxious and panicked whimpering sound immediately spread far away, and also caused some commotion among the mutant beasts nearby. Ha! Roar! Moo! Several low roars came, and a trace of struggle suddenly flashed in the eyes of the black giant ape, and then the blood color in his eyes slowly faded away. After standing there for more than 10 seconds, he whispered, "I didn't expect the soul-purifying pill to have such an effect. It's a pity that there are not many of these two kinds of pills left. Otherwise I could use them without restraint." With the help of the power of the soul-purifying pill, Xiao Han finally suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and then immediately looked at the violent bear at his feet. At this time his chest was still heaving, and it was obvious that he was not completely dead. And this violent bear actually has the greatest possibility of enslavement. Although the level 7 white fox is the best choice, its mental power is too strong. Whether it can be enslaved in the end is still an unknown. So it's not bad to have a spare tire. Looking at the violent bear that had fainted, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "Hee, I didn't expect this guy to be so resistant. But it's good this way. After dealing with all the level 6 mutant beasts, let's deal with this guy again." As he said, Xiao Han quickly opened the star meteor locking demon cage and stuffed the black violent bear in. At the same time his eyes also looked to the south, the direction where the roar came from. C1147 one shot at a time. Inside Demon Cloud City. Seeing that more than 2 minutes had passed, Xiao Han, Jiangzhe, Fuqingji, and others still hadn't returned, Guohuai couldn't help but worry. Why haven't they returned yet? They must have been in trouble. It shouldn't be. Man Yong replied in a low voice, but his eyes were not so sure. He hesitated, and said softly, "Don't worry too much. Maybe something delayed them. It is said that their strength is so strong that even if they encounter a dozen level 6 mutant beasts, it won't be too difficult to force their way out." Having said that, I'm still a little worried. Looking up to the west of the city, Guohuai's eyes were full of solemnity, and he frowned and continued, "And just now, I seem to hear the roar of a mutant bear in the west of the city." Mutated bear? Man Yong's face froze and he asked anxiously, "How far is that? How did you hear it from so far away? Did you hear it wrongly?" "I shouldn't have heard it wrongly." Guohuai's face darkened, and he continued, "And according to the time, the 3 level 7 mutant beasts should have arrived in the west of the city now. I think we can't wait like this any longer. If they are really trapped outside the city, they must be in great danger, so they must need our support. Go and contact Lord Rog. I will call all the other level 4 and above evolvers in the shortest possible time." "Well, I really can't wait like this any longer." Man Yong nodded, and a solemn look flashed across his face. He immediately said, "Then hurry up, I'll contact Rog now." As he said that, his figure flashed and he rushed into the rain of corpses. At the same time, Gao Qiu killed a level 5 mutant bull with a knife, but he was also knocked out by a level 6 mutant wild boar. Boom! As he fell heavily on the ground, he immediately turned over and raised his hand to sweep with a knife. Then with a click, the blade passed through a black beetle and instantly split it in half. Gee! At this time, an excited roar came from the sky, and a snow-white eagle flew to Fu Chengji's side like lightning. The sharp claws under his feet, which were shining with cold light, grabbed his head fiercely. Dang! Almost at the same time, a golden shield immediately appeared in Fu Chengji's hand, blocking the attack dangerously. But he was just a telekinetic evolver, and his physical strength was weak. When the shield and the claws collided, the palm holding the shield couldn't help but loosen, watching it fly away. At the same time, Fu Qingji's eyes flashed with silver light, and a powerful telekinesis instantly acted on the white eagle, pushing it aside. Whoosh! At this time, another wind blade came and hit Fu Qingji with a bang. The powerful force made him stagger and run forward a few steps involuntarily. At the same time, he saw a golden light flashing in front of him. Fu Qingji had no time to dodge, so he could only force his mental strength to condense a telekinetic shield in front of him. Crack! A crisp collision sounded, and the telekinetic shield shattered instantly, and Fu Qingji's face had already turned extremely pale. Go away! Don't worry about me. At this time, a hoarse roar came from a red hill on the ground, roaring loudly, "Go away! Don't worry about me. There are still tens of millions of ordinary people in Jing'an City. You can't all die here. Go, where else can you go?" Listening to the voice below, Fu Qingji said bitterly, "What is the situation on Xiao Han's side now? It is not known yet. But the 3 level 7 mutant beasts did not come over, which means that he has successfully stopped them, but the increasing number of level 6 mutant beasts around him made him feel very powerless. If there were only 2 or 3, he could still rely on the strength of the peak level 6 to force his way out of the siege. But now, there are as many as 7 level 6 flying mutant beasts in the sky, which he can't fight at all. And the frequent use of mental power just over a minute has made him feel that he is already a little powerless. Hehe. That level 7 white fox is really smart. It actually set up an ambush here, and it knows to trap the weakest one so that the others lose their rational judgment. In this way, as long as one is held back, the others can't run away. If you leave at the beginning, you won't be trapped, but humans are different. For mutant beasts, after all, how can you watch them die without helping? As he said this, Fu Qingji had already sensitively realized that he might really die here this time. After all, no matter how strong Xiao Han's personal strength was, it was impossible to kill all 3 level 7 mutant beasts in 2 or 3 minutes. And he was already a little bit exhausted at this time. Seeing the golden beetle rushing over again, and at the same time there was a whistling sound coming from behind, Fu Qingji had already guessed his own fate. But even so, he still condensed 2 mental shields with all his strength to protect himself from the front and back. Without Gao Qiu's abnormal defense, even if he wore a treasure armor, he could only guarantee that he would not be killed instantly by a level 6 mutant beast. But after a few times, all the level 6 mutant beasts became smarter and no longer attacked his body, but all focused on attacking the vital parts such as the head. And the 2 shields condensed by telekinesis were no longer enough to block the attack of the level 6 mutant beasts. Crack! At this time, the golden beetle in front crashed over, and the telekinesis shield exploded directly like broken glass. Then the light golden wings just flapped lightly and shot like an arrow. Even if I die, I will take someone with me. Knowing that he could not avoid such an attack, Fu Qingji's eyes immediately burst into a brilliant silver light. Boom! But before he could attack, a purple lightning suddenly fell on the golden beetle, causing the wings that were flapping at high speed to stop instantly. Boom! And the next second, there was another thunder behind him. Then 2 dark red spears in the distance, like lightning, just flashed and flew in front of him. Crack! With a crisp sound, the extremely hard golden shell, like a piece of tofu, instantly had a hole, and the spear also pierced through the body. At this time, a puff sound came from behind. Such a sudden change happened, and Fu Qingji looked in the direction where the spear came from. Over there was a black giant ape flapping its purple wings, and pointed forward with his right hand. Boom! Another lightning strike fell, and more than 10 meters away the extremely fast green mantis also froze instantly. Then another black spear whistled over and pierced through it instantly. Boom! Whoosh! Boom! Whoosh! As the lightning continued to fall, the flying spear was like stabbing a chicken, killing the nearby mutant beasts one by one. Looking at this scene, Fu Qingji's eyes suddenly widened, and he whispered, in disbelief, "How is this possible? Have the 3 level 7 mutant beasts been solved?" #C1148 kill a lot. Boom, boom, boom. Blood-colored lightning fell continuously, accurately hitting every mutant beast, and the strong paralysis effect instantly made their bodies stiff. At the same time, the long spear thrown with full force also rushed like lightning. This was a perfect combination, and all the mutant beasts had no power to resist. In less than half a minute, all the level 6 mutant beasts around Fu Qingji were swept away, and even several level 5 mutant beasts were killed in seconds. Puff! The accurate shooting almost made all the long spears hit the head. Even though the insect mutant beasts were extremely tenacious and not completely dead, they had already lost their combat effectiveness. This is too fierce. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fu Qingji couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. That's a level 6 mutant beast. Why does it feel no different from a chicken? The warrior's true essence, combined with the artifact in the game, I didn't expect it to be able to exert such a terrifying combat power. But Xiao Han's current state seems to have been demonized. It took more than 2 minutes to solve 3 level 7 mutant beasts. In fact, only complete demonization can do it. I'd better stay away from here to avoid being accidentally injured. Boom! Seeing another blood-red thunder falling, Fu Qingji's mind moved, and he quickly controlled the flying board under his feet to fly away. At this time, Xiao Han didn't recognize his relatives. If he continued to stay here, he didn't know when the blood-red thunder would fall on his head. Roar! Ah! Moo! At this time, the dozen mutant beasts that were still besieging Gaucho on the ground had also discovered the changes in the sky and roared in panic. In just a dozen seconds, one after another, the corpses of beasts fell down. These corpses were all very large, and almost all of them had a strength of more than level 5, so they could not help but be afraid. Roar! Panic roars sounded one after another, and all the remaining mutant beasts ran away without hesitation. Boom! But at this time, another blood-red thunder fell, and the level 6 peak wild boar that was madly fleeing away immediately stiffened and staggered. While falling to the ground, it continued to roll forward under the action of inertia. In the distance, there was also a black spear like a black lightning, piercing into its body with a puff. Due to the angle, the spear did not hit the head, but it still penetrated the body of the level 6 wild boar and nailed it to the ground. Roar! The shrill screams spread in all directions, and all the mutant beasts around were panicked and fled away. Boom! At this time, another blood-colored lightning fell from the sky and accurately hit a level 6 bison. The next second, its body stiffened and fell to the ground. The spear pierced the air, making a piercing scream, and instantly pierced into its body. But also because of the angle, the spear did not hit the bison's head, but pierced a bloody hole in its abdomen. Such damage would not be fatal to the thick-skinned level 6 bison for a while. Moo! A panicked roar followed, and the level 6 bison recovered from the paralysis effect, and it did not even have time to get rid of the black spear stuck in its body, and continued to run away from the direction of Moyun City. Even though the scarlet blood had dyed the land behind it red, it still didn't care. At this time, Gaucho finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Seeing another blood-red thunderbolt falling on another tiger, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he whispered excitedly, "If I kill these 2 guys, it should be considered that I killed them." He is now at the peak of level 6. But if he relies on his own strength alone, the possibility of advancing to level 7 is almost infinitely close to 0. But just a few days ago, Xiao Han had promised him that as long as he killed enough level 6 mutant beasts, he could exchange for Hanyan Shenyuan pill. Once there is such a pill, the possibility of a successful breakthrough will be increased by at least 80%. At least in Kyoto, this effect has been proven. The 2 level 6 peak evolvers over there have now broken through to level 7, and at the same time, the number of level 7 evolvers in the military has increased to 5. You must know that before this, there were only 6 evolvers above level 7. In Kyoto. Hey! That wild boar is at the peak of level 6. Just killing it alone can offset 3 ordinary level 6 mutant beasts. Now Xiao Han has no time to attack them. If I pick up the leaks later, maybe I can get the Hanyan Shenyuan pill this time. But that guy is now completely demonized. You still have to be careful and don't let him target you. Thinking of the pill that can help break through the level 7 Gaucho can't care about it now, even if he feels a little pain in his chest. He stepped hard on the ground with his legs and went straight to the peak. Level 6 wild boar. On the other side, without the threat of flying mutant beasts, Fu Qingji finally recovered. As he threw a pill into his mouth, his pale face gradually turned red. Go! Go quickly! Don't worry about me. At this time, Jiang's hoarse voice continued to sound in the red anthill. On the ground. He glanced over there and whispered, "Those ants are only level 3 mutant beasts. With the ability of City Lord Jiang, he should not be in danger for the time being. Now, we still have to kill as many level 6 mutant beasts as possible to prevent level 7 mutant beasts from coming out and gather them all. Especially those level 6 peak mutant beasts, we must kill them all as much as possible." As he said this, the silver flying board under Fu Qingji's feet instantly lifted his body and rushed towards the seriously injured tiger. At this time, with the death and confinement of level 7 mutant beasts, there was no way to command the beast tide. Even though the white fox was still roaring, the energy in its body was imprisoned, and it had lost the deterrent power of the level 7 mutant beast. At the same time, due to the large number of deaths of level 6 mutant beasts, ordinary flying insects gradually lost control and no longer rushed towards Moyun City. The long-lost sunshine once again sprinkled into the city. A winged figure immediately flew up from the city, looking outside the city, and shouted urgently, "Quick! Call Jiang Xiaoyun and ask her to withdraw the ice blade storm." The decisive battle has already taken place outside the city, and the level 7 violent bear has also been locked up. Fuck, another level 6 mutant beast has been killed, we have to get out. Quickly, otherwise we won't even be able to drink soup. Hashtag C1149, what is that? 1. As the insect tide receded, the ice blade storm that raged over the magic Cloud City slowly stopped. Park Guochang, who was hovering in the air, flapped his wings behind him and flew out of the city. On the ground, all the evolvers above level 4 were impatient and rushed to the city gate. "Kill, brothers! Kill those bastard mutants for me." The roar and shouts of killing instantly raised the morale of all the evolvers to a higher level. The crowd was like a surging tide, and they kept killing the mutants outside the city. At this time, there was also a special eye in the sky which was monitoring everything that happened in the magic Cloud City because of the retreat of the insect tide. In the north, Tianshui City. Familiar reinforced concrete buildings, familiar LED display screens, and those extremely familiar soldiers in military uniforms. As the insect tide receded, the satellite could finally take pictures of the complete magic Cloud City. In the hall, someone shouted excitedly, "Look! The insect tide has finally retreated, and Moyun City has been defended. Ah, look at the insect corpses in the city, damn, they must be 5 or 6 meters high. Fuck, so many insect corpses, plus the ones they sent before. How much high-level energy can be produced? Tisk, what's the high-level energy potion? Look at the black giant ape outside the city." At this time, although the insect tide has begun to retreat, it has not completely retreated due to the speed, so the situation outside the city is not very clear. But the vicinity of the black giant ape is the only exception. The crazy killing also made all the mutant beasts flee madly to the distance. They were afraid that if they were a little slower, they would be selected by the blood-colored lightning, and then a long spear would attack and pierce them instantly. This scene made almost everyone in the hall look stunned. After a while, someone said in a daze, "Fuck! Such a large body, it should be a level 6 mutant beast. And even if it is not level 6, it should be a level 5 mutant beast." This feeling of killing one with one shot seems to be not much harder than crushing an ant. When did mutant beasts above level 5 become so weak? So many level 5 even beast cores, how many high-level evolvers will be born? Seeing another purple lightning falling from the sky, and a huge mutant beast falling with it, everyone's eyes flashed with excitement. And at the front row of the hall, Han Feng's eyes also flashed with a thoughtful light at this time. Those mutant beasts he was sure were mutant beasts above level 5. Even among those that had died, at least 7 or 8 were level 6 mutant beasts that he was very familiar with. For example, the white eagle with a spear through its head, the wild boar without a head, and the tiger that was cut in two. These guys all appeared when the mutant beasts attacked the city last time. But now they have all become corpses. Fuck! This fighting power is too damn strong. Han Feng muttered softly, his eyes full of shock, and looking at the picture broadcast from the satellite, his heart was even more surging. Such a result has completely crushed Tianshui City. You must know that the 6th-level mutant beasts are either fast or have strong defense, but they are very difficult to kill. Even if they defended the city for 10 years, the total number of 6th-level mutant beasts that died under Tianshui City was less than 20. But now outside the Demon Cloud City it can be described as a land of corpses. The large mutant beast corpses have even exceeded 30, and the land outside the city has been dyed bloody. At this time, another blood-colored lightning appeared on the screen. As the black giant ape threw hard, another spear was thrown out, accurately hitting a python over 10 meters long. Blood-colored lightning? Seeing another level 5 mutant beast being killed, Han Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of thought, and then he whispered, "That purple glove should be materialized from the game, and that blood-colored lightning actually has a paralysis effect. I didn't expect that the equipment in the game would have such a great improvement in combat effectiveness. It seems that I have to find a cultivation method above the earth level as soon as possible." "Yes." Shi Mingyuan nodded gently, and said with an approving look, "Advanced cultivation methods must indeed be obtained as soon as possible. Without true qi in the body, not only is there no way, even if you learn the skills that are manifested, you can't use the skills attached to the equipment. If you want to quickly improve your combat effectiveness, this is at least a very good choice. Even once you practice to the 4th level, you will have the ability to fight above your level like the giant ape." "But why do I feel like something is wrong?" "Wrong," Han Feng repeated, not quite sure what this meant, frowning and asking, "We've won the battle, so what else is wrong?" "Of course there is, but I can't remember it for the moment." Looking at the LED screen at the end of the hall, Shi Mingyuan frowned and thought for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "By the way, where are the violent bear and the blue wolf? It's already like this. Why haven't the 3 level 7 mutants appeared yet?" "Level 7 mutants?" Hearing what Shi Mingyuan said, Han Feng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then said nervously, "Are these level 6 mutants used as cannon fodder? If too much true energy is consumed on these cannon fodder mutants, wouldn't they be in danger?" With such speculation, the faces of the two immediately became solemn, and their eyes were fixed on the big screen without blinking. Jingan's Xiao Han is not to be missed for them. In this world that is like the end of the world, only if he is still alive, there will be hope for the future of Yanhua. Only if he is still alive, there will be hope for mankind. Just those pills have already given Tianshui City an extra level 8 evolver and 2 level 7 evolvers. Besides, nearly 20 level 5 peak evolvers successfully completed the breakthrough because of his pills. As for level 3 and level 4 peak evolvers, the number of people who completed the breakthrough was even greater. So no matter what, Xiao Han must not get into trouble. Staring at the LED screen, Han Feng couldn't help but worry more about the figure who was killing people. At the same time, he was also trying his best to search for the whereabouts of the 3 level 7 mutant beasts. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from his ears, and then someone immediately shouted, "Fuck! How is this possible? Am I dazzled? Hashtag C1150 what is that?" 2. The exclamations that sounded in the hall immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked in the direction of the man's finger. Involuntarily, at this time, as the crowds in Demon Cloud City rushed out, the insectide retreated faster. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, a gleaming metal cage could be vaguely seen. If that's all it is, there's nothing surprising about it. But in the cage, there was a familiar black figure, and an even more familiar white figure. Damn it, how is it possible that these 2 level 7 mutant beasts were captured alive? A voice of disbelief rang out, and then he shouted loudly, "Quickly, synchronize this video to the national official website. And over there at the metal cage, hurry up and readjust the focus of the camera. Zoom in at least 10 times. I want to see the close-up over there. Right away." As the sound fell, the camera on the large LED screen immediately focused on the metal cage, and at the same time the angle of view quickly zoomed in. After a while, 2 figures, one white and one black, became clearly visible in the cage. Damn it! It's really a white fox. Not only the white fox but also the 7th level violent bear was imprisoned. But how on earth was this done? Level 7 mutant beasts. Those are 2 level 7 mutant beasts. Damn it, we have an 8th level evolver here in Tianshui, but we can't even kill one, let alone capture him alive. Yeah, it's really hard to believe what kind of metal cage it is that can imprison a 7th level mutant beast. How many secrets are there in Jing'an? Looking at the close-up shots on the big LED screen, everyone started talking, their voices full of excitement and excitement. After all, this kind of thing is really incredible. The power of 7th level mutant beasts, especially the power of bear mutant beasts, can even reach 10,000 kilograms in one blow. And even the S-class alloy with the highest toughness and strength cannot trap a 7th level mutant beast when it is only as thick as an arm. Even level 6 mutant beasts are difficult to successfully trap. Looking at the white figure in the metal cage, he was neighing anxiously and scratching the metal cage with his sharp claws. Beside him, the black figure was still lying quietly. Only the slightly rising chest showed that it was still alive. But it can also be clearly seen that its injuries are very serious and its entire head is covered in blood and flesh. Hey! That big guy is so miserable. Who says it's not the case? What kind of power does it take to beat it so badly? By the way, the combat power of that black giant ape must have reached level 8. Don't tell me it's really possible. Otherwise, why would he be able to capture 2 7th level mutant beasts alive? To put it this way, I don't know who is more powerful compared to Wang Lei. Hey, no need to ask, that giant ape must be powerful. After all, Wang Lei can't capture 2 level 7 mutant beasts alive. Damn it! That green corpse has some eyes on it. At this moment, another exclamation rang out, and immediately someone shouted, "Dear me! The 7th level green wolf has been killed. Look at its head, the wound is still there. I heard it was blasted from the front by a neutron bomb. Now this guy seems to have died a bit miserably. The mouth opened so wide, it reminded me of a movie I once watched, which also featured a giant ape. There's a Tyrannosaurus Rex in there, and his mouth looks like this. That being said, I think I've seen it before. In the hall, someone immediately responded. But compared to the giant ape in the movie, I still feel that the giant ape in Jing'an is more powerful. 3 level 7 mutant beasts not only killed one, but actually captured 2 alive. There are also those level 6 mutant beasts. If we want to kill one of them, we have to do our best. But in his eyes, it feels like there is no difference between chickens and chicks. Seeing that the 3 mutated beasts had been dealt with, everyone in the hall was talking loudly and excitedly. At this time, Han Feng and Shi Mingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with the current situation, the situation in Jing'an has been completely stabilized. Although the corpses on the ground look extremely cruel and bloody, they will become nutrients for human evolution and will play a decisive role in the future war with mutant beasts. And now, this battle is still being broadcast live simultaneously. The killing of so many high-level mutant beasts will also enhance the confidence of all Yanhua people. After all, in the past 10 years, everyone has lived a very depressed life, and they also have no confidence in the future. The sudden appearance of mutant beasts not only destroyed the original social form, but also greatly compressed the living space of mankind. Some people even choose to commit suicide because they cannot bear the pressure. But today's battle will change many people's views and at the same time give them confidence in the future. Mutated beasts are no longer invincible. At least Jing'an has proven that they can defeat a beast tide worth hundreds of billions head-on, and at the same time capture 2 level 7 mutant beasts. Looking at the mighty and domineering figure on the large LED screen, Shi Mingyuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that if he wanted to survive this crisis and save Demon Cloud City and the nearly 10 million ordinary people in it, he would definitely use that pet manifestation talisman. But I didn't expect that I could do it just by relying on my own strength. Heh, that's not bad. After whispering in a happy mood, Shi Mingyuan continued, that frost dragon is still growing in strength. It would actually be quite a pity if it were to materialize now. After all, in reality, both the refining of elixirs and the acquisition of beast cores are extremely difficult. It will also cost more to cultivate it, but it is different in the game. Maybe it can be cultivated to level 9. When the time comes to materialize it, it will also allow humans to have an existence like the Dinghai Divine Needle. With this thought in his mind, Shi Mingyuan's eyes showed a hint of expectation, and he continued to look at the figure on the big screen. At this time, the satellite lens also readjusted its focus and focused its attention on the giant ape again. Hey, what is that? Suddenly, a suspicious voice sounded, and 3 silver-white aircraft appeared in the sky above Demon Cloud City.